his no. So we note the no's and we proceed on the basis of the ayes clearly having it.
Honorable Speaker, can we please address you about
Honorable members, yesterday this matter was discussed by the program committee, and before it was exhausted, there was a request that parties meet and discuss it further. Honorable Shibambu, please take your seat. Honorable Shibambu.
Are you going to recognize me?
Honorable Shibambu, I'm not recognizing you because I am in the middle of addressing the House.
Please recognize me when you're done with that process.
Please take your seat. I'm informed that this meeting did indeed take place, and all parties, except for the EFF, attended that meeting as agreed upon in the program committee. Honorable members, the rules are made by the House, and their intent is to facilitate the business of the House. The motion before us is the outcome of a particular course of action proposed by parties for the purpose of facilitating business today. In terms of Rule 80, no member except a member who is permitted to make a declaration of vote shall speak to any question after it has been fully put by the presiding officer. I will therefore now allow one member of each political party who wishes to do so an opportunity to make a declaration of vote with regard to this motion. Thereafter, the question will be put for decision. And so I will start with the Democratic Alliance and give them an opportunity, if they want to do so, to declare.
Speaker, we support the motion and just reiterate that it is for today only. Thank you.
Yes. The EFF.
Honorable Speaker, in the programming committee yesterday, we agreed that the political parties, the chief whips, must meet to discuss way forward with regards to motions without notice and notices of motion. The EFF was not invited to that meeting, and it was deliberate because the issues that are going to arise here affect the EFF. We do not think that the decision should pass here because the EFF was not consulted, and the EFF deserves the right to participate in all platforms that are utilized to make sure that we've got a common understanding on the program of this parliament. We can't be party to violation of the rules of the National Assembly. There's a sequence of proceedings in terms of Rule 29. And we think that such should apply so that we have a properly constituted House without violating the rules for convenience purposes. We were not invited to the meeting, and we are the ones, by the way, who proposed that there must be a forum outside. How could political parties sit at the exclusion of the EFF that suggested that the meeting must sit to look into this issue? So we really think that it must not pass until there's been a proper consultation. Otherwise, let us apply the rules and proceed as per the guidelines of the rules of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shibambu. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The IFP supports the motion. Thank you.
The UDM, the NFP, sorry, the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, yesterday we met as the Chief Whips Forum, and we supported the fact that each part will have 3 motions. Thank you.
The UDM.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, we're also in that meeting. We support it just for today. Thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The ACDP supports the motion, which was agreed to in the Chief Whips Forum. We were also in the Programming Committee when the EFF proposed that we meet, and we were also there to hear the response that all that were in that Programming Committee, all Chief Whips were to meet straight afterwards. Thank you.
COPE.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just to confirm that COPE was also present in the Programming Committee, where invitation was given right at the end to all members of all parties that the Chief Whips would meet, and we also supported for 3 minutes per party for this sitting only. Thank you.
Ahang. Is Ahang around? The AIC?
Thank you, Chairperson. As I see, we do support the motion. Thank you.
The APC?
Thank you, Speaker. We have no qualms with the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Have I missed out on any other party? The ANC?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just to indicate to the honourable members that we are correct to move this motion, and also to indicate that after the NAPC meeting, I went straight to the mic and announced that we are having a Chief Whips Forum meeting in V16. So we tried our level best to call the honourable members, and they didn't come. So they were consulted because they knew that we are having the meeting in V16 immediately after the NAPC. Thank you.
Have I missed out on any political party? Oh, the Freedom Front Plus. They are not in the house. PAC? The PAC? Oh, okay. Next. Honourable members, as I have said, the ayes have it, even by way of the record of the declarations as we have gone round the House. And therefore, the question has been agreed to. We now come to notices of motion. In line with the motion agreed to earlier, I will give each party a maximum of 3 opportunities to give notice of a motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Honourable Greyling.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that I give notice of the following motion to be placed on the order paper in accordance with Rule 98 of the Rules of the National Assembly. 1. Notes that the Minister of Energy, Ms. Tina Joemat-Petersen, misled the House during a ministerial reply on her responsibility with regard to the appointment of the chairperson and members of the Petro SA board. 2. Further notes that the Minister, in reply to a question on why she had hired corrupt people and an alleged fraudster, said, "Honourable Chairperson, I do not appoint the Petro SA board. The Central Energy Fund appoints the Petro SA board. The board does not get appointed by Cabinet, but it is appointed by the umbrella body, the holding body." 3. Notes that although the Minister does not directly appoint the members of the Petro SA board, as she had stated, that she had written a letter to the Central Energy Fund board recommending that they appoint 4 people to the board. 4. Further notes that the Minister is the only person that can request the board of the CEF to remove any member, including the chairperson of the Petro SA board, and only then can the CEF act on her recommendation. 5. Notes that the Minister recommended an alleged fraudster, Mr. Tshepo Khadima, to be appointed as the chairperson of the Petro SA board. 6. Further notes the board of the CEF accepted the Minister's recommendation and appointed Mr. Khadima as the chairperson of the Petro SA board. 7. Resolves to A. Condemn the actions of the Minister, B. Censure the Minister for misrepresenting the facts, and C. Calls on the Minister to explain her utterances in this regard to the House. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate the effort to strengthening the fighting against the scares of illicit and illegal tobacco trading currently engulfing sub-Sahara in Africa. Thank you. I so move.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party at its next sitting, this Honourable House deliberate on the issue of the tragic and brutal murder of baby Jamie Naidu in Durban. Notes further that the South African Police Services and the Social Welfare Services has failed to protect the vulnerable child when she needed protection the most. The community made numerous calls to both the South African Police and the Department of Social Welfare to intervene in the abuse this child was subject to, but showed considerable lack of competence in preventing an eventual tragic and painful death. This unfortunate child is being led to rest today, joining the ever-growing role of shame which we as a nation have to take responsibility for. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable Reverend Mishwe.
Speaker, I move without notice that the House
We're
welcomes...
on notices of motion, Reverend. We're still on notices of
all
motion.
right, but Honorable Khailing made it.
Did he do a motion without notice?
Yes, he did.
No, Honorable Khailing, I'm told it's a notice. Yeah, he gave a notice of motion. Let's just stick with notices and then we'll move with motions without notice. You also have a notice
Yes,
ready.
I do.
Okay.
On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I give notice that I shall move that the House worrying reports that the number of male student enrollments in South Africa's higher educational institutions is decreasing significantly and come up with recommendations of what should be done to reverse this negative trend. So move.
Honorable Nkomo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the rampant increase in spending of public funds, with regular expenditure climbing from 27 billion rands last year to more than 62 billion rands in March this year, and the means and measures that should be implemented immediately to eradicate such criminal activity by public officials. Thank you.
An honorable member of the ANC near the door.
Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that the House debate in its next sitting dealing with the challenge of stifling the promotion of gender equity in institutions of higher learning as a strategic objective to transform this institution. So I move.
Honorable Kubisa.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move on behalf of the NFP that the House deliberates on ways and means of dealing with drug syndicates that are prevalent in certain corners of our country. I so move.
Yes, honorable member, the TA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the high incidence of drug abuse in Immaculate in the Northern Cape and the lack of rehabilitation facilities in this region. Thank you.
Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that I shall move on behalf of the ACDP that the House debates the concern that gender-based violence has significant cost implications for the state and for civil society, and that an improved funding model for addressing GBV that includes prevention funding is essential if we are to adequately respond to the challenges of violence against women and children. Thank you.
Honorable Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this Honorable House, members deliberate on the issue of the mushrooming phenomenon of bed and breakfast operations and other providing accommodation on an hourly basis. noting that such operations are mere fronting for prostitution, human trafficking, and the use and abuse of illegal substances of narcotic nature. These operations are run largely by, but not limited to, foreign nationals within the sovereign territory of the Republic of South Africa. These operations are doing harm to the high standards and good reputation of our hospitality industry. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates resolving challenges in state-owned companies on energy, given its important role as a catalytic sector for development, as a means to mitigate some of the capacity challenges it experienced currently. I so move.
The IFP, Honourable Shengwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice of the Inkatha Freedom Party that in this of this House I shall move that the House debates the critical medicine shortages in Gauteng due to the failure of the Gauteng Health Department to pay its suppliers on time. Thank you.
Honourable Member, right at the back.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of AIC, I move that this House, on its next sitting, debates the ways to strengthen meaningful participation so as to curb public protests and demonstrations and to promote transparency and accountability by the government. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates what action will be taken against the Mkondo municipality in Mpumalanga for the unattended sewage spills which flow directly into the Attigai River, and how this negligent action is thus endangering the lives of thousands of people who live in this area. I so move.
I think we might have exhausted notices of motion. Or Honourable Dudley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that I shall move on behalf of the ACDP that the House debates the need to value our children and to move away from a culture of thinking that we can throw away what we don't think we need. And the fact that children are precious and no child must be unwanted means much still has to be done to support women in this regard. Thank you.
Have we exhausted notices of motion? Can we now move to motions without notice? And I recognize Honourable Reverend Mishwe.
Madam Speaker, I move without notice that the House welcomes news that Boy Shai of Bokhaga village near Zanin in Limpopo started a thriving library in his village. Notes that there are 5 schools in the area that do not have a library. Further notes that Shai used an abandoned house that was used by thugs to hide stolen goods, rape women and children, and for other criminal activities to start a library. Applaud Shai for his vision and initiative to ask local principals and members of the public to donate books they no longer used. Highly commend Shai for offering lessons to grade 10 and 12 pupils after school and for teaching them subjects such as maths, English, and accounting, even making use of an old wardrobe as a chalkboard. Marvels at the reports that students are using the library to do their homework and research for their assignments, calls on both government and the business community to assist this visionary leader in his endeavors to expand the library into an information center and an internet cafe where people can even search for jobs online. So move.
If there is no objection, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Honourable Lekota, I thought your hand was up.
It was indeed, Madam Speaker.
On behalf of the Congress of the People, I move that this Honorable House, noting the concerns of the South African National Editors Forum in its report of the 9th of November 2014 regarding the unprecedented loss of jobs in journalism and the impact this could have on the role of the media in providing credible and reliable information to the public as envisaged in the Constitution, noting also that SANEF, having met with the Deputy President and the Cabinet on the 15th of November to share perspectives with ministers about the changes taking place in the media environment and to discuss the role government can play in ensuring the continued flow of information to the public. Thirdly, noting furthermore its concern to safeguard editorial independence in the interest of the public receiving news that is credible. Fourthly, noting even further its concern about Parliament cutting feed on certain occasions and then on another occasion preventing several members of the media from entering the National Council of Provinces whilst the President was delivering his annual address to the Council. Fifthly, recognizes the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces are conceived of as a people's parliament and accordingly sees the imperative of Parliament upholding a free media as a constitutional imperative meant to keep the people fully informed, and therefore calls on the Deputy President, the Cabinet, the Speaker and the Chair of the National Council of Provinces to assure SANEF that its concerns have been appropriately addressed and that they guarantee the media that its freedom remains sacrosanct in democratic South Africa. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Is there an objection? Therefore, the motion without notice will be set aside. Honorable Macheke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that this House notes that a teacher and her 10-year-old son survived a 2-hour ordeal in their home at the hands of an axe-wielding attacker on Monday, the 24th, 2014. The woman and her son live in Hamburg, a community near East London. Further notes that she was raped and her son was attacked with an axe on the head. The attacker left and fled with 2,000 rand in cash and 2 cell phones. After rushing to a neighbor's house, an ambulance arrived after the police had failed to get the woman and her son. This appalling ordeal took place on the eve of the launch of 16 Days of Non-Violence Against Women and Children. We condemn this violence against women and children. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the question. I put the motion, honorable members. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Kubisa.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the NFP, I shall move without notice that the House notes that the 16 days of activism against women and child abuse was kickstarted 2 days ago, acknowledges the fact that during these days all people specifically come out to condemn all acts of violating the basic human rights of women and children by way of harassing, molesting them sexually, killing, beating or maiming them, and otherwise. Further believes that the campaign against women and children should be ongoing and must manifest itself in programs and projects that deal decisively with this scourge, and that all those who commit crimes of child and women abuse must face the full might of the law. Hereby uploads a clarion call for the non-profit organization called Women and Men Against Children Abuse, which has called for the establishment of an international tribunal for crimes and violence against children, and that the world leaders, UN committees, strictly and effectively monitor and evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of our country's policies and criminal justice system in protecting children's rights, and establish an international children's criminal court to hold government and their leaders accountable for failing to protect children from all forms of abuse. So move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable member.
Thanks, Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the National Freedom Party
How?
that the House notes that the House sends condolences to families and relatives of the 7 people, including Sibongile Nchangase, a social worker who passed on together with her husband on Saturday through a car accident that occurred near Dogodweni in Kingindlovu, KwaZulu-Natal. Further calls on all road users to be extra cautious so that they are safe, especially during this festive season. I so move.
If there is no objection, I move the motion. I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable Maxson from EFF.
I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters without notice that the House note with concern the increase in cases of gender-based violence in our country. Note that the Medical Research Council's latest research reveals that only 1 in 25 women in Gauteng report rape. In other words, deduce up to 3,600 women could be raped in the country every day. Acknowledge that many women are still subject to prejudice and discrimination in many ways. Further acknowledge that the majority of police stations still do not have enough trained staff to deal with the gender-based violence. Encourage community leaders, church leaders, and all leaders of society to stand up against gender-based violence and all forms of violence against the vulnerable in society. Condemns all forms of gender-based violence. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that 3 of the 5 men accused of allegedly attacking and racially abusing a cleaner, Delia Adonis, in Cape Town have been charged with attempted murder. Also notes that the 3 students were in addition charged with intent to do grievously bodily harm and criminal injuria following an alleged attack on the 52-year-old Miss Adonis last month. Acknowledges that there is absolutely no place for racism and racially motivated violence in our society. Trusts that justice will be done in this matter and that the tough stance taken by the prosecutors will act as a deterrent to racially motivated violence in our society. Conveys our message of support to the Adonis family during this difficult time. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable Mponchane.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that the House knows that the Bright Stars Mentorship Program is a child and youth mentorship program run by the NGO Peace Agency. Further notes that the program assists vulnerable children and youth at risk who lack adult role models and family support. Recognizes the program recruits suitable mentors who are then matched to a child where they engage in a supervised 1 hour a week meeting for a year, helping these children discover better opportunities for themselves. Calls on the government to improve the support to this and other NGOs who are engaged in life-changing activities in our country's many communities. Congratulates the Peace Agency on this initiative and wishes it greater success. I so move. Thank you, Honourable.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable Hadebe.
Honourable Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that the House knows that Mr. Fikile Ntsigele Moya has been appointed editor of the Mercury newspaper in KwaZulu-Natal, and further knows that Mr. Moya currently is the executive editor at Pretoria News and will take up his new post on December 1, 2014. Recalls that before joining independent newspapers, he was the editor of The Witness in Pietermaritzburg before moving to City Press, where he was a business section editor and deputy editor. Acknowledges the company's commitment in addressing the historical imbalance in media landscape that has not changed significantly since 1994, and congratulates Mr. Moya on his appointment and wishes him well in his new position. I so move.
If there is no objection, I put the motion. Is there an objection? There's an objection there from the EFF. Honorable Nweniso from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters and move without notice that the House notes the recent statement by the Auditor General that this auditing institution could not provide any audit opinion on the matter relating to the so-called security upgrades in Kandla, because all information relating to the upgrades were hidden from the AG. Further notes that this revelation by the AG strengthens further the belief by everyone in the country that indeed the President and his ministers knew what was going on in Kandla. Were that not the case, the documents relating to these upgrades would not be classified. Acknowledges that the Nkandla issue will remain a significant present and historical plight in the continuing evolution of our democracy, one that will forever be etched in the memories of South Africans and a key moment in a rapid deterioration of our country and its moral compasses. Further acknowledges that the continuing disregard of key constitutional institutions such as the AG and the Public Protector are necessary prerequisites for kleptocracy to descend on our nation and wreck it apart into a shadow of its former self. Reflects on the role it has played in defending our constitution against acts of criminality by those high up in the governance of our country. And whether through our silence as parliament, we have tacitly encouraged the destruction of our country by corruption. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
There is an objection, Speaker.
There's an objection. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I rise to move without notice that this House notes that Bongani Mthembu was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment for the kidnapping and rape of a 13-year-old boy in the Dundee Magistrates Court. Further notes that the High Court of KwaZulu-Natal had endorsed the sentence. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to voice its appreciation of the judicial process which aims to punish criminals and contributes to an environment where our children are sheltered and protected from abuse and sexual predators. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honourable Member of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House note that the Peninsula School Feeding Association and renowned digital agency Helicomputer have teamed up to create a groundbreaking new media platform, Social Feed. Also know that the Social Feed is a media platform that encourages people to feed hungry school children by simply sharing the content on social media platform. Further knows that the new initiative encourages brands to purchase media from Social Feed, and each time that this media or content is shared, a meal is shared with a school child. Acknowledge that this initiative will contribute greatly to alleviate hunger in communities where many children go to bed without any food. Calls on South Africans to support this new innovative and new approach to fight hunger. Congratulate the Peninsula School Feeding Association and the Helicomputer for creating Social Feed as a platform to feed the nation. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. The motion is agreed to. Honorable Member at the back there. Not Honorable Dudley, the gentleman, Honorable Filtane.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the UTM to move without notice that the House notes that a worker was killed in an Anglo mine accident. The worker was fatally injured in a fall of ground incident on Tuesday, the 25th of November. Further acknowledges that Anglo Gold Ashanti have expressed sincere condolences to the family. send our deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Motion is agreed to. Honorable Madisha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of COPE, I move without notice that the House, noting the children of parents working on farms have benefited the least from the advent of democracy in South Africa, noting also that such children have few role models with educational qualifications and therefore see no necessity to pursue a tertiary education, and neither are they strongly urged by their parents to go to university, noting further that privilege generally confers a privilege, and that those who grow up among the disadvantaged continue to be disadvantaged themselves, recognizes the sterling work of Great Genadendal Education Fund in financially supporting academically inclined children from their income families to complete the last 4 years of their high school studies, and thereafter providing a top up to those students from their area who enroll at a university and get assistance from the National Student Financial Aid Scheme so that they can adequately meet the financial demands of university life. Trust that other individuals who wish to contribute to the upliftment of children in their communities and districts will emulate the Great 10 as socially conscious individuals by setting up their own district education funds. And lastly, thereafter congratulates the chairwoman, Marilyn Barker, as well as the Great 10 Fund members for the work they have done and for taking the initiative to seek registration with the global NGO network, which was recently created, so as to attract additional funds to help even more disadvantaged and the poor people of our country. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable van der Merwe. Honorable Carter, sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the Congress of the People that the House, noting how Eskom's mounting woes are impacting massively on our struggling economy, noting Eskom's lack of capacity from a variety of causes to meet the country's energy need, noting also that our country is fully committed to strenuously mitigating the impact of gas emissions on climate change, noting also our commitment to green power technologies, noting that converting DC to AC power and back again to DC is highly inefficient. Furthermore, that business and households are increasingly using more energy to power electronic devices and lights, recognizes that the changing circumstances of electricity consumption warrants a greater use of DC in homes and businesses, recognizes the need for our country to keep pace with what other countries are doing and to work with other countries to approve standards for DC-powered homes as well as USB-powered delivery standards, recognizes that by so doing, electronic devices can be powered more efficiently through DC, reducing demand for peak power, calls on the respective ministers of energy, public enterprises, and science and technology to act expeditiously, urges the minister to keep in step with the latest development in the United Kingdom, the United States, and elsewhere in regard to DC usage to power electronic devices. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. There are no objections. Agreed to. Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ACDP that the House, expresses shock and outrage over the recent murder of Jewish people praying at a synagogue, acknowledges that for Jewish people a synagogue is a place as holy as churches are to Christians and mosques are to Muslims, expresses sincere condolences to the family of those murdered and to the people of Israel collectively, urges the Israeli public to resist any temptation to retaliate despite acknowledging that tempers do run high at times like this, condemns any and all acts of terrorism. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to. The Honorable Member of COPE of EFF. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to object on the motion that has just been proposed. Thanks.
Oh. Okay, so there's an objection on that motion. Any other motions without notice, ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows that World AIDS Day is celebrated around the world on December 1st each year. Further notes that this day has become one of the most recognized international health days and a key opportunity to raise awareness, commemorate those who have passed on, and celebrate victories such as increased access to treatment and prevention services. Ensures that everyone who needs HIV/AIDS treatment has access to treatment. Further ensures that everyone is empowered and educated in order to protect themselves from HIV and AIDS infection, and calls upon our government, civil society, youth formations, and the community in general to renew their resolve to fight this epidemic that has claimed millions of lives across the globe, fight against the stigma and discrimination associated with this disease, and restore the dignity and human rights of those affected. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. There's no objection. The motion has been agreed to. Any other motions without notice? Honorable Member of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the ongoing political instability at the Mogalakwena local municipality in Limpopo arising from factionalism within the African National Congress. Further notes that the North Gauteng High Court has on various occasions interdicted and restrained the South African Police Service, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Limpopo MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, and the former mayor of Mogalakwena local municipality, Mr. Mashamaiti, from 1, entering and occupying the municipal offices, and 2, interfering in any manner whatsoever with the municipal council, its appointed municipal manager, or any of its officials' ability or right to exercise their power or perform their functions in terms of the Constitution and any other applicable legislation. Acknowledges that the same court yesterday ordered the incarceration of the provincial head of the legal services of the SAPS in Limpopo, the station commander of the SAPS in Mokopane, the former mayor, and the 9 deployees of the ANC to fill the PR councillor positions for contempt of the above court order. Recognizes that the rule of law and the separation of powers are a constitutional imperative, condemns the actions of the police in serving the factional interests of certain elements of the ANC, and calls on the Minister of Police and the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to present a comprehensive report on the situation in Mogalakwena for consideration and debate in this House. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Are there any objections?
There is an objection. Sure.
There's an objection from Honorable Khadebe. Any Honorable Mutama?
Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House note that the police in Nigeria entered Parliament and tear gas honorable members in the House, forcing the House to be suspended for more than a week. Further, the House to note that The police are essential arm of the executive and should not interfere in the legislature. That this House must note that the invasion of the police in Nigeria to the National Assembly was triggered by the defection of the speaker from the ruling party to the opposition benches. That this House condemn the use of violence in Nigeria, and that the police must let members of parliament do their work and not assist ruling parties to deal with difficult political questions. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
There is an objection, Honorable Speaker.
There's an objection, honorable members. Are there any other motions without notice? Honorable member of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move that the House knows that KZN academic Professor Betty Mubangisi has received a top rating from the National Research Foundation for her work and research with the College of Law and Management Studies. Further notes that the C rating is awarded to researchers who have been identified as leaders in their field of expertise in recognition of their constant high-quality research. Recalls that they go through the long application process, which involves an independent team of highly regarded academics from local and international institutions, carefully reviewing their submissions, and congratulates Professor Mubangisi on her latest achievement. Thank you.
Any other motions without notice? You are objecting. So there's an objection to that motion without notice. The EFF has exhausted its 3 opportunities. Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ACDP that the House acknowledges the appointment of a Commission of Inquiry into the KwaZulu-Natal Education Department's fiscal management and procurement procedures by the KwaZulu-Natal Education MEC. Notes that this comes after the provincial department received qualified audits for 3 consecutive years and after the Auditor General found a number of irregularities in the department's financial management practices. Further notes that the non-payment of service providers in the province has made it necessary for such an intervention. Expresses the hope that this will bring an end to the continuous financial challenges that have plagued the department. Congratulates the Department of Basic Education for acting on this matter and showing a commitment to ensuring that unqualified audits are the norm in all departments. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Any other motions without notice? None. The next item on the order paper is members' statements. Let's start with the ANC. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In its bid to ensure women and children are protected from incidents of domestic violence and crimes against children, the ANC shall further strengthen the institution working in this area and pursue a multidisciplinary approach in the fight against violence against women and children. Thus, the African National Congress calls on all South Africans to rally behind the campaign of 16 days of activism against violence on women and children. It believes that the annual campaign, which was initiated by government, has managed to galvanize and mobilize South Africans to take a stand against this violence, which victimized and traumatized helpless members of society. The ANC also appeals to all males in our society to form a critical part of this campaign to ensure that all of us promote responsible behavior and work towards the eradication of the scourge of violence behavior. Furthermore, the ANC calls upon law enforcement agencies to demonstrate zero tolerance for gender-based violence, including that of children. The ANC appeals to all our communities to be alert and not to turn a blind eye towards the perpetrators of such violence, but expose and isolate individuals behind these despicable acts. Let us work towards the safer and protected communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The DA.
Madam House Chairperson, sorry. Today, the last sitting of this year, the President of South Africa is once again not appearing in this House to answer questions and to be held accountable. This means he's in direct violation of Rule 111 of the Rules of Parliament as well as the Constitution. By not appearing in Parliament to answer oral questions each term of 2014, he has violated this rule and the Constitution 3 times this year. However, this House itself is also in violation of its own rules by not insisting that President Zuma appears. The DA has been vociferous in our calls for the President to come to Parliament. We have demanded this of the Speaker, the Chief Whip, the Deputy President, the Programming Committee, and the President himself. The DA has proposed a motion of censure against President Zuma for his violation of the rules. However, the ANC has blocked it at every opportunity. This is a disgrace to our democracy. South Africa deserves better. South Africa deserves a new government.
The Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject President Jacob Zuma's notion that our country will go down if the ANC goes down. Addressing the ANC Youth League Congress last night, the President said, and I quote, "Now I can guarantee that if everything goes wrong with the ANC, everything will go wrong with this country." The EFF is of the view that South Africa will be safe the day the ANC is out of government. This is because the ANC is a corrupt organization that is doing everything in its power to protect corrupt individuals, including President Jacob Zuma. As things stand, the ANC is ready to undermine the Constitution of South Africa in defense of these individuals who are criminally looting our people's resources daily. South Africa will indeed be safe when the ANC goes down because it is a party that protects capitalist interests with a willingness to massacre poor workers like they did in Margana. The safety of the country precisely lies in removing a gang of criminals who are doing everything to undermine and perpetuate the exploitation of our people and undoing their dignity everywhere. President's statement is the clearest indication yet of his daydreams and fantasies of becoming the permanent leader of South Africa. It expresses a man who wishes to be a dictator because all dictators deeply feel like things cannot happen without them. Millions of poor South Africans go through their lives every day without any help from the ANC. They remain homeless, unemployed, without healthcare, sanitation, and at the mercy of white monopoly capital. South Africa is actually going down due to the ANC. This is the reason why many people are hopeful that the EFF was born, because it now represents the aspirations of the poor people and the majority of South Africans. The EFF is unapologetic and can say this without any fear whatsoever, that if the ANC, that it wants the ANC to disappear, and add that it must disappear because it's a long, cold, and terrorizing nightmare to our people.
The African National Congress, the ANC.
Chair, point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member, what's the point of order?
The audience there is participating in the whole debate. And they have been doing this ever since they came in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Members. Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, point of order has been raised. It is true
I'd like to ask our guests in the gallery that while we appreciate their presence, they should not partake in the business of the House by either clapping or engaging with the discussion as it goes on. Thank you very much, honorable members. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC welcomes minimum wage for domestic workers. As part of the ANC ongoing commitment to protect the rights of workers and find expression in the determination to deal with abusive practices related to atypical work and labor broking, it therefore welcomes the decision of the Labour Department to upwardly adjust the salaries of domestic workers within the framework of the national minimum wage. This major advance in the sectoral minimum wage will go a long way towards addressing exploitation of workers by those employing them. Thus, this major decision must be sustained in all sectors of labor to assist in closing the gap between those in the top salary bracket and those in the lowest level of earners. This decision comes into effect as from December 2014. Is a milestone in the demonstrating the commitment of the ANC government to improve the quality of life of lowly paid workers who are faced with the challenge of pressure to cope with the ever-increasing cost of living. This advancement is a boost and a practical step in the ANC to resolve, investigate the modality for introduction of a national minimum wage as a key component of reducing inequality. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Inkatha Freedom Party.
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP would like this House to take note of the IFP's sweeping victory in a fiercely contested by-election in Ward 19 in Ulundi yesterday, which is proof that former NFP supporters are now ditching the party in droves. This is a very sweet victory indeed, as it marks the end of the NFP control of the ward, where NFP president not only resides but also votes. What makes this victory even more gratifying, Madam Chairperson, is that the ANC and NFP dispensed, as they always do, taxpayers' money for their candidates in the area. Yet the people of Ulundi still voted for the IFP. They voted for the IFP because they are disillusioned with the lack of delivery from the NFP. They are disillusioned with the fact that the NFP tricked voters into believing that they were an opposition party, when in fact they are in a shaky matrimonial relationship with the ANC. What is even more telling, Madam Chairperson, is that the NFP has been struggling in one by-election after another. The IFP wishes to thank its members and leaders who worked so hard to secure this victory. We don't take for granted the confidence our people continue to demonstrate in the IFP
is up, Honorable
and commit
Member.
to double our effort in working for them.
The United Democratic Movement, UDM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. The PFMA of 2013-2014 report on national and provincial audit outcomes announced by the Auditor General on Wednesday, 26 November 2014 is welcome and noted. We welcome the improvement from 22% to 25% of clean auditees, though it represents only 15% of the total estimates of national expenditure. We also welcome leadership and admirable performance of Gauteng and Western Cape provinces. It is disturbing that unauthorized and irregular expenditures are increasing and that non-compliance with legislation remains high. This is lawlessness. The Auditor General has found that amongst many other root causes for not receiving clean audits includes instability or vacancies in key positions like accounting officers and chief financial officers. Clearly, The notorious cadre deployment policy is the culprit here. These are positions where people are appointed by a deployment committee which is always infected with factional battles. Further, this policy makes it easy for transgressors to escape consequences of their transgressions and poor performance, a matter that the report talks to. Again, this cadre deployment policy is the culprit because if the transgressor is part of the dominant faction within the deployment committee, then he or she becomes untouchable. The absence of leadership in government is collapsing government and contributes largely to wasting people's monies. The report finds no less than 62 billion on a regular expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, the African National Congress.
Ke a leboga motlotlegi modulasetulo. ANC welcomes the arrest of 4 people at a small holding in Bronkhorstspruit, Gauteng, following the seizure of ammunition, explosives, and explosives by SABC. Among arms seized were 9 hunting rifles, 2 9mm pistols, several revolvers, about 300 9mm bullets, 1,040 shotgun ammunition, grenades, and taga. We commend the police for this seizure. We can sleep a bit sounder in the nights to come, but this seizure would not have been possible without the tip-off to the police from neighbors who heard gunshots at the small holding. And for that, we salute the neighbors. This is a perfect example of the successes that are possible when we as ordinary South Africans take responsibility for our country's safety and actively assist the police in ridding our society from criminality. Our communities must be liberated from people who want to profit directly from the death of innocent South Africans. We further call on our communities to join hands with the police in the fight against crime and report all suspect behavior to the police. When we do this, the possibilities for the safety of our South Africa will truly be endless.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Many Christian researchers and monitoring groups have concluded that the evidence of Islamic militants' hostility towards Christians is overwhelming, with very limited attention given to it in the international community. 2012, as an example, was one of the worst years of Christian persecution against the religious minorities in Pakistan, where hundreds of Christians and Hindu girls were abducted, raped, forcibly converted to Islam. And in Syria, there are reports of Christians in the northern parts of the country being targeted with rape, kidnapping, and murder by extremists, and Christian churches have been vandalized throughout the country. The same is happening in Nigeria, Kenya, and Sudan. The British Parliament debated this worldwide persecution of Christians some time ago. One British MP called it, and I quote, the biggest story in the world that has never been told, close quote. The ACDP wishes to see a similar debate taking place here too, as soon as it is practically possible. Reports that ISIS is also active in South Africa and recruiting citizens to fight in Iraq and Syria are worrying indeed. Iraq's ambassador to South Africa, Dr. Al-Alawi, has confirmed the recruitment of ISIS in South Africa, and he said that he shared the information with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. So far, he said 3 South Africans fighting for the terrorist group have died and subsequently claimed that they died
Honorable
in
Member,
accidents.
your time is up. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the 4th of September 2013, the ANC-led government sent 27 South African students to Malmö World Maritime University in Sweden to take up scholarship to study maritime master's and doctoral level. Out of the 27 students, 22 studied the different areas of maritime master's level and others registered the doctoral degree. 22 master's students have been completed in their program and graduated in 2014 November. When the ANC government made a decision to empower these South Africans, they selected across all other demographic and population in South Africa. This indeed, it's a good story to tell. particularly in the light of the Operation Pakisa, which focuses on the economy of the ocean. Indeed, South Africa is moving forward in making sure it capacitates our own people. I thank you.
The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance has staged a significant surge in growth to win a rural Eastern Cape ward off the ANC, going from 33% in 2014 to 52% yesterday. The ward of Inkonkwa municipality, dissolved as a result of poor governance, comprises the towns of Molteno and Sterkstroom. The DA also showed growth of up to 4.2 percentage points in the other 3 wards in this municipality. In the Western Cape, residents of Grabouw came out in numbers to endorse good governance in Theewaterskloof by giving the DA a 55% majority, the strongest in 3 years, despite the violence and intimidation that defied the ANC campaign. Ward 2 in Oeverstrand municipality was also retained with a comfortable 75% majority. Promising growth was shown in KZN's Moempufana municipality and ANC stronghold. The DA grew from 14% in 2014 to 21.5% yesterday in Ward 1. In Ward 2, the growth was even more apparent, with the DA growing from 20% to 33% in these by-elections. Round after round of by-elections continue to confirm one thing: momentum is growing behind the DA as we head towards local elections. The scene is truly set for the battle for major towns and cities in 2016, when the people of Tshwane, Johannesburg and Nelson Mandela Bay will vote for effective, clean governance by voting for the
your
DA.
time is up. The African National Congress.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC would like to thank the South African voters for turning up in their large numbers in yesterday's 31 ward by-elections nationally. They continue to support the ANC by giving it victory in 26 wards out of 31 wards, which translate to 84% of the wards won by the ANC. This shows that this is a crushing victory of the ANC. The ANC appreciate that the people still view the ANC as the only party which, with a track record to move South Africa forward. I thank you.
Ahang SA.
Honorable Chair, Ahang want to add its voice that the words of the Honorable President that the country depends on the ANC for its survival is not true. The survival of the country depends on the citizens of this country. South Africa must never fall with the ANC. The ANC must fall alone. The words of the Honorable President show signs of the ruling party owning the state. We must be wary of such disparate statements, and this is a clear sign that South Africa is not in good hands. I just want to say, Honorable Chair, that you must all be ready for Ahang SA. Is going to take over.
The African National Congress. Order, honorable members. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The National Development Plan categorically states that the technical and vocational education and training, or the college sector, is the backbone of technical and vocational education and training. Through the extension of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme to TVET college students and the efforts of the Department of Higher Education, and together with financial support from the Sector Education and Training Authorities, SETAs. The sector that was about to be extinct few years ago has been revitalized. I am pleased to recognize that TVET colleges are now seen as institutions of choice by many South Africans, youth and adults. The Department of Higher Education and Training has exceeded enrollment targets planned in 2013-2014, and the sector has reported that a target of 1 million will be achieved by 2015-2016. This is to acknowledge that efforts by government in growing this sector to increase the intermediate occupationally directed programs are yielding results. I thank you, Chairperson.
The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Yesterday was yet another proud moment for the Democratic Alliance when the Auditor General released his annual report. The report indicates very clearly that the DA-run Western Cape is by far the best governed province in the country, with 78% of departments in the province producing clean audits. Gauteng comes in at a very distant second place with 54%. The Auditor General singled out the efforts of the DA-run province, stating that in the Western Cape, I quote, political and administrative leadership sets the tone for clean audit outcomes at all provincial cabinet meetings. These results unfortunately show how sadly the rest of the provinces under the ANC continue to be mismanaged. In the Eastern Cape, sadly, only 15% received clean audits. In the Northwest and Limpopo, things are looking particularly bad, with only 3% and 4% of departments and entities receiving clean audits. It is also of major concern that the national government, KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo, regressed on their audit findings. The AG cited a lack of internal controls, political will, and a major lack of consequences as the reasons for failing to drive clean audit outcomes in ANC-run departments. The fact of the matter is, if a government cannot manage its finances properly, it cannot deliver services. The DA has once again shown that we are the party most capable of managing the people's money with integrity and maximizing delivery. I thank you.
African National Congress.
Thank you, Chairperson. In its endeavors to address the challenges of tuberculosis, the ANC welcomes the committed bid by the Department of Health to launch a program to test 150,000 inmates in 242 correctional services facilities, conducting TB screening of 500,000 minors in 6 mining districts, which will include the family members of those who tested positive for TB and children who attend school or crashes in the mining towns. The launch of the program seeks to ensure that every single person in correctional services facilities will have to be screened for TB, as well as screening of families of those who have tested positive. This program will be launched on the 24th March 2015 on World TB Day. TB kills about 50,000 people per annum in South Africa, and the incidence of TB in the mines in South Africa is the highest of any working community anywhere in the world. Therefore, the ANC welcomes the initiative to intensify screening and treatment of vulnerable groups in correctional services facilities, in mines and in mining communities to ensure improved health outcomes for all South Africans. The department will also intensify health education on
your
TB.
time is up.
I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes member statements. Honorable members, there's a maximum of 6 ministerial statements that we would allow, not exceeding 2 minutes each. So are there any takers from the ministers? Honorable Pando.
I, Chairperson, sincerely doubt that the residents of Taiwan and Khayelitsha would believe that this is the best run government in South Africa. Furthermore, Chairperson, I wish to indicate that the ANC government, led by President Zuma, is resolute in its commitment to address the challenges confronting South Africa. While some in this House use parliamentary procedures to continue their campaign of hatred against President Zuma and the ANC, the people of South Africa know that the ANC has firmly and courageously withstood the worst hatred in its long, unwavering struggle for freedom. We will, with President Zuma, continue to execute our ANC-led program of action as set out in our well-crafted medium-term strategic framework. We are committed as government, led by President Zuma, to execute our program. To those desperate to have President Zuma answer questions, we urge them to use their new alliance to create a climate of order that will allow proper conduct of the House. All of the new allies know they created a climate that stopped President Zuma from answering questions in this House.
Honorable Chavane.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to respond to the issue which has been raised by Honorable Member from Akhang. Experience in this House, Honorable Member, follow the following pattern. If you are sitting on that side, it's either you come this way, or you go that way, or you're out of the door. Those who are here, they keep on drifting that way and ultimately out of the door. I wonder if you are going to survive the next election to come back. So if you have got ambition to rule this country, take that into account. Thank you.
The Minister of Labour.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo walendlu. Ngifisa ukubonga umhlonishwa osukume kwiKhongolose obekhuluma nge-sectoral determination ama-domestic workers. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngicele abasebenzi basezindlini ukuthi baparticipate uma kunama-public hearings, uma si-reviewa noma sibuyekeza i-sectoral determination. And also I want to encourage the employers, and including the members of this House, because many of them do employ domestic workers, to pay the domestic workers the living wage, because the sectoral determination is just an intervention by the government. And secondly, to register the domestic workers under the social protection floor so that they can be able also to be secured for a short-term insurance. And further, encourage all employers to come on board, and also the domestic workers to participate during the public hearings on the national minimum wage. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Jeffries.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just the responding
Other honorable members.
Just responding to the DA motion. I mean, we had debated the issue around the President's attendance at Parliament. I think the contradiction is there's agreement on one morning that conditions will be created in the House for the President to attend, and then that afternoon that party want a motion of censure in the President. And we note that they were asked to withdraw. The leader of the opposition wanted to withdraw it, but they failed to do so. Then on the other issue of the by-elections, look, as members have said, we had 31 ward elections yesterday. The ANC won the overwhelming majority of 26. Obviously, every little party that won is going to try and say something good about it. But for the IFP, a sweeping victory with less than 50% of the vote, I don't think that's a sweeping victory. And for the DA, as far as Mpofana, there are 4 wards. The ANC won all of them. There are 3 PR seats. The DA only won 1, which is what they've had for the last 20 years.
Honorable Chikungwa.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the statement made by the member of the ANC, Honorable Sbusiso. World Maritime University in Sweden offers maritime studies at master's and PhD level. The Department of Transport, together with the Department of Higher Education and Training and our state-owned entity, SAMSA, secured 30 scholarships for South Africans of all racial groups to study at the World Maritime University. This agreement will remain valid for 5 years and is subject to extension after 5 years. And it must be said, Chairperson, that in 30 years of World Maritime University's existence, only 5 South Africans received such qualifications from the university. However, this year, under the leadership of the current ministry and ministers, South Africa had the largest number of graduates to obtain master's degree from the university's graduation. That is 22 out of 22 students that we sent to the university, all of them graduated. Of all the graduates from all over the world, one student from South Africa by the name of Gareth obtained the highest marks by far of all the students and proceeded to receive the university's Vice-Chancellor's Award. And the Vice-Chancellor is the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Mr. Sankumus. The class of 2014 started in September this year, and 4 students are still studying their PhD at the university. And Chairperson, this is an excellent story to tell.
Thank you, Honorable Chukuma. The last ministerial statement is Deputy Minister Manana. Apologies to other ministers and deputies who wanted to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Indeed, we welcome the statement by Honorable Nkadiming. It is true that we are turning our TVET colleges into institutions of first choice. It is also true that we have more than doubled our enrollments in the TVET system. In 2010, enrollments were standing at 300,000. And to date, enrollments students studying at our TVET colleges are more than 800,000. We're happy that our young people are heeding to our call to increase the production of mid-level skills in the country. We're also happy with the efforts made to foster alignment between our SETAs, our TVET colleges, and employers. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I do want to say that indeed the President was correct when addressing the ANC Youth League National Consultative Conference yesterday, that should things go wrong with the ANC, then everything will go wrong with the country. It is the ANC government, after all, that has provided more than 3 million housing opportunities to South Africans. We have provided access to water, electricity, and roads, especially to our rural people, and we'll continue to do more in our endeavor to bring a better life for all our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. That concludes ministerial statements. Matter of public importance has been requested in terms of Rule 103. The next item on the order paper is a debate on a matter of public importance in terms of Rule 103 in the name of Ms. N.W.A. Michael on the escalating crisis at Eskom. Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Modulasetulo, Motlatsa Mopresidente, maloko a Palamente, bagaetsho dumelang. Re biditse kgangkgolo e gonne re bona gore ke lebaka le le amang maAfrika Borwa botlhe. It's now commonly accepted that we are in the midst of a full-blown energy crisis. This crisis has been brought on by the failure of the ANC government and Eskom to take note of all warning signs and plan ahead. Now, this crisis is holding our economy to ransom and making a mockery of our attempts to create jobs. The energy crisis affects everyone in our land, from industries who require it for production to people who require power to cook or light to study. Electricity has become a basic need. Honorable members, when the lights go off, it's not just an inconvenience. It directly affects our quality of life, the safety of our people, and their security. Honorable members, energy is the lifeblood of our economy. In fact, energy is so important to economic growth that in 2012, the World Economic Forum gave it a primary position in the maintenance and improvement of living standards of the people the world over. South Africa is in fact no exception. We've been left with a legacy of an economy that is extremely energy intensive. Even with the best economic policies in place, without the underlying energy infrastructure to support them, our economy will not prosper. When the energy supply is unstable, economic growth slows, business confidence fails, and foreign and domestic investors become cautious. Most importantly, honorable members, jobs are lost and unemployment increases. The crisis therefore represents a fundamental threat to our economic well-being. Yet by all accounts, we should not have reached this dire position to begin with. Without negating the historic underinvestment in energy capacity, we must acknowledge that as early as in 1998, government was made aware of the impending crisis in the white paper on energy policy. Due to the inaction on the part of both the ANC government and Eskom, this peaked in the late 2007 with nationwide load shedding started to leave hardworking South Africans sitting in the dark. 16 years later, the situation shows little signs of improvement. The energy crisis has just become another item on the long list of government failures that are preventing the good people of South Africa from realizing their potential. Government must take responsibility for this crisis and show strong leadership. So Honorable Pando and Honorable Jeffries, it's not because we hate the president. It's that he must come and account for this energy crisis right here today and answer questions. And Honorable Jeffries, I move the motion of censure because the president doesn't want to come and talk about an energy crisis that is before us. It was my decision and we stick to it. They must act decisively to avert the escalating crisis through better planning and effective management. The fact of the matter is that Eskom is not simply delivering, while those who are responsible are not, in fact, being held responsible.
Order, honourable member.
I wanted to ask the honourable member if he'd take a question.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable Speaker, you have been asked if you will you take a question?
No, I won't. The time, in fact, has come for us to engage in a frank debate about the future of Eskom, a company that is severely undercapitalized and over-indebted. The DA family believes that the only way to solve the crisis will be with greater participation from the private sector and the introduction of independent power producers. Yesterday, honourable members, Eskom announced that its profits had plummeted by 4.7 billion rands compared to last year, a massive drop of 24%. It does not make economic sense to prop up this ailing giant with continued government bailouts. It's clear that this monolithic organization is too large for efficient management of the national grid. This necessitates the division of the company into separate entities that can be more responsive to customer demand. The only way that we'll be able to solve this crisis is by breaking the monopoly stronghold that Eskom has over the energy sector and introduce some much-needed competition. It's time that the ANC puts ideological sentiment aside and does, in fact, what is best for the people of this country. The solution to the historic underinvestment in energy generation capacity does not lie in a state-sponsored mega project such as Rosatom nuclear deal. This will undoubtedly suffer from the same cost and time escalation that have been seen at Medupi and Kusile and leave our people in the dark for years to come. I therefore would like to ask for Minister of Energy, Tina Joemat-Pettersson, to take the following steps as urgent steps. Number one, finalize the Independent System and Market Operator Bill, or as is commonly known, ISMO, that was committed to by the President in 2010 and again this year, and table it before Parliament in this coming year. Secondly, promulgate the long-awaited gas utilization master plan so that investments can be made to start building up our gas infrastructure. This will lead to energy generation units within the next 5 years. Thirdly, prioritize the diversification of energy supply sources by upscaling the renewable energy programs. These programs, in fact, finally, review the integrated resource plan of 2010 in order to capitalize on the huge global changes that have occurred in the energy sector in the last 4 years. South Africa should capitalize on technological advancements that allow energy production at a lower price. Honorable members, our GDP is currently growing at 1.4%. And with a stable energy supply, most economies argue that we could in fact be growing at 2.5% to be able to create the requisite jobs that South Africans need. If we don't, honorable members, we are reaching a point of no return. Let's take direct action, make sure we can provide energy for our people. Let's act now. I thank you.
Honorable Member Letsatsi Tuba.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me begin, before I go to the debate itself, that I stand here today to remind all of us that the moments of history are very few. Honorable Chair, allow me to repeat this because I want people to understand what I'm saying. That moments of history are very few. Indeed, the 1994 democratic breakthrough was a rare moment in our history.
The Honorable Member, Honorable Mamkawula.
It was during this rare moment that the power was transferred from the minority racist white regime to the overwhelming majority of the people of our country. Power was transferred from apartheid colonial oppression and exploitation to a new democratic based on the will of the people. It is therefore important, Honorable Chair, that all our people do not give even a quarter to the forces of darkness, to the forces of reaction, which are hell-bent to undermine the democratic will of our people. If the DA...
Honorable members, order. Can we please order, honorable members?
Alliance
Honorable Letsatsi Tuba,
to...
can you please take your seat? Honorable members, there's a member on the podium who's speaking. Can we please lessen our voices and allow the speaker to be heard? Honorable members, order. Honorable Letsatsi Tuba, can you continue?
Honorable Chair, I was saying if the DA-led alliance wants to rule this country, they must first get overwhelming mandate from our people. It cannot be, Honorable Chair, that anarchy and mayhem we have seen in this House, insults, lack of respect, hatred, are the order of the day in this House.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair,
Honorable
let
member.
me now go to the...
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Honorable Letsatsi Tuba, you can take your seat. Yes, honorable member, what's the point of order?
Oh, ngiyabonga. Uyazi ngisafuna ukwazi ukuthi angangiphendule khona umbuzo omncane ngifuna kubuza kuyena.
Honorable Letsatsi Tuba, would you respond to your question?
Mam Khawula ngizokuphendula ngaphandle.
Okay. Thank you
Honorable
very
Chair,
much.
let me
Speaker.
assist the honorable member from GA, Honorable Maimane. I
House
want
Chair.
to put this debate into context.
Order, Honorable Letsatsi Tuba. Yes, honorable.
Honorable House Chair, the debate for today is a very, very important debate. And we are debating the crisis or what the people of South Africa actually are looking at to debate. And the speaker here is not
Honorable
really...
member, what is your point of
My
order?
point of order, if you look at Rule 50, we have to stick to the topic of the debate. She is not on the relevant.
Thank you, honorable member. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chair, let me assist
Honorable
our Leonard.
Letsatsi Tuba, just a minute. Order, honorable members. We are having a debate. Can we please stick to the debate? And I think that applies to all speakers, and we shouldn't be selective. In the engagement, members do make, as part of their context, other statement, as it happened on the first speaker. So I would allow Honorable Letsatsi Tuba to continue. Can we please allow ourselves to listen, even if it may be a bit unpalatable? It's the cause of the debate. Honorable Letsatsi Tuba.
Honorable Speaker,
Order.
let me put our debate
Honorable
in a
Chairperson.
context.
What is the point of order, honorable member?
Honorable Chairperson, the rules are clear and please assist the House. Are you saying two wrongs make a right?
Because the honorable member has not spoken about the energy crisis.
Honorable Dlozi, thank you very much. I did not say two wrongs make a right. I made a ruling and advised thereafter what we all should do. So it was very clear in terms of the rules what we're saying. Can we be a bit patient, all of us, and allow the speaker on the podium to be heard, and we will respond when our time comes as we have to debate. Honorable Letsatsi Tuba, continue.
Honorable Chair, contextualizing the debate, I want to say there's no crisis. There's no crisis, Honorable Chair. I seek your protection, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, can we please allow the speaker on the podium to speak?
I'm saying I want to contextualize the debate and allow me to put this into context. The reason why I'm saying there's no crisis, allow me to
Letsatsi Tuba, can you take your seat? Yes, Honorable Waters.
Chair, I know we are in the silly season, but the honourable member's comments are totally out of order.
Honorable Waters, that's not the point of order.
The context of the debate, Chairperson.
Can you please proceed with your speech?
Any debates need theoretical grounding when addressing the problem statement and the challenges identified by that problem statement. It is follows that solutions and recommendations to the perceived challenges must therefore be reflected in a scientific understanding of the role of the state-owned enterprises play in the economy of our country. Now, the paradigm of the debate is whether we are on course with ESCOM in driving the strategic direction of the economy in order to transform using the electricity in the economic growth development. The optimal alignment and coordination of mandates and operation of ESCOM in the broader objectives of the developmental state is what must be addressed in this House. No, I'm not. The broader aim must be to restructure the economy in order to create decent job opportunities, improve the current disparities with respect to income distribution level, enhance the quality of services in our communities. Now, in this context, Chair, ESCOM was not created to maximize profit nor to incur losses. Rather, its existence is for the purposes of driving developmental agenda. The dual mandate of ESCOM, listen to me, the dual mandate of ESCOM is to achieve a balance between the required level of self-funding and undertaking developmental projects that the private sector would ordinarily not do. What does this mean? This means ESCOM is tasked with a costly development mandates that are strategically positioned to generate the revenue sufficient to cover the cost associated with executing its respective mandates. The link between the country's saving levels and the developmental levels in this debate emphasizes the need to place on mobilizing national savings in order to support the strategic and long-term investment in these programs. Without this, Honorable Chair, the Industrial Policy Action Plan will not succeed. Industry needs the large infrastructure program and the funding of the state in the reindustrialization of the economy, and ESCOM is central to this. This is the experience of a number of countries all over the world. ESCOM's role is stimulating the manufacturing sector is critical as well. What this debate must also reinforce and strengthen is the perspective that ESCOM must be strengthened as powerful instrument of economic transformation whilst addressing systems and operational contradictions and remains firmly within the control of the state in order to have the capacity that is capable of responding effectively and efficiently to the development agenda of the state. The new liberal notion that to sell a strategic state asset to the private sector is going to inherently make things better defies the empirical research in a number of countries, for instance, in the USA and in Spain, where privatization has proved to have resulted in poor performance, deterioration of service deliveries, and disruption of industrial growth.
Please recognize me on a point of order. The honorable speaker there promised to use an Okapi to kill me. So I just want to find out how many Okapis did she have?
Honorable Renilwe. Honorable Renilwe and Mamukawula, the point of order is not sustained. It does not relate to this debate.
But you must take...
Honorable member.
Take us serious, Honorable Chair.
Honorable member.
How many Okapis did she have?
Order, Honorable member. Honorable Mayor Renilwe, can you please take your seat? Can you please take your seat?
But I want the answer.
Can you take your seat? Honorable member, the issue you are raising does not apply to the debate, and Honorable Kaula raised a question earlier and asked if the honorable member on the podium can answer, and she said she would answer here outside. If there are issues of concern from honorable member that relate to the health or their safety, there are structures to deal with those issues. Order, honorable member. Mam Renilwe, can we please be in order and allow the debate to proceed? Honorable Letsatsi Tuba, can you proceed?
Honorable member, I was brought up in a very decent family. I don't even know the Okapi. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to ESCOM, ANC policy clearly guides what its mandate is, which is to build the capacity of the state in order to pursue the objectives of a developmental state and to ensure that it remains financially viable and profitable. That their primary responsibility is to support and lead in strategic government-led developmental objectives within the realm of clearly defined public mandate of pursuing an overarching industrialization program. Both the new growth path and national development plan gives direct to ESCOM. The new growth path, consistent with the ANC resolution's positions, ESCOM as a government commercial entity as a key player in driving economic growth. National Development Plan provides a diagnosis and makes proposals for the effectiveness of this institution. There is a natural conflict, Honorable Chair, between the commercial interests of ESCOM and the state developmental interests.
On a point of order.
There is nothing.
What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
Can the member be able to take the simplest question ever?
Chairperson, I won't be able to take a question.
Thank you.
There is nothing contradictory in this, as some will want us to believe, and even where there is a mixed result when assessed against the competing but equally prioritized objectives of the economy and socio-political objective, it is important that as government business enterprises, the interests of the public are primary to the ANC government. Now, taking the ANC forward, the renewed sense of urgency of transforming the lives of our people and changing the structure of economy is central to the agenda of the African National Congress. The mandate from the electoral is to implement radical socio-economic change. This means fundamental changing the lives of poor and working people for the better by rolling back unemployment, inequalities, and poverty. It calls for bold steps to place the economy on the qualitative different path. In order to drive inclusive growth, creation of employment opportunities, and transformation of society, the most important immediate priority that must be addressed is energy and achieving security of supply within appropriate mix. Resolving the electricity energy constraints is key to the industry and the development of manufacturing base, as you have said, Honorable Maimani, ensuring certainty for investment both in the country and even across our country. Any debate on ESCOM, Honorable Chairperson, raises the question of the structure of the energy industry. Appropriate regulatory and other measures are key. The reality is that these are being addressed all with the view to the priority of energy security. ESCOM will continue to play a critical role in the future supply of energy, including in the new energy generation initiatives. That's the reason why I said there's no crisis. The role of the private sector will be addressed in this context to ensure an appropriate mix. Mr. Maiman has already made this proposal. We are addressing to that. Honorable Maiman, thank
Honorable
you.
Member, your
ESCOM
time
remains
is up.
central.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to remind all of us that this matter was requested and put by one of us because there was a view that it is a matter of public importance. And I think it is incumbent from all of us to ensure that if we believe, as your WIPARI representing parties indicated so by agreeing in the National Programs Committee, that this matter must serve in the order paper today, that we treat this matter as such. And I think our conduct is also important, how we handle this debate as a matter of public importance. Honorable Morapela.
Honorable House Chair, thank you. ESCOM is an organization which is in a deep leadership and financial trouble. And it seems like the ANC government is clueless on how to radically tackle problems faced by this power utility. The ANC government for the past 20 years has failed to make sure that this power utility operates and runs it in a manner which is sustainable. Good story to tell. Marobona ka mesebetsi, good story to tell o tlamele we bone ka mesebetsi. E ka se bi pina tshwene re bolelang gore good story to tell impa neng batho ba hloka motlakase makeishene mo ba phelang teng. Hobane jwale wa tsebisala gore ha o le lefifi botsotsi bona ba batla boetsa hantle o le lefifi ba o sa bona le letho. We have always argued that we need an alternative sources of energy in South Africa to counter and minimize energy challenges, and it seems like this call is falling on deaf ears. This state-owned power utility is responsible for economic growth of the country and the provision of electricity to South Africans, and particularly the poorest of the poor. This power utility is characterized by a number of problems, which dates as many years back, and to date, the ANC government has failed to resolve these challenges faced by ESCOM. The organization is in a funding crisis, financially embattled, and has accumulated huge debt over the years, which is unable to service. The National Energy Regulator has granted ESCOM 12.7% rise in electricity price for the next year. This price hike is indeed unfortunate for both the consumers and business, and it is likely to put more pressure on already ailing economy. ESCOM faces 225 billion funding shortfall for 5 years to March 2018, and cannot generate enough cash to service the debt it needs to pay for completion of a new power station. Eri tuleng dikgweding tse fetileng hore o ne ntse le rata ka yona mekete ya tshwarwa hore mathata a load shedding a fetile hobaneng jwale Medupi power station nako e tlang re tla be re kgona ho ba le mabone ka hare ho matlo a rona. Mare ho ntse ho bonahala hore ha ntse re ya pele mathata a ntse a nwelella. Sekepe se a teba sa mokgatlo ona o busang o hlolehang kore o tsamaise Africa Borwa ka tsela e phethahetseng. The 20 billion injection by the National Treasury is a clear indication that the ANC government is not taking electricity challenges in this country seriously. This money is nowhere near enough to reverse years of underinvestment and lack of maintenance of power infrastructure. Some of the problems include significant delays in bringing new power stations online, the recent load shedding challenges, and escalating costs. Eskom has no capacity to plan its capital spending and has a serious operational inefficiencies, and all these have come to haunt the country today. The power utility is also engulfed by deep-seated infrastructure maintenance. Eskom's inability to resolve labor dispute is making it difficult for them to solicit investors and secure additional funding. It is embarrassing that 20 years...
Your time is up. Mhlonishwa uHlengwa.
Honorable House Chairperson, when the Honorable Letsatsi Duba, the Chair of Public Enterprises, said there was no crisis, I almost jumped out of my chair because there is a crisis. Load shedding is a crisis. Eskom is in crisis. I'm inclined to believe maybe that her thought process is on load shedding. Let the irony not be lost that this is a snap debate that is now called on a crisis that is gradually unfolding itself for the last 10 years. There is nothing sudden about this crisis. And there isn't this is rather a dark realization now that we are throwing billions of rands more of taxpayers' money will not itself solve the problem. Money cannot rectify incompetence, ineptitude, and poor management, and lack of adequate, reasonable planning on Eskom's part. Eskom is in ashes and seeking to destroy this country along with it. What an indictment, of course, on this government. We have truly failed the people of South Africa. The IFP calls for far greater resource allocation for alternative green energy research and development and the opening up of platforms for private and public-private energy partnerships in order to allow as much possible flow of energy into the electricity grid. Privatization must also be summarily ruled out, as the utilities' proposed tariff hikes are beyond the means of most South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, we are already operating in a challenging and some would say a hostile global economic environment. Without the energy required to run our industries and the economy, we will surely find ourselves floundering. No amount of ruling party rhetoric will switch on the lights. Whilst Eskom is busy lamenting its fate, it saw it fit to pay nearly 23 million rands last year to the now ex-CEO, Mr. Brian Dames, including a 5 million rands ending bonus. And this is while the rest of the country is wondering how we're going to keep the lights on and our businesses running. As we approach this festive season, instead of the usual pomp and cheer, our citizens can now look forward to the voice of Eskom spokesperson, Mr. Andrew Edsinger, on our radios, advising us of the latest electricity crisis and the load shedding schedule. How many jobs will be lost this festive season due to the restaurants and retail outlets not being able to keep their lights on and their tills running? Make no mistake, Honorable Chairperson, this is a crisis, and we are at ground zero. It is time for an immediate intervention at Eskom. We need a no-holds-barred frank assessment of the state of the energy supply by all stakeholders in our country and an immediately implementable turnaround strategy put into place, a strategy set, defined, agreed upon, and realizable objectives which, when met, will lead us out of the energy catastrophe which we now find ourselves in. In this entire crisis of Eskom and the government have been found wanting. And in truth, Eskom needs a total overhaul, and we need to do that now. So therefore, it's never too late to start making the right decisions. But let's not fool ourselves and come here and tell a bad story to say there's no crisis. There's a crisis. Wake up and smell the coffee.
Honorable Shalembe.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, as the National Freedom Party, we believe that Eskom is not just another state-owned enterprise in perpetual crisis. It is far more important than that. It represents almost our entire electricity system. Electricity is the foundation of our economy and, frankly, the foundation of our broader society. If South African Airways fails, we can fly British Airways. If the post office fails, we can use courier services or send an email. But when ESCOM fails, we are all plunged into darkness. We can debate the reason of ESCOM's inability to keep the lights on for hours, but that will still not bring us to a quick fix solution. There is no quick fix solution, and we have to agree in this House that we are in a crisis of epic proportions. The decline in ESCOM standards and ability to fulfill its mandate can squarely be laid at the feet of the ANC's propensity for carded deployment and the willingness of the ANC government to turn a blind eye to mediocre and substantially underperformance of ESCOM management over the past 20 years. Moreover, our current electricity supply crisis is deepened by the foolhardy reluctance of the ANC government to cling to the monopoly of electricity generation and not doing enough to encourage the introduction of renewable energy sources. The major objection to the introduction of renewable energy in the past had been the high price per kilowatt hour to generate such electricity and the intermittent nature of such supply. However, the cost of such renewable energy compares favorable to the current cost of electricity generated by ESCOM. Wind-generated energy currently costs 74 cents per kilowatt hour to generate, and solar energy costs 99 cents per kilowatt hour. In contrast, the projected inclusive cost from the Medupi power station is probably going to be 150 per kilowatt hour, and that of Kusile even higher. As far as the intermittent nature of alternative energy is concerned, we submit that the reduced cost of generating such electricity will make it feasible to the increased reliance on standby gas turbines to compensate for the occasional shortfall in provision. In addition, electricity storage technology is rapidly developing, and the cost thereof is reducing on a year-by-year basis, making this an increasingly attractive option to consider and invest in. The biggest challenge to the continuous supply of electricity in South Africa, however, lies in the monopolistic nature of ESCOM, and the NFP believe that opening up the market for electricity provision to the private sector will provide incentive for massive capital investment, and through competition will ensure that the provision of electricity will be stabilized in the shortest possible time frame. The lumbering and bureaucratic process of forward planning by state-controlled monopoly, such as ESCOM, has shown to be ineffective. Sadly, it is the average South African citizen and our industry that are paying the price for lack of foresight and planning, whilst the executive management of ESCOM continue to reap disproportionate reward for their incompetence and political loyalty to the ANC government. To conclude, the NFP urges the government to investigate ways to incentivize households to embrace solar and other renewable means of generating energy to reduce the demand of household electricity
Member,
on the national grid. Thank you.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and honorable members. Once more, ESCOM has embarked on load shedding due to its inability to keep up with the demand for electricity. Needless to say, load shedding shackles the growth potential of the South African economy because it makes it difficult for businesses to embark on expansion programs that require energy and thus undermines investor confidence. Today, many investors shun the South African economy due to the power crisis. However, the major contributing factor to load shedding this time around was due to negligence and poor maintenance at one of our power stations, Majuba, is unacceptable. The delay in bringing other power stations online is also a problem, a serious problem that requires attention. Minister, the public needs to know what led to the collapse of one of the silos at Majuba and whether the maintenance work had been and is being carried out regularly at Majuba and other power stations around the country in order to prevent a further recurrence of the situation. We also need you or request you to take the nation into confidence by detailing steps ESCOM is taking or is going to take to make sure that power supply is sustainable in South Africa. Deputy Speaker, we're aware that the National Energy Regulator of South Africa approved tariff hikes that would provide an additional revenue for the financial year 2015-2016 for ESCOM. This means that we have to once more provide a cushion that provides some protection to the poor against tariff increases, because the tariff increases always hit the poor the hardest. In this regard, the United Democratic Movement proposes that the current 50 free electricity units given to poor households be increased to 100. Deputy Speaker, I know that the power crisis makes everything look doom and gloom. However, as the expression goes, every dark cloud has a silver lining. The growing number of businesses that invest in solar panels and other forms of renewable energy to produce electricity is an opportunity that would not have arisen had ESCOM not experienced power supply constraints. We therefore need to double our efforts to create an environment that is conducive for them and the private sector to play a role in this industry, especially the renewable energy entrepreneurs situated in former homelands whose attempts to open renewable energy businesses are frustrated by complex land tenure systems in those areas. Masenzi point yokugqibela. City, if you look at simple economics, kuthethwa supply and demand, and all these measures are intended to address supply side constraints. In future, there will come a time where supply is going to outstrip demand, and the price of electricity is up in Italy. It's straightforward. But while sisazama ukwenza a lot, I think what we need to do is to make sure that siyenza ngendlela a sustainable energy supply to people in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. South Africa can be called the Titanic of Africa. She's economically the largest until recently. The RSA Titanic is also known to be unsinkable. She is managed by a company called the ANC that makes use of a management system named Transformation and is powered by mostly coal-fired engines built and managed by ESCOM. Post-1994, the good ship RSA Titanic gave hope to the rest of the world. It was the best of times, but it has become the worst of times. I have to emphasize that it was boldly declared that the RSA Titanic is unsinkable. Not even God can sink her, for the ANC management will stay in control until Jesus comes. Words of hubris that makes one cringe with embarrassment. Like the original Titanic, the RSA Titanic faces a series of dangerous icebergs, especially an insidious one called the fiscal cliff. Yet, unlike the original Titanic, the RSA Titanic did not even make it to the iceberg-infested waters. No, instead, her engines gave in due to a lack of maintenance and planning. The ANC management could not even keep to a very simple screenplay, but tripped itself up by turning a love story as the world expected to unfold into a farce that would make the comedy director Mel Brooks proud and horrify James Cameron. For what transpired is a comedy of errors and horrors, where amongst others the coal silo Majuba imploded while the boiler Duva exploded, leaving a gaping hole in the ship. The ANC management did not even need an iceberg to sink the RSA Titanic. They simply did it themselves. In the meantime, the passengers demand leadership, for everyone is about to drown. But here is the thing. The captain is gone. No one knows where he is. Waar is die kaptein van die skip? It is a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Is he visiting other ships? Is he splashing in his pool at Nkandla? Has aliens abducted him? Niemand weet nie. All the while, the unsinkable SA Titanic is sinking. Intussen besluit die bestuurshoof van die ESCOM span dat hy die skip gaan verlaat met 'n vet check. Intussen vergeet die ANC bestuur en die ESCOM span dat hulle eintlik verantwoordelik is vir die lewens van almal aan boord die Titanic. Die meeste mense kan nie ontsnap nie, want daar is nie genoeg lewensbote nie. Die skip neem vinnig water op. Mense begin verdrink en sterf aan blootstelling. Die sinkende, onsinkbare RSI Titanic is nie meer 'n grap nie, maar 'n ontvouende humanitêre krisis. Within this unfolding tragedy, the passengers are waking up to the fact that it is the ANC and its transformation policy that has doomed everyone. And as the awakening grows, so will the new movement to declare transformation as a crime against humanity, and so it should be.
Honorable Michael. Honorable Ranto.
There is really no crisis. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and MPs, and our guests, good afternoon. In debating the financial sustainability of Eskom and its responsibility to provide the nation with electricity that is both affordable and consistent, the ANC government cannot be an uninterested party, nor can its role be confined to that of a mere regulator. Various state initiatives across the globe within the emerging market sphere have given credence to the developmental state model and system as the viable alternative to the traditional notion of neoliberal privatization and deregulation. This is even more plausible when viewed from the angle of the current geographical locations of portfolio and foreign direct investment flows, which are largely flowing as a result of the BRICS countries' initiatives. Central features of robust economic growth in China, India, Russia, and Brazil are the role state-owned enterprises such as Eskom. Globally, state-owned entities like Eskom are used to enhance the self-sufficiency of the state and develop in-house capabilities to manage several strategic economic growth drivers. The contribution of Eskom and other SOCs and their subsidiaries to the GDP is considerably around 8%. Globally, SOCs are created by governments to support strategies for economic development and promote public interest. Some inherent tensions between the interests of the public and those of enterprises have developed. The existence level of tension is more conspicuous, particularly when there exists a climate in which the socio-political objectives of government are not clearly defined or articulated. What are those objectives and conditions? The past 6 months have been amongst the most challenging ones for Eskom and perhaps the country at large. This was not only in relation to ensuring electricity security given a tight system, but also the positioning of the rating agencies, Standard & Poor's. It is they who have placed the entity on credit watch in June in light of the financial challenges that the entity was facing. It was in this context and the need to place Eskom on a sustainable financial path that the Cabinet approved the support package that should pave the way towards Eskom's long-term sustainability. Unlike what we have heard from neoliberal camp, falsely claiming that this is a bailout, the package seeks to address the funding gap that was as a result of the tariff determination, which was lower than anticipated. The details of the package have been communicated by the Minister of Finance in his medium-term budget policy statement and included the fact that at least 23 billion rand will be allocated to Eskom to strengthen its balance sheet as it rolls out the massive capital program. Furthermore, we'll consider converting the existing 60 billion loan into equity, whilst Eskom will be raising additional debt of 50 billion over and above 200 billion approved. The overall objective is really to ensure that Eskom is financially sustainable and in the process, reduce Eskom's dependence on government balanced with affordability of both consumers and broader economy. Eskom remains a state-owned entity and one of the largest utilities globally with international recognized expertise and technology capabilities. The lower cost option of adding new capacity is to restore the performance of the existing Eskom fleet as compared to the cost of new building, including transmission, environmental and climate change, compliance issues, and timeframes for the introduction of new capacity. The recent energy regulators, NERSA, decision to liquidate the regulatory clearing account balance of 7.8 billion in favor of Eskom in the 2015-2016 balance of financial year also comes as a positive step towards ensuring long-term financial sustainability. The regulatory methodology is working, and this will result in an additional 4.7% tariff increase in 2015-2016 financial year. However, this will not negatively affect marginal groups. In this regard, the acceleration of demand management measures to improve energy efficiency and measures to cushion the poor, thereby assisting users to decrease their overall electricity consumption, and the associated purchases are ready for immediate implementation. Deputy Speaker, the energy efficiency is the responsibility of every South African and should not be construed as a tool for commerce and industry only. Eskom anticipates a profit of R500 million for the full year ending March 2015. This is both due to the seasonal nature of tariffs, the fact that winter tariffs are higher, but also increasing costs. Engagement with Eskom with a view to ensure cost containment measures improve on efficiency is in line with the support package, with minimal impact on electricity provision process. The key objective is the balance between short-term priorities whilst maintaining long-term financial and operational sustainability. ANC government support will be maintained for Eskom in order to say adequate funding and of the build program. To date, 85% of the required funding to finance the build program, which is in excess of 300 billion rand over the next 5 years ending in 2017-18, has been secured whilst ensuring a debt equity ratio and an interest cover ratio in line with the shareholder compact and posting a financial surplus over the past 3 years. Funding has been made available for Eskom to increase access to electricity. Eskom has electrified over 4.2 million homes since 1991, increasing the number of households that had electricity from 32% to well above 85% Murapel by 2014. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the ANC and its government has finalized the medium-term strategic framework.
Honorable Ranto, take your seat, please. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I'm also a member of this House. Therefore, I deserve to be called Honorable Murapel.
Yes.
Honorable Murapel.
Thank you. Thank you.
The National Development Plan and its implementation programs through the New Growth Path, EPAP, and the National Infrastructure Plan inform the medium-term strategic framework. This is a detailed 5-year implementation plan, coupled with objectives and timeframes. The period of radical socio-economic transformation has begun. Abantu baseMzantsi Afrika basithumile siyi-African National Congress. Babone thina okokuba singabona abantu abafanele okokuba mabathunywe ukwenza ukuba abantu sikwazi ukubona izidingo nabantu abafanele ukwazi izidingo zabo sithi abakwaziyo ukujongana noxanduva oluphambi kwethu. Futhi baqaphele ukuba urhulumente wenza ngandlela zonke okokuba uxinzelelo lombane lungabikho kangangoko sinako. Lo rhulumente sifanele okokuba sigobe phambi kwakhe sisonke enkosi sithi abathunyiweyo.
Honorable Carter. Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Majuba crack proved not to be a hole in the dike. Despite frantic efforts by Eskom and the Minister to obfuscate and filibuster the truth of the Majuba catastrophe, the floodgates opened and the lights went out. The sad reality is that our country and its development and growth, and in fact its future, has been sabotaged under the watch of a ruling party. According to economist Dawie Rood, our economy is losing 300 billion rand per annum as a result of this debacle. Economic growth has regressed and stagnated. Jobs have been lost. Employment targets have not been met. Potential tax revenue has been lost. Business and industries have closed. Current account deficits has increased. Currency has depreciated. Investors' confidence is at an all-time post-1994 low. Direct foreign investment has dried up. Our financial standing has been downgraded, and Eskom now has a junk status. As far back as the 1998, the White Paper on Energy acknowledged that unless additional capacity was created, supply would exceed the demand by around 2007. To this end, Cabinet explicitly resolved in 2001 that Eskom would not be allowed to invest in new generation in order to ensure meaningful participation of the private sector in electricity generation. So what went wrong? Since the ANC and government woke up in 2004 from its ideological contestations and gave Eskom the mandate to increase its generating capacity, we have witnessed ineptitude and bungling by Eskom whilst its directors greased their palms. How? While the lights go out, can one justify a bonus of some 25 million rand to a former CEO of Eskom? Maintenance problems and a 4-year delay in the construction of the Medupi and Kusile are putting intolerable strain on the system, let alone the rocketing cost. In the past 3 years, we've lost the equivalent of an entire power station through deteriorating plant availability. Of the 87 coal generating units, 32 needs major surgery and 3 are in a critical condition. Eskom conceded in Parliament that it cannot guarantee electricity supply security for at least another 5 years. Today's newspaper we read that the Vaal power station is drowning in ashes. Will heads roll? Will someone account? Will someone accept responsibility? Will the minister and Eskom be open and transparent? Can we be told of the president's dealings with the Russians? Can we be told the truth? Will it be another night with candles? Then through you, Deputy Speaker, to Honourable Alberts, the difference between South Africa and the Titanic was that the Titanic's lights were on when the Titanic sank.
Sito se hlomphehileng Ntate Meshwe.
Ke a leboha, Deputy Speaker. It is clear to the ACDP and to all South Africans that are being inconvenienced by load shedding that there is a serious crisis at Eskom. Business confidence is being seriously undermined, resulting in reluctance from both domestic and international investors to invest further in our country, and economic growth is hampered. The ACDP would like to suggest some concrete proposals towards solving our energy crisis. Firstly, maintenance work at Eskom must be increased urgently and substantially, and highly skilled and experienced engineers must be brought in to review and bring the state of all the equipment and buildings to a satisfactory level. Secondly, government needs to open all sectors of the market to independent power producers as a matter of urgency by putting enabling legislation in place. Competition is critical to the improved performance by Eskom. Thirdly, government needs to help Eskom invest in strengthening the transmission and distribution of power system, as it is now evident that even the procurement of independent power production is now being limited by the lack of transmission line capacity needed to take the power to where it is needed. Fourthly, government must simplify the process of procuring power from private producers and speed up the inclusion at private power producers to help address this shortage. The long and protracted process of procuring renewable energy is a typical process that could have been simplified to speed up the availability of new generation capacity. Lastly, investment in training and equipping of Eskom personnel is also crucial for long-term sustainability of the investments currently being put in place. After the collapse of Silo 20 at Majuba Power Station, Trade Union Solidarity claimed that they warned management about increasing vibrations in that silo, but that their warnings were ignored. Mr. Dion Reineke, who is head of the energy industry at Solidarity, has made another claim that he had alerted Eskom Group Generation MD, Mr. Gavenda, to the second crack in Silo 30 at Majuba, recommending that drastic steps be taken to prevent another collapse of a silo, but had still not received a response. Mr. Reineke now alleges that instead of ESCOM investigating the information put forward by their members, the utility had instead embarked on a witch hunt to uncover the source of the information. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP believes there should be a commission of inquiry to look at the claims and allegations made by Mr. Reineke to ensure that the culprits are brought to book and that remedial and preventative action is taken as a matter of urgency. The Times newspaper today also reported that management at Letabo Power Station in the Vaal Triangle were allegedly repeatedly warned by employees about the likelihood of a conveyor belt failure and other problems, including impending chemical spills. These warnings appear to have been ignored.
Okay. Honorable Cody.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades and honorable members. The events at ESCOM are of concern to all South Africans. The capacity to provide an uninterrupted supply of energy is critical for the economy and households. However, we need to acknowledge that the energy challenges of South Africa is not just about keeping the lights on for those who have access. We are still challenged by the lack of universal access to energy, especially in the slums and rural areas. Energy is a game changer in the quality of life for a people. Lighten the burden on especially rural women who have to trek looking for firewood, and in that way it slows down deforestation. The APC is clear that when the first blackouts occurred, the remedies were not going to be quick fixes. We call on ESCOM to double its efforts to ensure that there is enhanced management of its production assets, especially maintenance of critical infrastructure. We acknowledge that ESCOM has a newly appointed CEO whom we wish well in turning ESCOM around. He has sufficient public administrative experience, having been an accounting officer for some time. We hope he will be able to rise to the challenges of his responsibilities. We firmly believe that access to energy is a basic need, and therefore believe that ESCOM must remain as a public entity at the center of electricity provision in our country. South Africa has expectations and deserve better from its public entities, including and especially ESCOM. Thank you.
Honorable Michael.
Thank you, Chairperson. We return to the House today as representatives of a country in the midst of a debilitating national crisis. Crisis? What crisis? Let me tell you what crisis. A crisis that is grinding our economy down to a halt. A crisis that has been shrouded in mystery. A crisis that has been downplayed by the ANC time and time again. A crisis for which there are many more questions than there are answers. Yesterday, when I called for this debate, news broke of ESCOM's collapsing profits for the year, down 24% from last year. As a Member of Parliament, I asked myself, so what now? What is going on at ESCOM, and what do we need to do to fix it? How can we make a difference? And the reality is this: we have very few answers. The fact of the matter, Honourable Chairperson, is that no one here knows for sure what is going on at ESCOM, with the exception of one individual, and that is Minister Lynn Brown. Honourable members, the DA has tried to get information out of Minister Brown. On the 4th of November, I wrote to the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises Chairperson asking for an oversight visit to the Majuba Power Station. No response was received. I have submitted parliamentary questions. No response have been received. In the past, we have submitted PIA applications to get to the bottom of what is going on at the Medupi and Kusile power stations. In a response to the Public Enterprises Department, they have done everything in their power to stop us seeing the full contracts. On the 3rd of November, I wrote again to Minister Brown asking for a full maintenance schedule of ESCOM's power stations. There was no real response. In fact, the minister's only response to me has been an over-theoretical and mildly hysterical open letter dated on the 6th of November. In it, Minister Brown promises, and I quote, "If you want more information on the timeline of maintenance of power stations, I am quite happy for you to receive this." Delighted by this new embrace of openness by the minister, I wrote back asking for the maintenance records at the Majuba power station, amongst other things. To date, nothing has been forthcoming. Minister Brown must acknowledge that we are in the middle of a real crisis under her watch. Eskom's infrastructure is falling apart. It cannot keep the lights on. Its profitability is collapsing. It needs billions of rands in bailouts, and no one really knows what's going on. Chairperson, through you, I say to Minister Brown, I would like to place it on record in full view of this House, the national media, and the public. Please follow through on your promises and provide us with the maintenance records for all Eskom power stations. We need to know how bad things really are. You cannot expect Parliament to sit idly by as Eskom continues to drag our economy down. We cannot approve budgets, do oversight, and plan for the future of Eskom without knowing the full picture and the full situation at Eskom. Just this morning, there are more allegations of a power station on the verge of collapse in the Vaal Triangle. Can the Minister today, on record, please provide us with feedback as to what is going on at this power station? Is it going to be another Majuba? If so, we must now warn the South African people of the coming blackouts. Reports are already suggesting that 2 of the power station's 6 reactors are down. Can the Minister please clarify? Eskom's own CEO has said that the entity is living on an edge. Where is the plan to fix it? This week, Minister Brown also said that she is privy to a turnaround plan for Eskom. Well, at this stage, it is a secret plan, because yet again, nothing has been reported to Parliament. I would wager, in fact, that there is no plan, no details, and no substance to this claim. Again, Minister Brown and the ANC government are on the back foot responding to a crisis. Why is it that we cannot plan ahead to avoid these crises before they happen? It comes as no surprise that Eskom management and Minister Brown are so evasive on the issue. The true nature of the situation, I'm very sad to say, would be greatly embarrassing not only to the Minister, but to the government. And of course, there is no escaping the fact that the government's inability to plan our energy needs properly is today actively contributing to poverty and unemployment in South Africa. Honourable Chairperson, serious questions remain unanswered. How long can we expect load shedding to last, and what are the plans to mitigate the negative effect this has on our economy? What is the true nature of the problems at the Majuba station and, in fact, all power stations? Where are the maintenance logs for all the power stations? Why can't the Portfolio Committee go to the Majuba power station? Will the Medupi power station meet its December 24th deadline for the initial turn-on, or will this deadline be extended for the umpteenth time? Will the DA finally be given access to all the Medupi contracts, and I repeat, all the Medupi contracts, as per our PIA application? Did the Minister request Eskom's 63 million rand sponsorship of a new age newspaper business breakfast to be reversed? Will the Minister agree to a departmental freeze of executive pay at Eskom, currently totaling in excess of 60 million rand a year? Why is the ISMO bill being stalled? Time and time again, Minister Brown has evaded these questions. I see on the schedule for the debate today that Minister Brown has an extensive speaking opportunity after me. My hope is this: in the interest of openness and transparency, and in the interest of all South Africans, the Minister must account to Parliament on all of these important matters. We want her to shed some light on the goings-on at Eskom. The Minister has been missing in action until now. We request that she now comes forward and does her job. We cannot allow this crisis to continue, dragging our country down with it. We want answers. I, together with the country, eagerly await these answers and a rapid transformation of Eskom. South Africans are rightly furious. Business is furious, I am furious, and the Democratic Alliance is furious. This crisis goes this far, but no further. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Public Enterprises.
The Honorable Michael always gives me a very good laugh. This is somebody who, she's absolutely right. She writes to me all the time. And then she is allowed an opportunity of oversight. She promises to come, and she doesn't pitch up. But if she knew where the Cape Flats were, and I'm not using the colloquial term, but we call her we'll say Bittermond. Forget about what else I was going to say. To the honourable member from the UDM, Member Kwankwa. What happened at the silo in Majuba?
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, I really would like you to rule.
Honourable member.
Member Michael is not giving me an opportunity to...
Can you take your seat, please? Take a seat, please. Honourable member, yes?
Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Minister has just called the Honourable Michael a bitter mouth. And I would put it to you that it's unparliamentary and the Minister should withdraw. It's casting aspersions on the member's character.
Yeah. Honourable Minister. Did you say that, Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, did you say that?
Oh, yes, I did, sir.
Oh, it's not on. You can't say it now.
I withdraw. What happened to the silo at Majuba? 2 years previously, if you give me the same respect I give you when you speak, you might learn something. 2 years previously, it had an intensive inspection, and this was done and it was due for one in 6 months' time again. However, there is, as we speak, an investigation going into Majuba, and we will report back within the next 2 months. To the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I think he doesn't realize that the private sector is involved in electricity generation in the country. In fact, the REIPPs is one such example. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I feel a bit like Winston Churchill felt when he made his famous speeches to the British public during the Second World War. I was a bit nervous about saying that because some may be tempted to say that I look a bit like him too. But humour aside, Deputy Speaker, there are certain parallels. As then, all the citizens of the country face a very serious national challenge. As then, there is hope. As then, overcoming the challenge lies in every citizen who is able to help pulling together. So much has been said and written about the subject. So many statistics quoted. So many facts stated. So many analyses done. And so many opinions expressed. So, Speaker, I really do not want to assault this House and the nation with more of the same. Permit me to begin by attempting, I really wish the DA would listen. I give you the respect due to you when you speak. Permit me to begin by attempting to explain to our families and our neighbours who are not experts and who simply want electricity to be there when they want it, and why that is not always the case. In simple terms, as most of us know, that electricity is generated in power stations. We build most of our power stations to last for 50 years. If power stations were perfect and never encountered problems and could stay on all day, every day, for 50 years, we would not have a problem in South Africa. Right now, if the power stations were perfect, we would have more than enough power to keep the lights on all over the country all the time. Nobody would think about the fact that electricity was even there, and we would certainly not be in this House having this debate now. Let me state that differently. If we run all our power stations at their ideal operating capacity at the same time, we will have more than enough power to keep the nation's current and some future needs. The problem is that power stations are not perfect. Like cars, they need servicing from time to time. Because we know that our cars need servicing every 20,000 kilometers, we plan to have them serviced after having traveled that distance. What this means is that when we want to service a power station, for the period that it is being serviced, we have less electricity available. So we service the power station when the nation needs less electricity, and that is mainly in summer. And in the normal course of events, we have enough power from the rest of the power stations to compensate for the loss of the electricity from the power station that is being serviced. But even then, with one unexpected breakdown, even two, we would have enough electricity if all the other power stations are operating perfectly. Our problem is that sometimes, like the recent collapse of the cold storage facility at Majuba, too many break down unexpectedly at one time. In simple terms, that is what is happening now. Given that a power station is not a car, when it breaks down, it sometimes takes months to repair, which means we have less power than we need for the period of time. You may then ask, why are we not making sure that we have more power stations to deal with the planned servicing and any unplanned breakdowns? The answer is that we are building two very large power stations right now, among the top 5 in size in the world. Among the top 5 in size in the world. And they should have been delivering power by now. And if they had been available as originally planned, once again, we would not have been having this debate right now. We would have had more than enough power available for all eventualities. But they are not yet delivering the additional power that they will bring. Why? There are a number of reasons. Some of the international contractors we hired to build crucial parts of the new power station let us down very badly, and we lost many months as we tried to rectify the mistakes. Then, too, almost a year was lost as a result of work stoppages because of strikes. As a result, we are running between 3 and 4 years late. Speaker, this is the moment to ask and answer the tough questions frankly. Does government have to take a share of the blame? With the benefit of hindsight, we have to accept that we probably took the decision to build these two new giant power stations later than we should have. Does Eskom have to take any blame? Again, with the benefit of hindsight, there was a long time between the building of the previous power station and the building of the two which we are building now, Medupi and Kusile. As a result, Eskom and the country in general lost many crucial, skilled individuals who could undertake the work and could manage projects of that size. Clearly, this time around, Eskom did not have all the skills it needed to manage and oversee the construction of these two new giant power stations when the project started. If you listened clearly, you would have heard me explain it. But while I do not intend to dismiss these lightly, this is not the time for focusing on blame. This is the time for pulling together as a nation to turn things around and get back to where we were at the start of the century. When we hardly ever spoke about Eskom, because the lights were on all the time. Possibly, if I asked the House to put up their hands, those of you growing up used primer stoves and butyrus stoves and candles to get you through lights, I'm sure many on this side of the House would be able to do so. So possibly, we need to remind ourselves that in the period up until 1994, the previous government, which I'm sure none of you voted for, connected only 5.2 million households to the grid. Now, within 20 years, 7 million more people have access to electricity. That is more than 85% of the population of South Africa. And that, I have to tell the members of the opposition, was under ANC rule. Now let me turn to the road ahead. And all the screaming about, will we have outages? The bad news is that it is going to be very tough for about 2 years longer, and patience will be needed on the part of all citizens. The good news is that people who know what they are talking about are saying that if we take certain critical actions, there is every reason to believe that from 2018 things are going to be looking a whole lot better. There are major challenges ahead to achieve a much improved outlook in 2018. The first challenge is to make Eskom financially stable. As you heard, the first major step to address that challenge came with a decision by Cabinet to combine a number of large-scale initiatives to set Eskom on the road to financial stability. The detail of the package was already dealt with by my colleague, Honourable Member Ranto. What I want to add is something about what it represents. It is not simply a temporary fix. This package marks a seminal change in the way in which government is addressing the centrality of energy, and particularly electricity in the economy and society as a whole. As you have heard, it is multifaceted and complex, and we will have to climb and move mountains to make it work. But I believe it is the sea change that we all have been looking for. But Speaker, this is not only my view. Some of our toughest critics in the ratings agencies, while having some reservations, as they always will, are recognizing that it is the kind of intervention which signals absolute seriousness and commitment by this government to dealing with the issues. And the Honourable Member Carter said that we've been reduced to junk status is not true. Factually, it's an untruth. For the first time in a while, those with a nuanced understanding of the electricity supply industry are saying that we have a chance of turning the supertanker around. The second of our major challenges is halting and reversing the decline in Eskom's total generation capacity. On many of those days when you did not think about Eskom, because it was delivering power all the time, there was a drama happening behind the scenes. In utilities like Eskom, there are always unplanned breakdowns which increase the risk of outages. So to keep the lights on, Eskom has had to make the other power stations work harder than the ideal level and service them less frequently than is ideal. Given that most are beyond the middle of their planned life, they also need more attention. If we simply allow this to continue, we will get less out of the system and breakdowns will become more frequent, which means the possibility of load shedding will increase. I am happy to report that earlier this week, and for the first time in my 6 months, I was able to exhale after I was given the assurance by a global expert on this topic, whom I have come to trust, that he believes that we can halt and reverse the decline. He's not promising miracles. He says that we will have to do some extraordinary things to achieve this, but that we have the experience and capacity within Eskom to do so. Third, there is the problem of the so-called coal cliff. In simple terms, this means between now and about 2050, Eskom will be needing about 4 billion tons of coal. In the short to medium term, not all of that has been secured. It is not that we do not have the reserves. It is about it being contracted and the logistics of supply, as well, by the way, the quality of the coal. Once again, even as a relative newcomer to the detail, I am persuaded by the belief of top experts that there are ways to mitigate and overcome this problem. Once again, it comes with a health warning that much needs to be done and faster than it has been done before. And before the question is asked, I will share the detail once it is available. As we speak, Eskom and the experts are on a breakaway refining the details. The good news is that by the middle of the year, the first unit of the giant Medupi power station should be adding 800 megawatts of power more to our system. This will be followed by another 8,800 megawatts of new power at regular intervals as the other 5 Medupi units and Kusile comes on stream. So the bottom line is the next few years are going to be tough. We will be hit by the inevitable unplanned problems which hit all utilities globally. I'm sure many of you have been in London when there have been load shedding. And haven't you? Very sorry to hear that. However, we have excellent understanding of the problems ahead and have every reason to believe that with the right kind of commitment, does it matter? There are credible solutions to all these problems. Speaker, I would like to touch on a few of the most important policy issues which live around the electricity supply industry and which must be resolved in the very near future. The first is the notion of so-called cost-reflective tariffs. In simple terms, Eskom does not set its own tariffs. Those are set by the energy regulator, NERSA. The matter which requires resolution is how to ensure that Eskom is able to balance its books without having the authority to set its own tariffs. Next, how do we ensure that the poor are shielded from above inflation tariff increases? The next one is how do we fund the building of future power plants? And then when to begin the detailed planning for additional power plants? How do we strike the balance between the need for the state to ensure energy security and the need to draw more private financing into the system as we have done through the very successful renewable energy IPPs under my colleague, Minister Tina Joemat-Pettersson? How will the possible restructuring of the electricity supply industry through ISMO affect its efficiency, its cost effectiveness and sustainability? These are very complex questions and must be consulted widely and clearly. It cannot be covered effectively in a debate like this. So, Deputy Speaker, and while everybody shouts in the DA, you can't hear yourself. In conclusion, I want to reiterate my appeal to all of us in this House, all our social partners, and the public watching us. This is not only an Eskom problem. Eskom must fix Eskom. It is an energy and electrical problem. This is not only a government problem. This is a problem which affects all of us. In the interest of this nation, can we please work together to solve our collective problem in the spirit and manner in which we rose to the challenge of 2010. As in 2010, failure is simply not an option. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes the debate on this matter. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Powers and Privileges Committee on hearing into allegations of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament by members of the National Assembly.
Honorable Mashile.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and also Deputy President and honorable members. I need to indicate that this report is a consequence of the referral by the Speaker of the National Assembly on the incident of grave disorder that occurred on the 21st of August in the House during question time for oral reply to the President, His Excellency Jacob Zuma. It was very clear in the referral that the committee should inquire on the incident with due regard to the rules of National Assembly and the schedule to the rules, and to report on the findings and recommendations in terms of Rule 194, subsection 2B of the National Assembly rules. This was a groundbreaking inquiry undertaken without any precedence. As the committee is established in terms of Rule 191 of the National Assembly rules, it is a multi-party committee as provided for by Section 12, subsection 2 of Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, number 4 of 2004. The inquiry on the incident is in relation to prohibited acts that constitute contempt of Parliament as stipulated under Section 13 of the Act. I need to indicate that this committee maintained its constitution with full participation of all members until the penultimate date. The level of cooperation during the hearing and the committee sessions was high that I was barely required to intervene. Deputy Speaker, the 20 honorable members in question were facing charges ranging from 1 to 7. These charges, without running through them in detail, relate to 1, refusing to take their seats when instructed to do so by the Speaker. 2, refusing to withdraw immediately from the chamber when ordered to do so by the Speaker. 3, preventing other members from performing their functions. 4, failing to resume their seats when the Speaker rose to speak. 5, speaking when not called upon to speak or being recognized to do so. 6, creating or taking part in a disturbance within the precincts of Parliament. 7, remaining in the chamber when the House has been suspended for them to leave. Deputy Speaker, I must state that these honorable members attended the first day of the hearing on the 7th of October 2014 after the EFF court application challenge in the Western Cape High Court failed on the 29th of September 2014, and thereafter they announced that they will not participate any longer, ending that by dumping the documentation that was prepared for them. Even after findings were made, they were also invited in writing to present mitigation factors in writing or verbally. They did not take this opportunity, displaying arrogance, and thus denied themselves the opportunity to call and cross-examine witnesses, and to present mitigation factors in relation to the sanctions. Deputy Speaker, this conduct is strongly discouraged from members who may cross the line in future, because you'll never derive any benefit by staying away from your own hearing. There are two issues that require clarification. The committee met and discussed the issue of witnesses. It was on consensus that the Speaker will not be called to give evidence. It is the committee that must decide on who must be called and not an individual. The other issue related to the representation of Honorable Malema. It should be remembered that he was informed that the opportunity given was an indulgence from the committee, as there is no rule that provides for such a representation. We were then legally advised that the representation does not constitute evidence because it was not given under oath or
Point of
affirmation.
order, Chair. The honourable member there must not mislead this House. We requested the Speaker to come there. So don't mislead this House. Please respect this Parliament.
Honourable member, it's a point of debate. It's not a point of order. Proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We were then legally advised that the representation doesn't constitute evidence.
Point of order.
Because it was not given under oath or
Point of
affirmation.
order, Speaker.
And no one could test the content.
Honourable Mashile, take your seat. What are you
It can't be right, the Speaker, because he was part of the committee representing EFF in that committee. And when he stands up and say he's misrepresenting the committee, you can't say it's a point of argument. He say he was part of that committee, and he's standing up to raise issues on the basis of the debate and agreements that were reached in that committee.
Honourable member, you will get an opportunity to contest what the honourable chairperson
Point of
said.
order. We are not contesting here. We want a correct representation of facts. So that is incorrect. What the chairperson is saying there is incorrect.
The chair of the House will not enter into a debate. Members will debate the matter.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, honourable member.
There's no debate here. The report that we got from him as members of the committee is not the one he's reading. For starters, doesn't state that. It's a totally different report. There is no such fact statement.
Honourable
Thank
member.
you. It's wrong.
Yeah. Proceed, honourable Mashile.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The committee, with the help of the able and appropriately qualified Mr. Randall van Voren.
Speaker.
Honourable Mashile, take your seat. Let's hear the point of order.
The Honourable Deputy Speaker, I also stand here to concur with my colleague who sat with me and with the chairperson in the committee that what we are hearing now is not the report that was given to us.
Proceed, honourable member. We will, honourable members, you will get an opportunity on the platform.
Honourable Deputy Speaker. On a point of order.
Point of order.
On a point of order. On a point of order.
What are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of order. That's what I'm rising on.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is the gentleman there misrepresent the committee, and members of the committee, they stand up. It's not parties. It's people who are in that committee who are saying it is not a true reflection. And you want him to continue as if nothing is happening. He must first correct that statement before he proceed. Then we will come later to argue on issues that he's raising. But you can't say when members of the committee say that is not the true reflection, and you must say we must continue as if nothing is being said here. Let him correct that statement.
Honourable Mashile, take your seat. Take your seat.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable Chief Whip. Take your seat, Honourable Mashile. Take your seat.
We have received reports in this House for many years. When the chairperson...
Point of order. Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
There's a person speaking.
No, it's out of order. He's referring us to reports.
There's
We
a
are talking.
there's a person speaking on the floor. Do not scream and shout. Sit
Point of
down.
order.
You will get your chance to raise your point of order. You will get your chance. Take your seat.
The point
Proceed.
I'm making, Deputy Speaker, is that Honorable Mashile is not reading the report. He's introducing the report to the House. And the report, as it reflected in the ATC, is not what he's reading. He's introducing it. We have received reports introduced in the same way. There's nothing special about this one.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes,
Point of
honourable
order.
member at the back there.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it must be clear that we are not here to play. The report, the speaker on the podium there, what he's representing is not Mashilo's report. It is supposed to be the powers and privileges report. But what he's presenting here, he's presenting a report Yaga Mashilo. And the ANC chief whip is protecting him. So we are not going to allow that to happen here. If he does not have anything to say here, it's rather for you to let us go because you don't know why you want us here.
Honourable Mashile, take your seat. Let me.
This man must sit down. There are people speaking there. Please.
You sit
I don't
down.
want to be
You sit
disrespectful
down.
here.
You sit down. Nobody pointed you out. Honourable members, let me read to you what is happening right now. Consideration of the report of Powers and Privileges Committee on hearing into allegations of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament by members of the National Assembly. Now, what I have before me here is a list of speakers. And the first speaker is an ANC speaker who happens to be Honorable Mashile.
Point of order.
And so the report...
Point of order. Point of order.
You can't speak whilst I'm talking, sir.
Point of order.
With respect, you
Yeah,
can't
but
talk...
I call the chair to order. You are out of order, Chair. You are out of order. We've got the program here. We know what is happening. We know what is happening. You cannot...
Speaker. Deputy Speaker. No, you can't switch them off. We are going to speak from there. We'll
Honourable
come there.
members.
We will come there and speak from there.
Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Do you want us to come
Deputy
to the
Speaker,
podium?
we are going to go and speak there if you are doing what you are
Do
doing.
you want us to come to the podium?
Why do you switch off the microphone?
1, 2. Hello. Freedom of speech. Where's freedom of speech?
You must just switch them on. We are going to be heard here. We are going to be heard.
Can you please switch on the microphones, Speaker? Please. Or we're going to use this one.
Honourable member,
Please switch on the microphones
go
there.
and take your seat.
Switch on the microphones first.
Honourable member, take your seat.
They are
Why
on.
did you
Go and
switch
take
them
your
off?
seat.
They are on.
Honourable member,
On a point of
take
order,
your seat.
Point of order,
Point
Speaker.
of order.
they are on.
Honourable members,
Point of order.
They are on.
They are on.
Yeah,
They are on.
It's on. It's
honourable
on.
members,
Chief Whip is
Point
on.
of order.
Yeah, it's
honourable
on.
members.
Yeah.
Point of
I am telling this house at the moment this to happen.
It's on.
Honourable members,
member speaks.
Honourable
the ANC caucus switches off the microphone.
Honourable Matias
Please ensure that
and Honourable Shivambo
switched on.
and Honourable Malema.
Yes.
We have requested you not to do what you're doing.
But switch on the microphone. Switch on the microphone. Switch on the microphone.
The microphone will be switched on when a member is recognized.
No, we're rising on a point of order.
You must
We're
be
rising on a point of order.
On a point of order,
The microphone will be switched on for a member who has been recognized.
But you cut him.
When-
You cut him
Yes,
when he was speaking.
I cut him off because he speaks when I am speaking, and that is not in order.
But you must say that.
Honorable members, this is not acceptable. You are disrupting the proceedings of the House.
Completely out of order.
I'm giving you an opportunity to allow members to do what they intend to do in the House here. Honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats.
The microphones must be on.
Sit down.
Take your
Whenever you
seats.
sit down.
Take your seats. Take your seat, honorable member. Take your seat. What's your point of order, Honorable Gadi?
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Gadi.
Oh. Deputy Speaker, in the morning we had a meeting with the Presiding Officers Authority, POA meeting. You were requested to ensure that the practice of switching off microphones does not happen. And you are also now once more requested to ensure that there is free speech, freedom of speech here, and people can talk. There is no threat to any property or life. We shall assist you to run this House in a proper way. But cutting off microphones is not one of the things that you should do. You are requested to ensure that it does not happen, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Gadi, thank you very much for speaking after being recognized. I appreciate that. We would like to move on with the reason why I stopped, and I will do that again, is that, honorable members, there's a requirement in the rules that you only speak when you're recognized by the chair. If you do so, even when the chair is speaking, you are breaking the rules of the House. That's the reason why we say so.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, may I please address you? I'm requesting that I be given an opportunity to address you.
Why do you do it even as I'm saying exactly that, honorable member, that you shouldn't do that?
Well, my answer is very simple, Chair. How do I ask to be recognized?
You raise
by
your hand.
yourself?
You
The
raise your
rules-
hand.
The rules. You will not be able to show me in the rules, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that I must raise my hand. And none of the ANC people ever raise their hands. They stand, they ask to be recognized. You recognize them. It's a proper practice of the House. And and so you must assist us. How do we gain? Because even if we raise our hands, do you want us to jump on the table? It's a practice that has been happening throughout the years. People rise, go to the mic, and they say, may we please be recognized? And they are told, we are not recognizing you, or we'll recognize you. Can we proceed in that manner so that we are able to be peaceful? Because we feel undermined, Honorable Speaker. Please clarify.
Honorable, let me clarify quickly, and I'm not doing it again. Honorable members, this matter has been clarified before. Members speak even as the chair is speaking. That is not in order. I have recognized members amongst yourself who rose, stood up, and I recognize them to speak. I have been doing that. I do not understand why you do not accept that we must conduct the business of the House following the rules. And that rule, look at what you are doing right now.
It's a point of order.
Literally, you are throwing words in my mouth as I speak, so I can't conclude because you contest that rule. You want to continue contesting it even as I'm speaking.
Chair, respectfully, a point of order can be raised. Whoever is speaking, that's what the rules say. Whoever may be speaking, I can rise, even if it's the speaker, and raise a point of order. Please rule on that.
Honorable member, I would like to continue with the business of the House. You are contesting the rules, and I suggest that this matter be taken up at the appropriate time. The ruling is the following, honorable member, that the consideration before us and the debate before us.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy
is
Speaker.
intended to provide an opportunity.
Deputy Speaker, it's on Rule 72.
Honorable member, can I advise you?
No, you are not going to advise me. I'm telling you, it's on 72. I don't need your advice. It's here. We must have one book, not your advice.
Honorable member, whenever the precedence of presiding officer. Whenever the presiding officer rises during a debate Any member then speaking or offering to speak shall resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer shall be heard without interruption. No.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No.
I have it here.
No.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Let me take a chance. Let me take my time.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm calling for your attention, please.
Honorable member, let me proceed with the ruling. You asked me to go to Rule 72. Let me read it for you.
That's fine, and please recognize me so that we remind you of where we are now.
Let me remind you. A member may speak. This is the right of members. When called upon to do so by the presiding officer or to a point of order. Now, listen, honorable member, listen. You don't speak when the presiding officer is speaking. All right? I've just read you 49. I've just read you 49. Honorable members, I've just read you Rule 49. That explains to you why you should not speak before you are recognized while you do that. Now, let's proceed.
No, Speaker, you must read 49 with 72. These are rules. You can't read them separately. You read 49 together with 72. You will not speak when you are speaking, but we have a right to speak on a point of order. We can call you to order.
I have pointed out to you, for example, honorable members, I have ruled when you have done so that that's not a point of order. You are debating.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
There is no issue of debating here. The chairperson of the committee is saying that in the committee, in the report, this is what we have done. And the members of the committee are standing up to say that what he's saying is not factually correct. And he's speaking on behalf of the committee. He's not speaking on behalf of the ANC there. He's speaking on behalf of the committee as the chairperson of the Powers and Privileges Committee. And members not of the EFF, of the committee, are standing up to say that what he's saying is not factually correct. It did not even include that in the report which was taken in that committee day. And we cannot have this parliament to consider a report which is not factually correct because it has got far much reaching conclusions. And that is what he must rule on, that here is a person on podium, is misrepresenting the committee. And committee members are saying that he's misrepresenting the committee. Why do you allow him to continue when he's lying to the House?
The report, Honorable Shivambo, that we are considering is in the ATC. And that is what we are considering. What the member is saying here, he's saying, as the Speaker's list says, as an ANC member who happens to chair that meeting and introducing the debate, the rest of the members who follow are going to be taking their position on that matters to contest his views.
Point of order.
Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
Deputy Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Ramakatsa at the back.
Yes. When he stood up there, the honorable member, Mashile, he was giving us the report of Privileges and Powers Committee. He was not talking, debating as an ANC member of this House. Don't mislead us who are part of this House, who are sitting here, who are listening to him. He must say he is debating as an ANC, and he must say as an honorable member, Mashile, member of the ANC. These are my arguments. Then we'll listen to him. Not on behalf of the committee that this is what was agreed upon and misleading. Those other members are members of that committee and are disputing what he is saying on behalf of the committee. Let him not quote the committee. Let him debate. Then we'll listen to him.
Honorable members, I suggest that we proceed with the debate. And Honorable Mashile here is debating. So I will
point
invite,
of order.
I'll invite you.
Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member.
We are considering a report from Powers and Privilege Committee on the hearing into allegation of of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament by members of the National Assembly. Now, the chairperson stands there to give this Parliament the findings of the committee. He's not debating, he's reporting, because we had a mandate of the Assembly to go and investigate. As a chairperson, he's reporting, but he is misleading the House because we were part and parcel of that committee. So he cannot continue before he rectifies what we agreed upon.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Naledi, Honorable Minister, Science and Technology.
Deputy Speaker, would you allow the House to have a debate? The honourable member who is on the floor has been accused of not stating facts. Now, if a member is quoted as misleading, the member has a right to reply. And in the process of the debate, the member will be able to clarify and reply. And the rest of the list of speakers should be able to debate. If they're afraid to have the debate, it's another matter. But could we allow the debate to continue?
Yeah.
On a point of order, Chairperson, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
It is in the best interest that for the House to proceed. The honourable member there, whose now status is no longer a chairperson of a committee, but debating on behalf of the ANC, that he debates as a member of the ANC, not presenting a committee report. We have the committee report in the ATC. So it must be clear that he's no longer a chairperson now. He's just a member of the ANC. But if he still wants to debate as a member of the chairperson, I think it's better that, Deputy Speaker, he drops the report there and then he sits down, then other speakers who are going to debate in terms of a party position on the matter are allowed to debate. Otherwise, it is not prudent, it is unfair, it is exactly what we were saying in the 89 points in Limine, that the ANC is both the judge, the prosecutor, the initiator, and everything, and now it's also debating. It can't be, Chairperson. Can he just go and take his seat, and then we have the report, other speakers come in. Thank you.
Honorable Mashile, proceed and complete the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
On a point of order, Chair.
What's your point of order, Honorable Mkitam?
Chair, I don't think it's a complicated matter. All which is needed, Deputy Speaker, is that the admission is made that at this point, the Speaker is not a chair of any committee, represents a version of the ANC as a party, and that is what it is. He's not talking on behalf of any committee. This is the point that we wanted recorded so that we can continue.
Let's proceed, Honorable Member. Proceed, Honorable Mashile.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Given that the charges they faced related to undermining the authority of the Speaker, stopping the House from functioning, and bringing Parliament's decorum and stature into disrepute, they were considered serious and warranted sanctions of a serious nature. However, the sanctions are not primarily meant to punish the honourable members, but to sharply indicate the seriousness we want them to mend their behavior moving forward. That is, ruling of the presiding officer shall be obeyed, rules of the House shall be observed, decorum of the House shall be preserved.
No, it's okay.
Consequently, Deputy Speaker, the committee therefore agreed to prefer the sanctions to these honourable members as follows: that Honourable Shivambo, Honourable Ramakadza, Honourable Litchfield Chabalala, Honourable Gadi, Honourable Ndlozi, and Honourable Malema be suspended for a period of 30 days without remuneration in terms of Section 12(5)(g) of the Act. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mashabela,
Honourable Speaker,
Honourable Maxen, Honorable Musami.
Honorable
Honorable
Mashile. Just
Mchama.
hold on. Honorable, just hold on. Yes, Honorable Mdlozi.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to check if the Honorable Member can take a question.
Honorable Mashile.
It's question.
Just after I'm done, Deputy Speaker.
Come again?
Just after I'm done with the report.
Okay, proceed, Honorable
Can
Member.
I proceed with the question? No.
No.
Just
He
after
says no,
I am
Honorable
done.
Member.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You said Honorable Mashile doesn't give a report. He's debating. So now he speaks about, he refers about the recommendation of a committee. Is he debating? Is that a debate?
Okay. Take a seat, Honorable Member, please. Thank you very much. Proceed, Honorable Mashile.
Deputy Speaker, I'm up.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable
Honorable
Mashile, take
Deputy
your seat.
Speaker.
Take your seat, Honorable Mashile. Yes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The National Assembly is not the ANC playground.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
This house is holy.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will repeat that the Honorable Low, Honorable Mashavela, Honorable Maxon, Honorable Munsami, Honorable Mnitama, and Honorable Matiase be suspended for a period of 14 days without remuneration in terms of Section
But on a
12(5)(g).
point of order, Deputy Speaker.
There's an honorable member at the back there who rose. Let's hear her. Yes, honorable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I please need you to help us in the House today. Can we please have clarity? Are we now entering into a debate or are we actually presenting the report? Because we're all getting confused. And to us, if it's a debate, then it should not be having the information we've got because certain parts of a report is being read. Okay, and that is now being used in a debate, which is not helping the House to move forward with business.
That's not a point of order. Yes, yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, what are you raising on, honorable member? What are you raising on?
Exactly on what you just said. Mashile.
No, honorable Mashile.
There's nothing honorable about him, man. There's nothing honorable about Mashile. You can't be forcing us to call people honorable here. Mr. Mashile. Mr. Mashile. He must be saying, or agree ligwebo. But you are not saying that. You are already sentencing us as if you are representing the committee. If it's the debate, the ANC must rise to agree with the report and not to announce the sanctions of the report. So I don't know why, Deputy Speaker, you are behaving in a manner you are doing because you are not being honest. You know that this guy is giving a report. And then when we question his status, you say, no, it's an ANC person debating.
No, honorable
He's
Malema,
announcing sanctions here.
Honorable member, take your seat. Let me explain to you. Honorable Mashile is the chairperson of the committee. He is an ANC member. He is introducing the report. And so you will have an opportunity, and I'm clarifying the member who spoke earlier on here. He's introducing the report. If you contest it, you will get an opportunity to contest it. You will get that.
Mr. Speaker, but you just made an assurance now that he is not introducing the report, he's debating as a member of the ANC. Now you are changing.
No.
Why are you changing when he's changing up and down?
No, honorable.
What is he doing?
Honorable
is he
member,
debating or is he
take your
introducing
seat.
the report?
Take your seat.
Because he can't introduce the report which has not been agreed upon by the committee.
He is
We
please take your seat.
an order in that regard.
Please take your seat. Let me tell you. The member is
No, but Chair, before you respond, you said he's debating. If he's giving the report, he must then correct that statement where he said the committee agreed that Balega must not appear before the committee. He must correct that.
Honorable Malema, this is the second time you must call the member by as the House amongst members call each other honorable. You are saying Honorable Balega Mbete, calling her by a name. This is the requirement of the rules and the conduct in the House and conventions of how we do that. Honorable Kubai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think let's just assist the House here. Firstly, in terms of the procedures, indeed, the chairperson is expected to table the report so that it can be debated, even if the report is appearing on ATC, because the whole report, why it allows us to be able to debate it, it has appeared on ATC. All of us would have read that report. We know its content of the report. So in terms of the procedure is that the chairperson of the committee must table that report so that we can be able to engage with it. In terms of the proceedings, we should be able to do that. But secondly, Deputy Speaker, the point I'm rising on is that if we are expected to treat each other with respect, let's respect each other that way. Because if you want to be called an honorable member when others are saying you with a name, but when others call you with a name, you don't want to do that. I think let's be fair. We agreed that the rules shall apply today in this morning's POA. There was an agreement that there will be rules. We did not agree to suspend any rules. All parties were there. There was an indication that the rule stands. So we expect all parties to ensure that all members attest to the rules as they stand. Thank you.
Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Pando.
Again, Chairperson, for the umpteenth time this year, I appeal to the presiding officers to ensure there's order in this parliament. We cannot carry on like this. There has never been an instance in parliament where another party writes the speech of a member of another party. The member chooses what they wish to put into the debate, and that's it. We don't write each other's speeches. Whether we like what is being said or not, members' freedom of speech means they can say whatever it is they wish to say in a debate. And we reply.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we have no problem with Mr. Mashile giving any speech he so wishes to give. But if you say he's giving a report, it's not a speech of a party. It's a report of a multi-party committee. So he must speak on behalf of the multi-party committee. And the members of the multi-party committee say he is wrong to suggest the things he said earlier on. And therefore, we do not have a difficulty, Chair. Let him correct. Then we move on. He can report as a chair, we don't have a problem, but he must not misrepresent the committee.
Honorable members.
Agbare Adjunct Speaker.
Ja, honorable member.
Agbare Adjunct Speaker, ek sal nou in Engels praat laat u nie hoef te luister. U kan dan verstaan. Hierdie raad moet orde handhaaf. And I want to request you, let's get order in the sense that the Honourable Speaker say that he submit the report as published in the ATC. We all have read that report. And let him then give the view of the ANC of the party he belongs to. Then technically the report has been submitted and we can debate it. And that is what everybody is asked. And I ask you as the chair or the deputy speaker, please to make that ruling, let him submit it and let's have the debate. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Honorable members, let me let's clarify that Honorable Mashile was chosen by members of this House to lead this committee. What he is doing is to introduce the report and the debate about it. And so what we are going to do, honorable members, is to proceed in that way so that those who have different views about the report will come to the podium, if they are on the speakers list, to raise their issues. That is the basis on which I suggest we proceed. And honorable members, I suggested that we must follow the rules as is required. You say we must follow them, do follow them yourself. Yes. Honorable member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The member in front of you.
Oh, this one.
Deputy Speaker, first, Honorable Mashilo must tell us, is addressing us as chairperson of the committee or as ANC, because you yourself have contradicted yourself. So we're not going to allow him to proceed without withdrawing anything he has said earlier on, misrepresenting the committee. Thank you.
Honorable members, I suggest that the freedom of speech that you have called for must prevail.
Yeah, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I'm going to make a proposal in the form of a point of order. If Honorable Mashile has to present the report as the chairperson of the committee, let him do so. And let the ANC caucus and give us another speaker that can debate. They are saying they have a depth of knowledge there. Let them give us somebody who can debate. And he give us a report on behalf of the committee. Then we can progress. We are not afraid of the debates.
All right, honorable
member. We are
member.
just saying let's adhere to the procedure.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I've heard you. Honorable Mashile, proceed.
Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The honorable member is finishing his speech.
Thank you, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I may make the life easier.
May you
Honorable
recognize me on a
Deputy
point
Speaker.
of order.
Honorable Mashile.
Honorable.
Proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you just need to make a ruling. It is now in your hands, this matter. Is this honorable member speaking as the ANC or as the chair of the committee? If he is indeed speaking as the chair of the committee, he has a responsibility to represent the committee. Now, members of that committee in this house already have all reasons said there is a material misrepresentation if he speaks as a member of that committee, as the chair of the committee. So if he speaks as a member, as the chair of the committee, he has first to withdraw and correct that misrepresentation, and then he continues. But it is you who must make that determination. Once you make that determination, he speaks as the chair of that committee. He must, before he proceeds, apologize, correct himself, and we proceed in that manner.
Yes, honorable member.
Sihlalo, ake sikhulume ulimi lethu mhlawumbe uzozwa. Sithi in the simplest term, wena njengosekela somlomo owusihlalo now, just make a ruling. If Mr. Mashile is giving a report so we can know ukuthi yini asinika yona, or if Mr. Mashile is debating, so when now you just run and say Mr. Mashile continue on what? We must be clarified ukuthi uwenzani Mr. Mashile now. Thank you.
Honorable Gadi.
Deputy Speaker, I think you are making your task very difficult. Very serious honorable members, including the members of the Freedom Front Plus, have just put it to you that assist the speaker on the podium to get himself very clear. Is he reporting on behalf of the committee? And if so, he must correct what other members of the committee are saying. This is not what we agreed on the committee. And if he's speaking as a member of the ANC, it must be so, and he must not misrepresent the committee. Alternatively, the shortest cut is that he just reads a sentence which says, the report stand as distributed and read. And he goes, and then we get other speakers, because what he has said, he has misrepresented the committee. And that will be very simple for you, Deputy Speaker, to proceed. Otherwise, if he does not withdraw comments and remarks he made, which makes other members of the committee who are not even members of EFF to have a problem with this report. I mean, we are making this report to be a candidate of dismissal by the court, to say even members of the committee don't know what the chairperson was doing there. So let's make things very easy. He just excuse himself there. You make a ruling. Otherwise, you'll have it tough to continue with him if his status is not very clear on what capacity is he speaking there.
Yes, Honorable Member, speak.
Thanks, Chair. I thought we must add, Honorable Chairperson, that I can't debate, at least in the interest of progress, I can't debate that you are sitting there and that you are directing and conducting this House. It's a fact. There is a dismissal on factual grounds, on the basis of the representation of the committee. And if the honorable member is speaking and misrepresenting facts, then it has implications, in particular because he calls himself the chairperson of that committee. So if you can rule as we request, we will know that as an ANC member, Vela, they are used to misrepresenting facts, he can continue. But if he's speaking on behalf of a multi-party committee, he must stick to the facts and toe the line of the report. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, let's say if we were to agree that the Honorable Member is debating on behalf of the ANC, but the fact is the Honorable Member is the chairperson of the committee. The question now is he allowed, therefore, as he is now debating for the ANC, to change the committee that is disputed by the committee members?
Honorable members, let me point out to you the following. That the debate we are having here is as a result of agreement by all political parties. And having agreed that this debate will happen here, it can only be changed by a resolution of this House. This House allowed us to proceed with it on the understanding that they agree with it. The procedural requirements for presentation of the reports is a practice that is known in Parliament, that the chairperson leads that introduction of the report and introduces that debate. The reason why we call it a debate is that it is always understood that different political parties will take a different view on reports. Sometimes they agree 100%, sometimes they don't. With the introduction of the report by the chairperson, procedurally, there is nothing wrong Honorable Mashile is doing. What is procedurally problematic is if the House, through its members, seeks to stop him from concluding his introduction of the report as the chair of this committee. It is important for us to recognize the consequences of what it would mean if we were to do that. You have an opportunity as members, because of your rights in this House, to contest what he is saying, including the things you have said in the course of the debate. It cannot be correct that the member is not allowed to complete what is procedurally agreed on in the first place, as one of the honorable members pointed out here this morning, and in fact, that we are proceeding on that stuff. And he literally has been stopped in the process of completing his remarks. So I plead with you that we proceed on that basis and that you enter the debate differently than you are doing right now. I suggest we proceed on that.
Deputy Speaker.
No, honorable members, I suggest
Deputy
that...
Speaker, you said we must raise our hands and be recognized. Please don't deny us from...
Honorable member, what are you raising on now?
No.
That is different.
No. As a member of that committee, I want you to remember that when Honorable Mashile continues lying, we are going to object because he will be representing the committee.
Honorable member,
But
you can't
if,
say you
if
can't
he's
say
representing the ANC,
no. You can't say honorable member is lying. That's unparliamentary. Withdraw it, honorable member.
No, he's not talking the truth.
Honorable member,
he's misleading
withdraw.
the House. He's not talking the truth.
Honorable member, withdraw unconditionally, please.
I withdraw, but he's not talking the truth.
Your honorable member, please withdraw unconditionally.
I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
But I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Am I recognized?
Proceed and finish your point, honorable
Yeah,
member.
I'm saying if he continues misrepresenting the committee or this House, we are going to object.
Honorable members,
we are going to object.
Can I suggest to you, honorable member, there are procedures in the House for taking to task the reports of chairpersons. And one of them is not the one you are using, honorable member. I suggest to you.
This one is not a report of ordinary committees of Parliament.
I suggest that, honorable members, we not proceed the route you are taking. I suggest that we proceed. Honorable Mashile, proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll definitely try and make life easier in the House.
Deputy Speaker.
By thanking all honorable members from the different political parties who made this work to be completed easily. Not least also thanking the staff of Parliament, the legal services, and the protocol, sound and vision of Parliament for having assisted us to be able to do this difficult work. Deputy Speaker, I therefore present this report for consideration and strongly persuade the House to adopt it to bring certainty to the rules and orders of this Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Lotridge.
Did he present any report?
Deputy Speaker, on 20...
Point of order. URSF. Iso.
Please be on. Take your seat, honorable member.
Can I be recognized, please?
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you. Chapter 4 of the Act, 3B, says, before a House may take a disciplinary action against a member in terms of subsection 1, the Standing Committee must inquire into the matter and table a report on its findings and recommendations. Where is the report?
Thank you. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 21 August, President Jacob Zuma came to Parliament to answer questions. And as you all know, the question session broke down, as the President was not able to answer all questions fully. It is the DA's considered opinion that the question session broke down for three intertwined reasons. Firstly, President Zuma failed to give appropriate answers to any of the questions put to him. He shamelessly evaded answering Honourable Maimani's question on the day, in addition to evading Honourable Malema's question. Secondly, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Baleka Mbete, failed to maintain order in the House and, in fact, contributed to the breakdown of order in the House by referring to all EFF members as a collective instead of individual members involved in the disruption. She furthermore lost control of her own emotions and allowed them to overtake her decision-making abilities. The Speaker herself has admitted that she lost it on the 21st of August. And thirdly, the EFF's behaviour was not in line with the rules of Parliament and contributed to the eventual collapse of the question session. Deputy Speaker, the DA entered the Powers and Privileges Committee with the honest intention to investigate the events of the day, considering all three contributing factors, and to apportion responsibility fairly and in accordance with the appropriate parliamentary processes and rules, the Constitution and the Powers and Privileges Act. Unfortunately, the ANC did not allow a reasonable and fair process, as is envisaged in the Act, to be followed in this committee. It is clear now that the ANC in committee had a particular predetermined objective and did not in reality allow a thorough and unbiased investigation which allowed all parties represented on the committee to influence the predetermined outcome. And here I can perhaps just add that although there was this pretense of it being very fair and transparent, at times it slipped through in certain comments made by members of the ANC in the committee that they actually have been patient with us, that they have actually tolerated us. And that, honourable members, does not indicate a fair process. We have therefore come to the conclusion that the report produced by the Powers and Privileges Committee is fundamentally flawed and procedurally compromised. We cannot support it, as it is not a product of a fair investigation. Honourable members, it must be noted that this was the first time since 1994 that the Powers and Privileges Committee had to deal with a matter referred to it, and it was also the first time that the schedule in the rules had to be applied. We are therefore setting important precedents for internal parliamentary investigations. Our approach was thus not linked to who and which party members appeared before the committee, but to ensure that there was procedural fairness and that the process would be reasonable. Unfortunately, the ANC did not share the same approach. Every attempt was made by the ANC to protect the President and the Speaker from investigation or responsibility for what happened. It is clear that the ANC came to the committee with a predetermined view of focusing all responsibility on the EFF. This is not fair, nor an accurate reflection of what happened on the 21st of August, and therefore it should not be supported by the House. The following facts make it clear that this investigation was flawed and purposefully manipulated to ensure a predetermined outcome. The submission of the leader of the EFF was disregarded by the committee and only considered after all findings were finalised. Now, how can that then have an impact on the findings? Honourable Malema raised a number of pertinent points that should have been addressed during the investigation and even before the investigation. This submission referred to important matters relating to natural justice and procedural fairness, as required by the Powers and Privileges Act, and its content was never addressed. We even wrote letters to the chairperson expressing our concern about this matter, but to no avail. No formal legal opinion was produced to explain how a majority ANC committee could reasonably constitute an investigation that was free of a reasonable apprehension of bias. Here we had a situation where the person who referred the complaint to the committee was a member of the majority party, and the majority of the members of the committee were members of the majority party. Now, this clearly points to potential of a reasonable apprehension of bias. Added to this, if there is a reasonable apprehension or suspicion that the decision maker has prejudged the matter, the bias rule is breached. It was clear from the press conference held after an ANC-NEC meeting that the expectation was expressed that members of the EFF should be dealt with harshly. Again, an indication of prejudgment. It would also appear that the parliamentary legal advisers were involved in drafting the charges against the EFF and also provided advice to the committee during the investigation. I put this question in the committee and it was not denied. This is a clear conflict of interest. Then we come to witnesses. Deputy Speaker, I can state here categorically that there was no consensus in the committee about calling the Speaker as a witness. There was no consensus. If it wasn't for the DA and the opposition parties, there would have been only one witness. It took us all
Honorable Ranto.
It is going to be very tough. It is going to be very tough for about 2 years longer, and patience will be needed on the part of. The good news is that
the DA family believes that the only way to solve
Competition is critical to the improved performance by ESCOM.
Honorable House Chairperson, privatization must also be not rather summarily ruled out.
We therefore need to double our efforts to create an environment that is
ESCOM must be strengthened as powerful instrument of economic.
Honorable Ranto.
it is going to be very tough for about 2 years longer, and patience will be needed on the part of all citizens. The Honorable Michael always gives me a very good laugh. This is somebody she's absolutely right. Good news is that by the middle of the year, the first unit of the giant Medupi power station should be adding 800 megawatts of power more to our system.
Tulo Motlatsamo Presidente, Maloko a Parlamente. The DA family believes that the only way to solve the crisis will be with greater participation from the private sector.
Deputy Speaker. It is clear to the ACDP and to all South Africans that are being in competition is critical to the improved performance by ESCOM.
Honorable House Chairperson, when the Honorable Letsa, privatization must also be not rather summarily ruled out. The utilities proposed tariff hikes are beyond the means of most South Africans.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We therefore need to double our efforts to create an environment that is conducive for them and the private sector to play a role in this industry.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. ESCOM must be strengthened as powerful instrument of economic transformation whilst addressing systems and operational contradictions and remains firmly within the control of the state.
Meaning 89 points, some of which could be described as matters in limine, which should have been dealt with before the hearings proceeded. But the ANC component in the committee decided, in their wisdom, that these in limine submissions would only be dealt with at the end of the hearing. Equally disturbing is the role played by the parliamentary legal advisors, who seemed to assume the roles of both player and referee. This made it impossible to deal with matters of substance contained in the document, which could have had a material effect on the final outcome. There is no doubt that the Speaker was the main actor in the events that unfolded on the 21st August 2014, and moreover, that she is one who took decisions on the conduct of some of the honorable members on the day. To the dismay of all presiding chief whips, she is also the one who unilaterally decided to suspend the business of the House on that day. More importantly, she is the main complainant in the matter. So we are utterly perplexed when the ANC component in the committee strenuously rejected the proposal that the Speaker be called as a witness. I want to pause here and say there was never any agreement on this particular issue, nor was there any discussion on the list of witnesses that were to appear before the committee. So anybody who says that there was any agreement is being economic with the truth. Consequently, we still do not know what the Speaker inferred by the terms grave disorder and grossly disorderly, or what her basis or points of reference are that led her to make such remarks. We don't know what process informed her to implicate 20 out of the 25 EFF members for parliamentary censure. And we are further as speechless as the poor members of this House were on that fateful day when they were expressing and repeatedly prohibited from rising on points of order.
Honorable Member,
how is this ever possible
your time is expired.
in democratic, civilized debate? I still have 12 seconds.
No. That means that's over the time, Honorable Member. You have had more than 19 seconds added. Proceed. Honorable
But the
Commissioner.
IFP does not support this report.
Honorable Member? Oh. What happened?
Deputy Speaker, Parliament cancelled oversized visits to come to a sitting that would have lasted for only 25 minutes. Already the taxpayers' money, millions of rands for unused accommodation, meals, flights, shackles, has gone down the drain. The voters out there are watching. They still need water, roads, houses, decent education, health facilities, and other basic services. Having said that, the NFP is appalled at the way Parliament has quickly degenerated to a kind of a circus. The integrity, the dignity, and the decorum of the House have been eroded, to say the least. The public has gradually lost confidence in the way the Fifth Parliament conducts its affairs. The NFP calls upon President Zuma to come to Parliament to respond to questions as part of his constitutional obligation. The President, individual, and the Executive must always appear to this Parliament to account. Also, we have a duty to do oversight as members, but it cannot happen where there is disorder, lack of respect for one another, insults at one another, derogatory and inflammatory language used, and lack of respect for one another. Accountability and oversight can only occur where there's a conducive environment that allows for that to happen. The NFP wants the rules of this House to be respected. We're in a constitutional democracy, and if we are not careful, Parliament will find itself jumping to the dictates of Luthuli House with Gwede Mandashe as an extra parliamentary chief whip who wants to dictate the course of Parliament as if it's another branch of the ANC. This must stop. We're in a multi-party democracy, and all of us as different political parties are sent by the electorate to represent them here. We represent the 52 million of the people of South Africa. The Honorable Deputy President met with the leaders of various parties and entered into a fantastic deal that meant to restore the dignity, integrity, and the decorum of this House, which would remind all of us
to act within the rules and orders of this House. Included in the deal is the fact that the Speaker and the President have to conduct their affairs with fairness, objectivity, impartiality, allowing all members to participate in the proceeding of the House without any fear nor favor, in a spirit characterized by robust debates. At the recent meeting with the Deputy President, and later a letter came through the signature of Parliamentary Council of the Deputy President that the talks had been cancelled because of the behavior of the DA. So in order to deal with the DA, this report, which had been put in abeyance, had to be brought back again, thus compromising the bona fides principle by the ruling party. The NFP want to reiterate, in a spirit that will ensure cooperation, trust, multi-party engagement, let us put aside this report. We don't support it. Let the talks between the Deputy President and the leaders be resuscitated. Let us not allow the scuffling of parliamentary process by the Luthuli House. Chief political point scoring, which is done through a flood of motions, debate, question, etc., must end. Let us bring order to this parliament. This House must not be used as a space for settling political scores and personal vendettas. We represent the people here. The NFP will not support this report.
Honorable Filton.
Chairperson or Deputy President, it's gone. The UDM does not support this report. I'm reading this on behalf of my leader, General Bandu Holomisa, who has just had to go. South Africans today are debating and divided about the serious allegations leveled against the President of the Republic and the Speaker of the National Assembly. These allegations are well documented and largely relate to misuse of state resources, corruption, and bribery. Disappointingly, and while South Africans respect the respective officers, their occupants have not reciprocated this respect because they refuse to account when called to do so. Sadly, this House finds itself abused, with the Speaker at the center of shielding this non-accountability. Unfortunately, majoritarian approach in dealing with these serious matters of national concern is doomed to fail as always. Today's parliament is a shadow of the Mandela and Mbeki era. As long as these serious allegations against the President and the Speaker and the use of majority to hide, the decorum and dignity of this House will continue to erode until proper accountability is done. The strategic question to be asked is whether South African leadership from all social formations, and this House in particular, possess the requisite capacity and zeal to confront these serious allegations head on. The report of the Powers and Privileges Committee presented to this House is procedurally flawed, and are happy that it may be taken for judicial review by those directly affected by it. Once the morality and values of the leadership is so compromised, those responsible for their presence in these important public offices must do the right thing and respect South Africans by removing them. South Africa, its people, its constitution and laws is not for sale to the highest bidder. This behavior by the ruling elite has compromised the economic performance of the country and made it absolutely difficult for investors to take South Africa as an investment destination of choice. So character has got to change. Factually, the report does not even reflect on the objections that were raised time and time again, by members of the opposition parties. It's presented as if it was such a smooth sailing process. This is wrong. There are many other aspects that one could raise, but I would leave that to the people who are more concerned with doing things right rather than so much committed to doing things their own way, to further their own hidden agendas. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Groenewald.
Agbare young speaker, die Vryheidsfront Plus wil vandag sê hy kies nie kant vir die ANC nie. Hy kies ook nie kant vir die EFF nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus kies die kant van die reëls van hierdie huis. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm surprised when I sit here and members jump up on a point of order and ask the chair to ask people to refer to other members as honorable members. So when it suits us, we want to say, I'm not only a member, I'm an honorable member. This House, Honorable Deputy Speaker, has one central word that must be centered here, and that is respect. We must respect the voters outside. We must respect each other. And yes, of course, we have different political opinions. That's why we have different political parties. And I actually want to propose, Honourable Speaker, that we put in all official languages around here the word respect. Because if we have respect for ourselves, we will respect the voters. We will respect this house. Maar ons sê in Afrikaans, wat jy maai, sal jy saai. Of wat jy saai, sal jy maai. Waar het dit begin? Agbare adjunkspeaker, in September 2012 staan die agbare president Zuma in hierdie huis op, en hy sê, en ek haal aan, I quote, the Honourable President Zuma said, we, referring to the ANC, have more rights here because we are in a majority. You, the opposition, have fewer rights because you are in a minority, close quote. So the example is set by the President. What did the Honourable President said yesterday at the conference of the ANC Youth League? And I quote, die ANC is die leier in die samelewing. Selfs diegene wat die oppositiepartye genoem word, moet deur die ANC gelei word. Sluit die aanhaling. Honourable Deputy Speaker, that is disrespect for respect of this House. And the Freedom Front want to put it quite clear. We have to respect each other. We have to comply to the rules. The EFF, you are wrong. You cannot act like that in Parliament. Although the Freedom Front Plus will not support this report because the ANC want to show power play. And we say that the offences must only be in half and not the full proposals made by this report. I thank you.
Honourable Killian.
Deputy Speaker, the House has today been entertained on a combination of myths, urban legends, selective interpretation of the rules and the Constitution, and alas, some more profound distortions and lies. And we will have more of that in the course of this debate this afternoon if proceedings are not disrupted.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Take your
Is
seat,
the
Honourable
member
Killian.
debating as a member of the ANC or as a member of the committee that presented this report here?
What's your point of order, Honourable Member? Because that's not a point of order, please. Honourable Member, proceed.
The executive editor of the Pretoria News recently wrote an editorial headed, "We created the spoiled brats in Parley." He argued for society to get involved in creating a value-based template that politicians should follow. He lamented the current situation in the National Assembly, arguing that we have politicians and not statesmen representing the nation. Quote, "Politicians are always interested in the next elections and in keeping or taking power, whereas statesmen are interested in enduring political legacies," unquote. It is indeed embarrassing to be associated with the National Assembly, where few members, particularly in the opposition, appreciate the many sacrifices made during the decades-long struggle for freedom and the historic pact that was signed just over 20 years ago, resulting in the Constitution and the freedoms that we have today. We do not need more leaders. We do need more leaders who are statesmen and stateswomen, irrespective of party affiliation, and who can help build strong institutions and enduring political legacies. Unfortunately, from the debate today, it seems that we will be waiting for that from the opposition. Chairperson, As the ANC, we argue that a value-based template for the nation already exists. It is the Constitution. The founding provisions of the Constitution are abundantly clear. It speaks of sovereign democratic state founded on values such as human dignity, achievement of equality and the advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism and non-sexism, the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, universal adult suffrage, a national common voters' roll, regular elections, etc., etc. Chairperson, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. But perhaps Politics 101 could be of value to some of the new members. Lesson 1. The majority rules. It has a mandate to implement its policies and its programs. The electorate gives it to the majority. Section 46 of the Constitution describes the composition of the National Assembly, which is based on proportional representation. Section 42 describes the National Assembly as the House which, and I quote, which is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people under the Constitution, unquote. Now, with a number of newcomers to politics and to Parliament, it is perhaps necessary to unpack the meaning of these provisions, even if it is stating the obvious. During the May 2014 elections, the people has elected their government quite unambiguously. The ANC has won the support of 62% of the electorate. A total of 11.5 million South Africans voted for the ANC. The DA received a mere 22% of the vote, and the third largest party, the EFF, only received 6% support from the electorate. With its whopping majority in the May elections, it was therefore the prerogative of the ANC on 21 May to have its candidates elected as President, as Speaker, and as Deputy Speaker. Yet, in an unprecedented move, the DA opposed the nomination of Honorable Baleka Mbete, not on any factual or constitutional basis, no. The DA did so in order to fire the first salvo in their political war aiming to undermine the authority of the Speaker. And obviously the EFF enthusiastically joined the bandwagon. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it was the first time in the history of this Parliament that a Speaker candidate of the ANC was ever opposed. The argument then...
Deputy Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Will the member take a question from me?
At the end of my speech, yes.
No.
The argument then, and the argument recently advanced in their frivolous motion of no confidence...
Honourable Killian, please take your seat. Take your seat, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Killian is misleading this House. If you recall, back in 2004, the Democratic Alliance opposed the election of the
Honourable
Speaker.
Member.
So it's the second time that she was opposed.
Honourable Member, you are debating. Allow the members time. It's the members' time to debate, not yours.
Deputy Speaker, the fact is that as a senior office bearer of the ANC, they argued that she was not suitable to hold the office of the Speaker. However, Chairperson, if the DA's new caucus leadership and some of the other opposition members were more clued up, or perhaps more honest, they would admit that neither Speaker Frene Genwala nor Speaker Max Sisulu were in any different position. They also served in the NEC and the NWC of the ANC. So what's the fuss? So the argument that the misconduct of members in the opposition benches should be explained against the background of the Speaker's bias or her perceived unsuitability as Speaker of the House is trite. Please present facts about actual bias before we will take you seriously. Lesson 2. The rules of Parliament are firmly grounded in the Constitution. Speaker, Section 48 of the Constitution stipulates that all MPs of the NA must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution in accordance with Schedule 2 before they may resume their seats. This means that all MPs should understand that to serve in this institution compels them to respect inter alia Section 57, which gives the NA the authority to make rules and orders concerning its business. Section 58, which describes the limitations of MPs' privilege of freedom of speech in the National Assembly, because it explicitly stated that such freedom of speech is subject to the rules and order of the National Assembly. Chairperson, the Constitution is therefore clear about the majority forming a government, about the limitations on the freedom of speech, and also about the authority of the rules of Parliament. Consequently, if any member shows disrespect for the President, the Speaker, or the rules, such members are violating their oaths of office and are acting unconstitutionally. Lesson 3. As lawmakers, make an effort to understand the laws of the country, including the Powers and Privileges Act of 2004. Chairperson, the report before the House today reports back on a process that was followed in terms of the rules of the NA and the provisions and the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act of 2004. Now, Deputy Speaker, before I come to the detail of the report, which is a report that the ANC supports full-heartedly, also the sanctions imposed by affected members, we believe that we must go back in the history of the Powers and Privileges Act. The Act was unanimously passed by the National Assembly on 17 February 2004. This Act, including the sections which provide for the security services of the Republic to be deployed to contain disruptions in Parliament by members and visitors in the precincts of Parliament, was enthusiastically supported by no other than the late Honourable Colin Eglin of the Democratic Alliance. Standing at this very podium, the Honourable Eglin is on Hansard, where he said, and I quote, "Parliament has the right to discipline its members to the extent that this may be necessary to ensure that the functions of Parliament are not disrupted and that the business of Parliament is carried out in an orderly fashion." He concluded by saying, and I quote, "The DA believes that this bill..."
Honourable Member, Honourable, take your seat.
Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to ask if the Honourable Retread over there would take a question.
Honourable Member, that's unparliamentary. You're not supposed to call a member that in the first place. You
Okay, I withdraw
that.
that. The Honourable Killian, would she take a question?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, at the end of my speech, I will do that.
Thank you.
Speaker, at the end of his speech in Parliament, he said, "The DA believes that this bill is not only long overdue, but it is very necessary, and that the provisions are appropriate, and therefore we have no hesitation in supporting the bill," unquote. Against this background, Deputy Speaker, it was quite entertaining to listen to some pronouncements about a so-called fatally flawed process, which has now, according to the DA and some minions, resulted in a fatally flawed report before the House today.
Order,
Chairperson,
Deputy Speaker.
it is
Deputy
critical.
Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
What did the Speaker on the podium, when he said the DA and other minions, is that a parliamentary, Deputy Speaker?
Deputy Speaker, with due respect, Deputy Speaker, the honourable member on the podium is actually very disrespectful to members of Parliament by using that word. She might be English and think she can hide things under that English, but what you are saying actually, you must withdraw it and withdraw it now.
Honourable Killian.
We can hear your English.
Okay, Honourable Member, take your seat. Honorable Killian, consistent with what you are saying, call members honorable members, please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member,
Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
Killian. Honorable Killian, can you do as requested by the chair, please? You
I will
requested-
withdraw, but the reference was to...
Honorable member, Honorable Killian, don't make conditions, please.
Deputy Speaker, may I continue? I withdraw. Chairperson, it is critical that members of this House should trade in factual accuracies and on the basis of the Constitution and the legislative framework. Ignorance about the laws that govern the country and the rules that direct the debate in this House is no excuse. Like in all sporting codes, rules dictate allowable conduct and conduct which should be red-carded or yellow-carded. Robust debate can only take place where there is respect for office bearers and where members allow and respect the rules and the responsibility of presiding officers to maintain order in the House. Deputy Speaker, the DA's hypocrisy or perhaps paradoxes and contradictions must be exposed. The DA complains about the composition of the Powers and Privileges Committee as well as the fatally flawed process. But in the Western Cape, the DA has no hesitation to have disciplinaries committees constituted on the basis of a DA majority. The same in the city of Cape Town. If the process is so fatally flawed, why did the DA and opposition caucus not stage a walkout earlier? Why did they continue until the end? You cannot cry foul if you were all along part and parcel of the process, but you are unhappy with the final outcome. The events in the National Assembly on 13 November gives us perhaps a little bit of a hint why the DA now wants to condone contempt of Parliament. They were planning to be as disruptive because nobody else but their former leader warned them that they should not allow themselves to be out EFFing the EFF themselves. He said that it is important that they don't suffer from an identity crisis. The former Tony Leon clearly knew that they were trying to stage the main stage to outstage the EFF in their conduct in Parliament. The flagrant disregard for the rules can no longer be going unchallenged. Members have recourse should they be dissatisfied with rulings by presiding officers or responses given during question time. This democratically elected institution is where all public representatives have a right to be heard within the parameters of the rules. I thank you.
Honorable Likota.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the House, when King Charles invaded the British Parliament, he demanded of the Speaker to say where some of the members of the House were hiding. And the Speaker responded that he had no eyes and no ears to see or hear other than those things or so that were given to her by those for whom he worked. It was a way of saying, every one of the members of the House is my responsibility to protect, and my neutrality on this question cannot be affected. Today, we consider a report that must determine who was responsible for what went wrong on the occasion of the 28th of August. On the 21st, thank you very much. Now, I was one of the members of the House. Reflecting back on that day, it is quite clear to me that a judgment on that issue would have had to take into account all of the evidence on both sides of the question. And I find it very strange that 100% of the culpability of members is placed on the EFF when all of us were involved in it. For this reason, the Congress of the People cannot support this report. Firstly, because the Speaker herself, the Speaker, was very much the central figure of the argument with the EFF. Secondly, the Speaker made pronouncements and gestures to members which made her completely non-neutral. And therefore, no one could have heard this case without calling the Speaker or the witnesses relevant to be there. There are ministers who were implicated in calling police and who moved up and down. Their names are well known and I'm not going to go into them. They should have appeared before this committee to lead evidence so that no judgment could be brought against them without them being there. The very fact that the EFF itself did not have a full chance to give its evidence there and that it worked out as a result of the mismanagement of that process does say that something seriously wrong has been done. We must go back to the drawing boards, all of us. We must go back to the drawing boards. And I know some, and if I was given an opportunity by the committee to come and lead evidence, I would have testified against others. And also perhaps others would have wanted to testify against me. The Congress of the People will not support this report. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the rules of Parliament are rules agreed by members of Parliament. They have a purpose, and that is to keep a degree of order to ensure the work of Parliament can be done. What we have witnessed in the last week and months before that is a display of just how easily the work of Parliament can be sabotaged and frustrated when members have a mind to do so. It is a shame that the rules of the House have been so brazenly disrespected and disregarded in front of the entire nation and the world. And the unruly and threatening behaviour that occurred on the 21st of August is indefensible in our view. The ACDP has carefully read the committee's report, and the charges are indeed serious. For this reason, we would have supported a recommendation outlining serious measures to ensure that consequences are no laughing matter and that they are a real deterrent for not only these members, but others who want to manipulate Parliament in this way. Having said that, these members are first-time offenders and in certain instances have had the maximum sentence imposed upon them. This is very unusual in the case of first-time offenders. The sentence imposed, in our opinion, should have been suspended to give the honourable members of the EFF a second but final chance, an opportunity to learn from the experience along with the rest of us. The ACDP also recognises that due process was not meticulously followed when one considers that the main complainant, the Speaker, did not give evidence, that there is a perception of bias on the side of the ruling party, given that a number of charges the opposition parties present either did not feel that the evidence justified a finding of guilty or that the sanction imposed was too severe. And while the EFF members chose not to participate in the process, evidence in mitigation of sentence led by other members could and should have been allowed. Now, for these reasons, the ACDP will not be supporting this report, and we strongly recommend that the disciplinary hearings are reheld to correct errors in process and that a suspension of the sanctions be considered. Ultimately, unless a political solution is found and parties choose to hold themselves to a higher standard, the current situation in Parliament will continue to deteriorate. The ACDP holds the view that the present situation in the National Assembly and Parliament is disruptive and counterproductive and cannot be condoned. all parties must take responsibility in order to ensure that the institution of Parliament functions optimally and is not brought into disrepute. The ACDP appreciates the efforts of the Deputy President in initiating a process to these ends and regrets that some parties failed to keep the terms and spirit of their agreement. If the agreement had held, the disciplinary process regarding members of the EFF would have been put on hold while party leaders and the Deputy President worked together to find a workable and sustainable way forward, one which did not unnecessarily diminish freedom of expression in the National Assembly, but at the same time protected the right of all members to non-violently and respectfully hold the President and the Executive to account. I thank you.
Honourable Member, AIC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, although the AIC believes that any member of this House who disrespects and disobeys the rules of the National Assembly should be made responsible for his or her actions. The AIC believes that this untimely tabling of Powers and Privileges Committee report concerning the unbecoming conducts by some members of this House on the 21st, that is on the 21st of August 2014, will not going to normalize the situation in this House. Instead, will exacerbate the matters. The reason why the AIC believes that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is because the meeting held by the Deputy President and the leaders of the opposition parties represented here in this House on the 18th of November showed that there might be some other political means to resolve the issue pertaining the 20 EFF members. This initiative by the Deputy President, which other parties had to condemn and turned their backs against its resolutions, was supported by the AIC. And we still believe it to be the only way to engage the parties towards finding the lasting solutions to the conduct and chaos experienced in this House. At this age of our democracy, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we should be all working towards a vibrant and people-centered Parliament and for the restoration of the tarnished dignity of this House. The tabling of this report in this House has been postponed more than once to exhaust other channels in dealing with the matter at hand. When resolving the matters, this House needs not to open loopholes for others to come up. The AIC feels, therefore, that timing for this report is not the right one, and that there are other channels which can be sought to deal with the matter. We then, therefore, do not support the report. I thank you.
Honourable Chair, I'm not going to waste your time. We are not going to support this report. Though we say, as Arang is saying, that the laws of this House must be respected. But we want to tell you, honourable members, that this is a test to our democracy, because what is happening here, we have honourable members who once declared to die for some of the honourable members of this side. And what I want to say, honourable members, is that who are the losers here? The losers are South Africans, because to be a politician today, you just lose your honor by just becoming a politician. So all I want to say is that we should not only blame EFF in this matter. I think ANC is the parent of this whole problem. And by the way, we other opposition parties, we've been reduced to spectators of a fight between a parent and a child. What I need to warn honorable members is that we must do what is necessary to protect this democracy from what it has become today. I think that if we continue and endorse this report, this will be a serious indication that this is no longer a majority rule, this is majority dictatorship. When you rule, even if you have won elections, you must rule by fairness, honor, and justice. I'm sure even in the ruling party, there are some members who deserve to be taken to a disciplinary hearing. They will not go to the disciplinary hearing because we can see now that the ANC is no longer the ANC we know. You have lost, the ANC has lost honor. It's no longer acting in the best interest of this country. They are acting in the best interest of one man and others. Actually, by punishing the EFF, you have just made corruption a law of this country. Because their only mistake was to stand here and say, President Zuma, Honorable President must just pay the money. Even if it's 5 rand, let him pay it. All I say to you is that enjoy it last. One day you are going to lose, and this will make you remember this day. We will never forget this day, and you still have a chance. You can say to the EFF and all opposition parties and say, let's look for a political solution. And I'm very serious. Generations will judge you harshly in the future. And I want to say that to all political parties, including the ruling party, let's not make this democratic dispensation a toy to play with. We are going to leave this planet, and one day our children will inherit it.
Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the APC finds the conduct of the EFF on that day, before that day,
the Speaker,
and thereafter quite objectionable.
Speaker.
What is it about, Honorable Member?
I'm talking to him, please.
Take your seat.
I'm just checking the Speaker if the Honorable Cody from ACDP, is it APC, if he can't give other members of the party to represent the organization?
It's not a point of order.
He's making this parliament boring by always listening to one voice.
Honorable Member,
ACP.
that's not a point of order. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I think we would need to find a way in which we actually understand before we give members the opportunity to speak if it is indeed a point of order, because they are abusing the rules.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Proceed, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, let's be in order, please.
Honorable Chair.
What is that about, Honorable Member?
I want to ask what the Honorable Minister was rising on.
No.
Was it a point of order, a point of parental guidance?
Honorable Member, take your seat. Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. They have been at their...
A point of order, sir. I think the Honorable Minister was standing because there needs to be some order in this house. We can't even hear anything because of the noise that you made, colleagues. We all wanted to hear what he's going to say. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the
Honorable Member.
I'm not talking to you.
Honorable Members. Honorable Godi, proceed.
They have been at the center of conduct that have diminished our standing as Parliament, being seen as a house that is consumed by fights. We believe that it is a kind of conduct that cannot be allowed to just pass by and become a standard feature of parliamentary conduct. One of their leaders was quoted in relation to the failed conference in the Northern Cape as saying, the The EFF is not going to compensate disruptions. So, should it be allowed in Parliament? We say no. However, is this route of the Powers and Privileges Committee the most desirable? Certainly not. It is most difficult to be here to censure fellow MPs, especially those espousing, whether I agree with them or not, perspectives of the left. Taking the totality of the context, the APC would have preferred a different process. I thought we had that process last week. Thanks to the DA, we are here where we are today. It is the conviction of the APC that we need to find lasting solutions to the challenges we face. The horse might have bolted, but the APC prefers that we find a political solution. Thank you.
Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if Honourable Godi thinks the DA ruined the agreement between us and the Deputy President simply because over a motion, then he's got a very warped perception of what executive accountability actually is, and we will not compromise on that. Deputy Speaker, it is the President said yesterday that the ANC is in trouble. And one can see that today when the ANC have to send in a national party, ex-national party MP to do the bidding for them here in Parliament. The Honourable Killian talked about myths, urban legends, and lies. Well, let's talk about myths and urban legends. And that is Honourable Killian's loyalty to the ANC. That is a myth and it's an urban legend. And it will evaporate as quickly as she joins you when the next best deal comes along. In fact, many of you may not know this. She approached the DA first to join the DA in the last election before she approached you. And she asked the DA, "What can you do for me? Where would you put me on the list?" And she was told to stand at the back of the queue and put a name in the hat like everybody else.
Take your seat, please. Yes, Honourable Member. What are you raising on, Honourable Member?
It's a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
The Honourable Member on the podium, Honourable Walters, is attacking a person instead of engaging in a debate.
Proceed, Honourable Waters.
Thank you. In a democratic alliance, you don't get a position on the list because of who you know or what you think you can offer a party. You've got to write exams and go for tests and go for interviews, and then you get selected to come here. And the Honourable Killian also talks about the fact that Honourable Eglin used to stand here and say members need to be disciplined. Yes, they do. But you don't abuse the rules of Parliament to discipline members. You follow due process and make sure that you cross all your T's and dot your I's. Yeah. The DA objected to every single flaw in the process along the way. And you know that, Honourable Killian. And we stayed in the process to try and salvage it, which we unfortunately could not do. And that is why today we are opposing and voting against this report. And it's quite clear how it's amazing how someone from a national party, the party of apartheid, can so comfortably go into another national party, the African National Congress. And it's quite clear that nationalists are able to work together no matter what side of the political spectrum they are on. So, Deputy Speaker, we opposed apartheid. We opposed apartheid. So, Deputy Speaker, today is a very sad day for democracy. Once again, the ANC has used and abused its majority in Parliament to bend the rules and to settle political scores on behalf of President Zuma. Today, we are expected to rubber stamp the embarrassing and pathetic investigation by the Powers and Privileges Committee, which we will not do. Let's face it, honourable members, this committee's so-called investigation was little more than a kangaroo court to do the bidding of the President and the Speaker. How can it be that one of the key witnesses, Honourable Malema from the party concerns, who made a submission of 89 points, his submission was ignored until the findings were agreed upon? How can that be? It's like a judge passing sentence and then saying, oh, let me look at the evidence that's been put before me. It is blatantly flawed, and you know that. How can it be that two members of the committee, Honourable Lesipo and Honourable Mtumbe, on the 21st of August, when this House was suspended, came through the doors and said to the members of the EFF, we will get you. And this has been verified by the Sergeant of Arms. Two members of that committee said that. That, Deputy Speaker, I put to you is potential bias. The DA will not be supporting this report, and we call on everybody here to have a conscience and do the right thing and not support it. Thank you very much.
Honourable Bongo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, and Honorable Members of the House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I may have to beg for your indulgence that I will not be able to take any question. I will not be able to take any question. Honorable Deputy Speaker, before the House here, it's a very important matter that concerns South Africans. It's a matter about the rules.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, what is the matter?
Deputy Speaker, your indulgence here is needed. The issue that we are debating, its outcome is very certain for litigation. Now, you have members of a committee who are supposed to have been neutral in that committee, and they are now debating on behalf of the complainant. Are you, as a Speaker, allowing this unfairness to continue, and will you be individually and severally be liable for the legal cost if it comes to that point? Because the Speaker is allowing a matter of contravening the issues around natural justice. We can't have a member of the bench and the judges debating on behalf of a...
Please take your seat. Take a seat, Honourable Member.
Take a seat.
You are able to see me. He stood first. You can see that I'm standing, but you can't see me standing.
He's speaking that I'm looking at him.
But you didn't see the chief whip of the ANC when he was standing there.
Because I'm looking at him, he's speaking.
Please.
Take your seat. Go ahead. Finish your point of order, Honourable Member.
The question is, Deputy Speaker, do you find it procedurally correct for members of the court and the tribunal to come here and debate a report which is their product on behalf of the complainant, the ANC? Are you ready to be individually and severally held liable for the legal cost if this matter is upheld by the court?
Okay. Take your seat, Honourable Member. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think the matter before Parliament today is a very important matter. It's a matter that relates to the rules of Parliament, which is a very important matter, Honourable Chair. Rules are a very important component part of the society in the entire universe. So it will be very important, Honourable Chair, that the rules from time to time are followed as far as possible and they are followed to the letter. The matter before us is not necessarily about the monies, as Honourable Malema has raised.
Chair.
We are well aware that...
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
The reason that Honourable Bongo cannot take a question is because he don't have answers.
No, Honourable Member, you can't. That's not a point of order. Proceed, Honourable Bongo.
The reason why Honourable Malema came here and said they are not worried about the money is something that the entire South African public knows, that they've bankrolled the entire Limpopo government. And we're not worried about that as the ruling party. What we're worried about is the rules of this particular house.
On a point of order.
Honourable members, please take your seats.
Mkonyan.
Honourable member. No, honourable member. Honourable member.
Talapanzi Mkonyan, EFF Talapanzi Mkonyan.
Honorable
Kalaphansi,
Malema.
Mkhonyana.
Honorable Malema, you are out of order. You are out of order.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, the rules of Parliament find their expression in the main. They find their expression.
On a point of order.
What's your point of order?
I think, Chair,
Honorable
there's a-
Bongo, take your seat.
I think there's a rule of Parliament that speaks about anticipation. The matters that the Honorable Bongo just spoke to are in front of a court of law. And I think that he must desist in respect of the independence of the courts and their processes from commenting on those matters. Can you rule on that?
Honorable Member, Honorable Bongo, proceed. I'll get advice now so that we get proceed
you.
with that. It's a legal matter. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know that. I must
These
I must
rules-
establish that advice. So please don't throw words into my mind. I will from.
No, I want to address Mkhonyana.
Honorable Malema, don't do that. Aye. Honorable Member, you are out of order. You are out of order. This is.
Thank you. These rules, honorable members and honorable Deputy Speaker, find
Honorable
their-
Chair. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member, what are you rising on?
I'm rising, Honorable Chairperson, on a point
Honorable
of order.
Bongo, please sit down.
The request, Chairperson, is not for you to be a judge. It's for you to rule in the interest of your rules, the rules of the House. I raise the point of order not on the basis of a judicial process, but on the basis of the rules of the House. And I would like you to rule on that because it's on the basis of the rules of the House which talk about anticipation. It
Honorable
happens all the
Member,
time.
Honorable Member, please take
Sub
your seat.
judice.
I will talk to you about it. Right. Proceed, Honorable Bonga.
These rules,
rule on
honorable members and honorable Deputy Speaker, that I'm speaking about, find expression in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which in Section 1 of the Constitution, subsection C, it speaks about the supremacy of the Constitution and the need to uphold the rule of law. So the rule of law, honorable members, requires that members and ordinary members of the country must act in accordance with pre-announced, predetermined set of rules that have been set out. So in terms of the rules, I think, and in terms of what I've already said, I want to commend, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the security guards that were at a park town in terms of upholding the rules. I've seen them knocking down a gentleman there in terms of upholding the rules the rules.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Point of order, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair.
Honorable Member.
Deputy Chair.
Honorable Bongo.
Deputy Chair. All we ever wanted is ilobolo.
Honorable Mbat.
When are you going to lobola?
Honorable Mbat.
Ilobolo.
Honorable Mbat. You are being contemptuous of the proceedings of the House.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ramakat.
I'm just checking because the speaker there, Honorable Bongo, is not debating. He
No,
is
Honorable
busy
Member,
raising issues
please.
that are not.
Honorable Ramakatsa.
They don't have a bearing on the debate.
That's not a point of order. That's not a point of order.
Thank you very much,
Deputy Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 50. May I address you?
Yes, Honorable Member.
The rule provides that the presiding officer, having been called to attention on the conduct of a member who persists on speaking about irrelevant issues or repetitious argument, may direct the member to discontinue. This member is speaking about a Parktown meeting of a person for whatever reason.
Honorable
I think
Gadi.
it's just being spiteful.
Honorable Gadi.
And he's not debating the issue of the report of which He was the member. In fact, he was
Honorable
even
Gadi.
suggested to be a prosecutor in that committee, and now he's debating on behalf of the complainant.
Honorable Gadi, you yourself say when the presiding officer's attention is drawn to that matter. So it is the opinion of the presiding officer that must decide that. And the member is on the table debating. So allow him to complete. No, proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think before the House, we cannot be distracted about the matter before the House. It's about the rules. And rules must be followed to the latter. And rules must be followed because they find their expression from the Constitution of the Republic, and they find their expression from the Act of Parliament. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as part of the Constitution and as an embodiment of what we are doing here in Parliament and what we are expected to do as members of the entire South African public, we need to make sure that whatever we do, it is on the basis of rules, respect, not only respect for ourselves here, but respect for the Constitution and the laws. So respect goes a long way.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on point of supporting my colleague and read with Rule 67, matters that are sub judice. No member shall refer to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. And therefore, the member on the podium is speaking on irrelevant matters.
Honorable Member, I told you I'm checking and I'm going to be giving a ruling right now. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, there's nothing to check. The rule is 67 on the book.
Yes, thank you very much for the advice, Honorable Member. We have already our attention has already been drawn to that the matter is before the court, and that, Honorable Member, you may not reflect on the merits or demerits of that case. So please withdraw that.
I withdraw, Chair.
Honorable Members,
Honorable,
be careful of what you are saying. You are not supposed to be instructing the chair what to do. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
All members of the House, please.
When we're dealing with this matter before us, Honorable Chair, we had to carefully consider the Constitution and to consider the Act on the Powers and Privileges. We had to consider also the rules of natural justice. We had to consider also the rules as they are contained in the rule book of the National Assembly, the 8th editions. As we're dealing with this matter, what we have seen is that members of the opposition could not understand the referral by the Speaker. The referral by the Speaker simply said that, in terms of the rules, required members to deal with this matter in terms of Section 144, page 144 of the 8th edition, which was saying this matter is referred to in terms of the schedule. What was required in the main was that members in the committee were supposed to be acting as judges or presiding officers, which means the rules as they appear ordinarily, they should have not appeared as they would appear as we do them ordinarily. So we are supposed to be acting as judges in the committee. So what we have done, we have called in, Honorable Speaker. We have led evidence. We have called in the deputy chief whip of the majority party. We have also called in the chief whip of the Democratic Alliance. The evidence that they gave before the committee was very clear, was also unambiguous, that what they saw on the day in question in the House was a grave disorder, a misconduct,
point of order,
disregard of the rules, which was serious and unacceptable.
Honorable Bongo, take your seat. What is the point of order about, Honorable Member?
Is the Honorable Member leading evidence?
Honorable Member, can I respectfully request you to stop doing? This is almost the fourth time that you are standing on a non-point of order and you are disrupting the proceedings of the House. Proceed, Honorable Bongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party and the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance gave evidence in front of the committee. And the evidence was tallying with each other. What we have seen in the committee was that Honorable Lotrit did everything, Honorable Deputy Speaker, which was contrary to what the evidence given by the Chief Whip of the DA. I think, again, this has showed the lack of character and the lack of identity from the opposition party. But what also has happened was that in his true conviction, Honorable Esau from the Democratic Alliance supported this report
Honorable
in its
Bongo.
material terms.
Take your seat, Honorable Bongo. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, I think we're handling a very important matter here. The member over here is making statements that are not true. He's misleading this House. He's making impunity on me, on this whole party and what Honorable Lottery did in the committee. I ask you, Speaker, if the Speaker on the podium can withdraw those statements unconditionally, because none of it is true. What is just said here is just pure misleading of this House. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. Honorable Member, in any debate, the question of contestation of facts must be done in the course of the debate. And you can't use a point of order to do that. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, one can cast aspersions on a party. We know that, and we've agreed to that.
Yes.
But the honourable member here was casting aspersions on Lotret, who was a member of the committee. And those aspersions must be withdrawn. Have to be withdrawn. And that is a ruling that's been...
Did he mention any member?
Yes. Honourable Lotret.
Honorable Member, if you mention a specific member, please withdraw.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Hold on, Honorable Member. Honorable Chief Whip. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you know, the opposition is intent on not listening to us at all. They are the only ones to be listened in this debate. Honorable Killian could not, she was not disrupted at all because she ignored the names they were calling her. Now, this honorable member is telling a true fact. It is in the report that Esau and Lord Reed at some situations voted against each other. He is telling the truth, but they do not want to accept that. And now we must accept that you are the only ones who can still tell us what to say. Censor us, actually, when other people are not censored at all.
Okay. Honorable Killian. Honorable Bongo, wait, let me hear
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I wanted to make the point that if the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the DA would read the report, he would in fact see that those are the facts before the committee. In fact, the DA supported 80% of the charges against the members.
No.
Honorable Bongo cannot be expected to withdraw that. That is not allowed.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
This House
Honorable
is not
Member.
an extension of the committee. Honorable Killian is a member of the committee. And Spali here is also a member of the committee. So
Honorable Member,
in the House, the
withdraw
committee
that.
is now
Honorable Member,
here.
call him an honorable member. And in the first place, Honorable Gadi, honorable members, including honorable members, can we just agree that we desist from doing what we are doing here? It's incorrect to question a process that is procedurally appropriate, to question the validity of whether or not Honorable Bonga must speak or not, or any other member of that committee. That's precisely the people who must debate and talk here, because we were not in that committee. So it is those who political parties decide to debate who must debate. I suggest that that point is not really worth following. It doesn't make sense. And I suggest that we not follow it, yes. Honorable Balema, what are you raising on?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Maimani raised a point.
Yes.
And he raised that point with you,
yes,
right? Asking that Honorable Bongo must withdraw.
Yes.
Now, you allow
the Honorable Chief Whip Mkonyana Wetu also, to then call and give us the details of the report, and then the National Party fellow also comes
Honorable
and
Member.
then add into the report. And then you don't call them to order.
Honorable Member.
Because they are debating the contents of that report, whereas they have a speaker there who's speaking on their behalf. Rule on Honorable Maimani's point of order.
Honorable Member. Honorable Bongo, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The intellectual honest trial of fact.
Deputy Speaker.
Is
Yes,
what-
Honorable Member. Honorable Bongo, just hold on.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I rose on a point of order.
Yes.
The honourable member that's speaking did
Yes.
cast aspersions on Honourable Lotfried's character.
Yes.
And he must withdraw what he said.
Yes.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Who's that? Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, yeah.
The very Deputy Chief Whip of the DA spent half of his speech casting aspersions on a member of this House, the Honourable Killian. The hypocrisy of what he is doing, I think, needs to be noted.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if what the ANC is saying, what is said by the Deputy Chief Whip, it was their responsibility to call for a point of order. And they didn't do that. So they cannot come now when we are calling for a point of order and say someone have done. As it's been said, two wrongs cannot make one right. So you have to rule on this one because we are standing on a point of order.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Sit down, sir.
Honorable Bongo, take your seat. Honorable Member.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, what is the point of order?
Jeremy Cronin is misleading this House. There's no aspersion cast. It's a matter of fact. The speaker that has been referred to as a member of the National Party, she is indeed from that party, and therefore Jeremy and the ANC are in alliance with the National Party. That is not insulting, it's a fact.
Honorable Member, you are continuing to be contemptuous.
I have no problem. He's honorable, I suppose, from the Communist Party.
You are being contemptuous of the conventions of the House on how to refer to each other in the House, and I plead with you not to do that. Honorable members, the question of misleading the House is a point of debate. The chair cannot be expected to rule whether members that is correct or not. So I suggest that members, in the heat of the debate, members have been saying things in the House that arises as a result of that. I suggest that we be careful of us being offended when this thing happens all round, because this is what we warn the House every time. Don't use offensive language. Don't get out of the boundaries of acceptable language, including simple reference to one another and so on, because you then provoke counter accusations and so on. It doesn't help the House at all. I suggest that we proceed with the proceedings. Honorable Bongo, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In conclusion.
Point of order, Honorable Deputy Chair. Deputy Speaker, on the point of order.
Yes, what is the point of order, Honorable Member?
And I rise on the point of order precisely against the Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
In your failure to enforce rules consistently, while this House has been reduced into a refuge for fagar, the fagar which we have been subjected to under your watchful eyes. And we are not going to subject ourselves to that.
What are you saying, Honorable? What is that, Honorable Member? Honorable Matthias, you have to withdraw that. That's unparliamentary. You repeat it, Honorable Ndlozi. That's unparliamentary, and I suggest you withdraw that.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mbata, take your seat.
I beg you to listen.
No, before you do that, Honorable Mbata, take your seat first.
Can you check your hindsight? Can you check your hindsight?
Honorable member.
Check your hindsight?
Honorable member. Honorable Ndlozi has
Can you
confirmed.
check your hindsight?
Can you? Don't do that. Honorable Ndlozi, don't do that. Honorable members, you're out of order. Honorable Matthias, withdraw that. Honorable, withdraw that. What he said, he heard it. And Honorable Malema, you can't be screaming across the floor when you have not been recognized. What's wrong with you, Honorable Malema? No, don't do that. Withdraw, Honorable Matthias.
Honorable
Malema, Honorable Matthias. Withdraw, please. Just withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
The thing is, Honorable Chairperson, this English, Honorable Jeremy Cronin's ancestors came carrying it in a boat. And he's saying that the Honorable Member is casting aspersions when they factually say that the Honorable Member is from the Nationalist Party. And we asked you to rule on that. Are those aspersions? And failing which, he must then withdraw the aspersions that he cast on other Honorable Members. We must be clear. Please, Honorable Chairperson, it's going to assist us because we must be clarified of this English. It's changing now. I don't know whether it's still in the boat or outside anymore, because that can't be aspersions that that Honorable Member is from the Nationalist Party. How is that aspersions?
Honorable Member, please take your seat. Honorable Waters, what are you raising on?
On the same point again,
Yes.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
the fact of the matter is, I know the Honourable Member is concluding his speech, he said, but he still hasn't withdrawn his remarks and apologised to the Honourable Lotrit. And
Yes.
today in the Parliamentary Oversight PRA Committee, I
Yes.
raised the issue of the fact that presiding officers need to implement the rules consistently and fairly amongst everybody here. Everybody.
Yes.
That was one of the issues I raised today, and I implore you to do that right now, please. He must withdraw those remarks against Honourable Lotrit. Thank you.
Honorable Member, just repeat what you say was said. Honorable Member, yes?
With all due respect, Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
it was so long ago. You want me to say verbatim what the Honourable Member said? Maybe the Honourable Member can repeat what he said, and you can make a ruling, or you can refer to Hansard and then make a ruling.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will refer to Hansard, and I will do that today. Today. Yes, Honorable Member, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As the African National Congress, we support the report and want to say this, that to all South Africans, that we have received all your SMSs and tweets about what is happening here in Parliament. What we want to respond and say is that we're the only organization that has lived for a period of 103 years, that we're turning 103 years in the next few months. We have fought for democracy in South Africa, and we are going to fight any hypocrisy that is showing its ugly heads in Parliament and elsewhere. The ANC lives and the ANC leads. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes,
just can I get your attention because
Yes.
before you subject the report to the choir, can I present the amended resolution which must be adopted by this
Honorable
House?
Member, before you do that.
Am I going to get an opportunity to present an amendment?
Yeah, it's okay, I'll get you. Honorable,
you very
yes,
much.
honorable members.
Honorable Chair, may I please address you respectfully?
Just give me a chance, honorable member. Take your seat. No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's here. It's here. It's okay. It's all right, yeah. Yeah. Honorable members, the...
Honorable Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, Chair, I need guidance. I had asked earlier on, Chairperson, because for future reference, I would like to know, Honorable Chairperson, please give us a ruling.
Yes.
Is it casting aspersions to say that the Honorable Member is from the Apartheid Nationalist Party? Because we'll want to say that in the future. Is that casting aspersions? Could you please rule on that so that the English that came here with the boat, with the ancestors of the Honorable Jeremy can be clarified?
Honorable members, the debate having been concluded, I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
Okay. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Okay, there being objections, I now put the question.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, when do we get an opportunity to do an amended bill?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, honorable members.
Can you please be given that opportunity?
Yes, what is the amendment, honorable member?
Amendment on the report that has been presented here, that before
Yes.
it is presented, it is provided in rules 94
Yes,
and 95.
I'm waiting to hear you.
Yeah.
What
I'm
is the
going to then
amendment?
deal with the amendment that we move that this House should reject the report of the Powers and Privileges Committee. And that is based on the submission that we made to the Powers and Privileges Committee and was ignored. And that submission reads as follows. It says that we have come here as
Honorable
members
member,
of Parliament.
The report,
representing-
if it is a report, remember
it's
that.
not a report. I'm quoting the background of the information that this House needs
No.
for an amendment to happen.
Let me.
I can't give you an amendment without giving the background information.
Yeah, the requirements.
So the House must have to listen before the voting happens that this is the background information. I can't just, we're not here as voting cattle. Maybe some other people are. Ourselves are not voting cattle. We want to persuade the House by giving adequate background information.
Yes.
And the rules allow that, by the way. Can you please allow us to continue?
No, wait, honorable member. Wait. Yeah, honorable member, you have to tell us where in the report you're amending. That's the requirement of the rules. You know that, right?
There is a report in the ATC
Yes, honorable member.
that recommends certain sanctions. It gives background information in detail of what transpired in the Powers and Privileges Committee.
Yes.
We want to come with a different recommendation in terms of what this House should vote for.
Okay.
But before we do that, we should be given an opportunity to give you background information.
Okay.
It's a fair thing that we are supposed to do. You can't deny us an opportunity as elected members of this House to give you background information. We can't just come with the recommendations of what we must vote on. We're not here for voting here. We're here to give substantive argument and background in terms of what happens. Because the report that we must amend has got background information. Please allow us to do so.
Yes. Honorable member, because of where we are at in the process of considering the motion before the House. We can't have motivations for that. Let me explain to you. Amendment to a draft resolution. No amendment to a draft resolution may be moved except an amendment to draft resolution on the question of privilege to substitute the name of another member for the name of a member in the draft resolution which is allowed by the presiding officer. And so, Honorable Member, what cannot be done is motivation. Yes, we want an amendment that must be placed before the House to vote on, and then we can then proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Before us, it is a report by Powers and Privileges Committee.
Yes.
And that is what the order paper says.
Yes.
So we are here. We want to read to you this this amendment to the Powers and Privilege.
Yes.
Because it's very important, because that report, you can see its size, so it has to be spoken to. You see? And then we have to read this. I mean, we cannot proceed like this. We are not motivating. It is a new motion altogether. We are substituting, we are amending your motion.
No.
So please allow us. It is procedurally correct. Don't shortcut the process.
No.
Yes, we are here. We must do work here.
No.
So this is what we are here for.
Honorable
Please.
Member, that's a minority report which is not allowed. And you can't call it an amendment because you
Speaker,
calling it that.
You are already predicting wrongly what we are going to deal with. We are not presenting a minority report.
Honorable Member.
We are giving you a motion which this House must consider instead of the one which has been put here in the House.
Honorable
We
Member.
don't know what we are going to table already. We are jumping the gun. Relax.
Oh, relax, Honorable Member. The member behind you just said that he is substituting what is on the table.
I'm saying
these are your ways.
It's an amendment. It's an amendment. This is an amendment we want to present to this House. So that's what we're asking. Stop the speculation and listen to us. Then you will know what we're presenting here. We're amending the motion before this House.
Honorable members, the motion moved by Honorable Shivambu is that the report of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party be rejected. That's what...
Deputy Speaker, we have not got there. We're going to deal with that after we've dealt with this first amendment.
No.
Every day here in this House, motions are tabled.
Yes.
And then, for instance, when we're passing a vote of no confidence on the Speaker, the ANC rose here to give a completely new motion, gave motivation that they've got confidence on the Speaker who does not know what she's doing, and all those other things. And then we did vote on that motion, which was amended by the ANC. And then after that, we want to vote on the one which was tabled by the opposition that don't have a confidence in the Speaker. Why is it that now when we want to put an amended motion, you are refusing us? You must apply the rules consistently. That is what we agreed today in the POA. Allow us an opportunity to give an amended motion, please.
Honorable Member, the requirements for an amendment is not another report. It's not another report.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Please, you are predicting us. Can you give us an opportunity to do what the ANC did during the DA motion? And if you think we're not doing that, then you can intervene. You are predicting us. We want to give an amendment to the motion. And then you can call those things of voting, of choirs, yes, yes, no. But now, give us an opportunity to put before you and this House an amendment.
No.
Can we add, Chair? Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson.
Let me respond to what I've been asked.
I would just like to add, Honorable Chairperson, that if you will allow me.
Yes, what are you adding?
Yes, according to the order paper, by the way, this is also a substantially different motion that we are dealing with. We are dealing with a report that must be adopted, which was different, for instance, to the examples that have been provided to. Those were motions, and the NC gave a substantially different motion. We want to amend sections of the report that must be adopted. We want to propose in front of the House, want the House to hear us make amendments to the sections of the report that must be adopted. Because the Chief Whip's motion is, I move that the report be adopted. So we want to do that, but we want to propose amendments to sections of the report, and the rules allow us, fortunately. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the object of the amendment may be either to modify a question in such a way as to increase its acceptability or present to the House a different proposition to the original. The present question before the House is whether to agree to a report of the committee of this House. In other words, whether to agree to the findings and recommendations contained in that report in terms of the motion by the Chief Whip. If agreed, will become the resolutions of the House. So amendment to put a different proposition before the House as an alternative to the original question may be done by moving to omit all or most of the words of the question after the word that, and to substitute an alternative proposition. However, and this is an important matter, the alternative proposition must be relevant to the subject of the question. The subject of the question before the House pertains to findings as to whether the conduct of certain members of the House in particular day constituted contempt and proposed sanctions. Any amendments, therefore, have to be relevant to those findings. Yes, that's the... So what you are responding to is the question, that question of... that is placed before the House. While proposing an amendment to the recommendations contained in the report would be in order. The submission of a wholly new report as an amendment is not supported by our rules and practice. Yes. Proceed, Honourable Member. Proceed. Proceed, Honourable Member. Yes.
Deputy Speaker, I'm moving on the amended motion. We rise to say that in adopting the report, the amended report of the Powers and Privileges Committee, this House should take note of the submission that the EFF made to the committee and was not taken into consideration. And the report read as follows. We have come here as members of Parliament representing the economic freedom fighters, the economic emancipation movement, which is the third largest political party in South Africa.
Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Member.
I'm quoting.
Take your seat, Honourable Member.
Please
Honourable Cronin. Honourable Cronin.
I'm quoting.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. Go ahead,
thought that you had just provided guidance and a ruling that what we are strictly dealing here with is an opportunity to amend specifically the report. from the Powers and Privilege Committee, not a general background discussion, and we've come here and so forth. And therefore, I ask for a point of order that we stick strictly to what your ruling has just said.
Yes. Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I just want to ask a question for clarification. Can a member amend a report for which they have not been participating, especially if it's an inquiry?
Okay. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I think that question is answered by what you read earlier. Your colleagues must relax, man. Honourable.
An opportunity. Please take your seat.
I want to attend to Koronin.
No, Honourable Member.
Honourable Koronin.
No, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy
What's
Speaker.
your raise?
No.
You are interrupting your own member
No,
from
I'm
proceeding.
not. Floyd is amending the motion.
Honourable.
And they stopped him when he was quoting. He's not leaving the motion. He's quoting. Please allow him to quote. He's still coming. He has to quote our submission. He has to quote Public Protector's report, the whole report. He has to quote the SIU report. All those reports, we were quoting them before. So this is a motion. We are quoting.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was still in the meeting. I quote the submission that was made to the Powers and Privileges Committee. It said that we have come here as members of the Parliament representing
Honourable
the
Deputy
economic
Speaker.
freedom fighters,
On a point of
the
order.
economic emancipation movement,
Honourable-
the third largest political party in South Africa.
Honourable Shivambo, just hold on a little bit. Yes, Honourable
Yeah, but
Killian.
the National Party must give me space.
Honourable Deputy
Honourable,
Speaker, let me just say that the Honourable Chief Whip of the EFF is now going to read through the 89 points of the Honourable Malema's submission. I just want to put it on record that the comprehensive record of the proceedings of the House is obviously there for everybody to read, including the Hansard of the recordings of the committee and the hearings, etc. So it really does not make sense.
Point
and
of order,
I
Deputy
want to
Speaker.
propose that,
Point of order.
that we
Honourable Member.
proceed with the item on the agenda that we.
Point
that
of
we
order, Deputy
approve the
Speaker. May I
report.
please be recognized?
Right. Honourable Member.
She must not predict.
No, Honourable Member, wait. Take your seat. I haven't recognized you yet.
Deputy Speaker, we have on the table, put by you, the motion that was proposed by the Chief Whip of the majority party, that the report be adopted. An amendment would be to put a motion that the report not be adopted. We can't, there is no provision in the rules for amendment to the committee's report. There is none.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Naledi is the one who was telling us earlier here that we cannot tell members of a party what to say. And she cannot stand up here and tell us how to present our motion. We are having an amendment to the motion. Allow us to present it. When the DA presented a motion here on the motion of no confidence on the speaker, the ANC presented an amendment. And because they didn't want to quote anything, is their own problem. So we are quoting because we want our motion to persuade other fellow members of this House. So we're not going to be told how we must present our amendment.
Yes. Honourable Member. Honourable Member, bring it. proceed on condition that, Honorable Member, you ask the House precisely what the decision of the House must be.
Yes, we're getting there. But can I please be allowed to quote? And can you get an assurance as well from the choir that there won't be disruptions? We have come here as members, that is a quotation. We have come here as members of Parliament representing the economic freedom fighters, the economic emancipation movement, which is the third largest political party in South Africa. We are appearing before this committee because the Speaker of Parliament has, through the Secretary of Parliament, preferred charges on members of the EF.
Point of order.
Citing misconduct as a basis of all the charges.
Yes,
which our members.
Honorable Member, just hold on. Yes, Honorable Cronin.
What is getting confused here by members of the EFF is that there is a report of the Commission. That is one thing. Secondly, there is a motion before the House. The motion is, as led by the Chief Whip of the ANC, is that we should support the findings of the report of the Standing Committee. We can either, the motion therefore is support or not support or half
Chair,
support.
we really need a point of order.
But it's not about changing the
Honourable
report.
Chair, on a point of order.
And that's what they're trying to change the report.
And a point of
as
order,
opposed
Chairperson.
to amending the motion.
Honourable Chair.
Okay.
I don't know because you have already ruled on this matter. You read substantially there, and honourable members can't hold back. I don't know.
Honourable members.
So please, Chairperson, you have ruled on this matter. We had a debate.
Take your seat, Honourable Member.
We won this debate, so let's proceed. The Chairperson ruled.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker, for.
I will,
Thank you,
Honourable
Acting
Member.
Speaker, for ignoring Jeremy.
No, Honourable Member, we pointed out to you what must happen. Proceed.
Okay, yes.
So don't be surprised when that happens.
I'm continuing with the quotation. We are appearing before this committee because the Speaker of Parliament has, through the Secretary of Parliament, preferred charges on members of the EFF, citing misconduct as basis of all the charges which our members have received. This committee is supposed to prefer charges on members of Parliament, but we have got it in good authority that after the appointment of the initiator, this committee did not sit to consider the charges, and members of this committee are seeing the charges for the first time. What kind of a judge can appear before a committee before they are familiar with
On a point of order, Chairperson.
that are going to be tabled against
Point of
accused
order.
people?
Honourable Member.
What justice
Honourable
kind of order?
Shivambo, take your seat.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Oh, yes, sir.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, what the Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF is reading appears to be like a mitigation statement which was supposed to be read in the committee itself. So the committee that sat in this matter is not necessarily a committee, like I was explaining there, just that people could not listen. It's a matter, a referral referred to by the Speaker. So this is a disciplinary hearing. It's not a normal committee wherein you'll amend reports and so on. This is a disciplinary hearing. We
Point
need
of
to
order,
either
Deputy Speaker.
accept
On
or
a point
reject
of
the
order.
disciplinary hearing because we can't open it here, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Deputy
This
Speaker.
is a report sui generis, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
On a point of order.
Member, yes.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ndlozi has called upon you to enforce rules and your ruling on the course of action. And forever you continue to consider point of order such as the one made by our son-in-law, delays us and hold the process of concluding this matter. Besides, on the basis of what are we having these discussions? Now, please enforce those rules, enforce the ruling that you have made so that there can be a headway. Thank you.
Honourable members, I wish to draw your attention to the fact that the reason I agreed that Honourable Shivambo must do what he's doing, he promised to do an amendment, okay? And we said that it must not be motivation. You want an amendment. And if it proceeds in the way that sounds like a motivation, you may have to stop, Honorable Member, and we consider what, in your opinion, must be an amendment. Otherwise,
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
yes.
Must have a very strong backbone. You must not be shivered up and down.
You are out of order, Honorable Member. In the first place, I'm suggesting to you that you are out of order and you don't do that again.
Okay, I won't do it again. Let me continue.
You are out of order. And this is, I'm going to request you to stop doing that. And if you do it again, Honorable Member, on the basis that you've been given a privilege to read an amendment and you don't, then I'm going to have to stop you.
No, it's not a privilege, Deputy Speaker. It's not a privilege. You are not doing us any
Honorable
favor.
Malema, you are
you're out of order.
You have not been recognized.
I'm calling you to order.
I'm
calling you to order, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
You are not.
You are not giving him any privilege.
Honorable Malema.
It is his right, elected by the people of South Africa, to come and speak here. Please.
Honorable Member, you have not been recognized.
Speaker,
sit down.
Can you withdraw that? Can you withdraw the privilege?
You sit down.
No, can you withdraw the privilege?
You sit down, Honorable
Member.
Member.
You're not doing him a favor.
Honorable Member.
He is an elected member.
Sit down, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker.
I think you are being out of order completely. Yes, Honorable Member.
On a point of order.
Yes. Chief Whip.
I want to suggest that it will be a gross departure from the rules if you allow a member to amend a report. What Honorable Malema was quoting, we have done in the motion of the DA, was that we were moving an amendment to a motion, not to a report. The report can only be amended by a minority report, not a motion. Because there are two conflicting things that they are trying to do. We know what they are doing. They are trying to filibuster. But the real issue here is that you do not amend a report unless through a minority report. You can only amend a motion.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
In the last motion that was debated in the House here, Honorable Godi complained about the DA raising an amendment to a motion by saying, can we delete this and put that, the background? And then he sat down. Then he rose up to say, we cannot vote and support a motion we don't know, it was never read to us. The honorable member here is reading a motion. Honorable members of the ruling party should just be patient for the motion to be read. There's no provision in the rule how long a motion should be. So can we be allowed to read the motion? He's just afraid of what he calls filibustering. That's part of politics. He must sit down and chill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, I have stated earlier that I will allow Honorable Shivambo to move an amendment to the resolution before the House. But I will not allow the Honorable Member to continue to motivate his amendment. An amendment to a resolution must be short, succinct, clearly initiate what the decision of the House is required to take so that the amendment can be put to the House for decision. This is in terms of the agreed guidelines of this House. Honorable Shivambo,
which guidelines?
To move a minority report as an amendment, that is not allowed in terms of Rule 137. You may also move an amendment to this report that we are talking on, but they must move amendments to the recommendations. That's
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You know, the problem, you confuse that I'm motivating. I'm quoting a submission. And there's nothing wrong with that. And then when we come to the section that deals with those aspects, we're going to deal with that in the same way that you have motivated. Don't go and dig rules behind you. We've got the rule books here, right? Which give us an opportunity to deal with these issues. In the last sitting, which debated the Nkandla report, which was wrongly adopted, the DA moved to say that a different report must be adopted. And there was a correct intervention that came from the back there that said that how do you adopt a different report which you have not been exposed to, do not know what it is content. Now, there's a report which has been presented by the Powers and Privileges Committee. And we're rising here before the House votes, they must take into consideration the following components of what transpired thus far. And that is what we have to deal with. What are you going to vote on? Like, I can't just say no, we must reject the findings without giving you the totality of the background of what happened. And it will not be fair, it will never be justice if you disallow us an opportunity to give you a total background information in terms of what led to the Powers and Privileges Committee taking the decisions that they took, and we are recommending a different outcome. So please allow us to do so.
Okay. Just take a seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much for recognizing me ultimately, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, and I think this should be conveyed to the House. What is happening is really frivolous and vexatious. The rules are very clear, the guidelines are very clear. If a motion is before the House, the motion can indeed be amended by proposing in crisp, succinct, clear ways what the intended amendment is. The mere fact, and the Honorable Presiding Officer, the Honorable Deputy Speaker should take into account what the Honorable Leader of the EFF had said. And these are his words. We will quote from our submission, we will quote the entire Public Protector's report, clearly conveying an intent that the intention of the amendment is not an amendment that is being proposed, but a repetition and a re-articulation of the entire content of the submissions that have been made, as well as the report of the Public Protector. As a chair and as a speaker, deputy speaker, you have the discretion to determine whether indeed what is being submitted is an amendment or whether it is argument or motivation. If it is argument or motivation or background or quotation, you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, are entitled in terms of your powers and authority to curtail such contribution. That is your responsibility, and I say that with the greatest of respect and humility. If you do not do so, then indeed the interest of this entire House is being compromised by a stubborn, vexatious attempt by the EFF to curtail property, to disregard the rules of this House. And I therefore urge you with respect to take that into account.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I'm waiting to be recognized.
Honorable Malema, what are you wanting to say?
No. Deputy Speaker, we cannot allow a situation where we are told to amend and say we are objecting, and then we don't give reasons why. We are making an amendment, and that amendment is accompanied, Comrade Honorable Cronin, is accompanied by reasons. I mean, I will not be part of a situation where you just object and you don't give reasons. It can't be. No, we're not going to leave Malusi if that is what you wish for. We can't. We're elected to be here. You see, it can't be that, no, you are telling us to leave as if we are going around in your garden. We are not in your garden here. We are here because we are elected. Whether you like it or not, we are here, we are elected. And unfortunately, or fortunately, we are not going anywhere this time around. We'll never walk out. We are going to give you reasons why we are objecting. You cannot refuse to give us an opportunity to amend. We are amending. Let's get that opportunity. The DA did the same, but they chose not to read their full submission on Nkandla. Honorable Godi stood up and said, I find it difficult to support the amendment I've not read. This one, everybody has read. So give us an opportunity to address the House on our amendment. That's all we're asking for. The ANC cannot say we are not allowed to reason. We must be allowed to reason.
Yes, Honorable Member, you are right. Reason crisply and briefly so that we hear what your amendment is and then we proceed.
I was still quoting Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, please ensure that we arrive as soon as
Speaker.
possible to what we
Deputy
require to make a decision on, please. Yeah.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, we are requesting you to make a ruling. Honorable Deputy Minister of Basic Education has raised on a point of order. You have not made a ruling on that point of order.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
No, Honorable Member, let me just point out what I said.
Just this point of order will help you, Deputy Speaker.
No, Honorable Member, I'll give you a chance. Wait, let me say this. Honorable Member, the Deputy Minister made a comment, a point of order, part of which I read out here, right here now, and said that, and explained why I allowed Honorable Shivabo to do that. We will not allow the Honorable Member to motivate his amendment. An amendment to a resolution must be short, succinct, and clearly enunciate what the House is required to take so that the amendment can be put to the House. This is what I argued. And the Deputy Minister's point of order is about that. And I wish, Honorable Members, that having allowed the Honorable Member to do so, I still appeal to him to do that. That was a repetition of a ruling that I made, really. Proceed and do as requested by us, Honorable Member, in the chair.
Let me quote and then we'll take it. The report said that to remind you, on the 21st of August, we asked the President of the Republic of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, as to when is he going to pay back the money as prescribed by the remedial actions which the public protector correctly and constitutionally said should be implemented by all parties involved in the illegal and corrupt construction of the private residence of the President in Nkandla. It is common cause that there was illegality and corruption in the construction of the private residence, and this matter will be settled by courts of law since the President has refused to pay back the money as directed by the public protector. Now, the public protector's report says that this investigation was carried out in response to 7 complaints lodged between the 13th December 2011 and November
Honorable
2012.
Member, the public protector's report, the background you gave is in the reports, in the Hansard, in the ATC rather, and so there is no need for you to proceed to go there. We request you once more, Honorable Member, to make and propose your amendment.
The Honorable Speaker, it will not make sense if we do not make reference to the public protector report. We have to take you through the background information so that when we give an amendment, you have got a clearer understanding. You must not rush to voting. Allow us to take you through this, and then you'll realize that this is how we're going to. Now, the public protector report says that the investigation was carried out in response
Honorable Deputy
to 7
Speaker.
complaints.
Honorable members, can I be allowed, because I have already indicated to Honorable Shivambo that he must be brief, that he must not quote material that is before the House, that is in the records of the House, and that Honorable Member presumably read it, because this is a matter of national importance, that they would have read not only the reports that were presumably considered as reported before this House, that it is in the record here. So I'm allowing you, sir, to complete your recommendations and not to continue to quote.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, it's not a reflection, just to address you first, it's not a reflection of reality that in this parliament we can't make reference to reports that have been presented. We do that every day. We give verbatim reflection of the reports that have been presented in the ATC. Can I please be protected as a member of parliament to make reference to the reports, whether they've been tabled here or not? It's not true that people can't make it. You do that every day when you come to claim victories of a good story here. and allow us to give you context so that we are not subjected to being voting cattle. We're not voting cattle here. We are people who must think, and who think after we have listened carefully to a background information in terms of what happens. And in the rules that we are reading, there is no time limit. Let me be brief in terms of how we're going to deal with these issues. Now, the Public Protector's report says, the investigation was carried out in response to 7 complaints lodged between 13 December 2011 and November 2012. The first report from a member of the public was lodged in terms of the Public Protector Act on 13 December 2011. Other complaints followed thereafter, also lodged under the Public Protector Act. Further complaints were received from ordinary members of the public, and a year after the first complaint, the Member of Parliament lodged a complaint under the Executive Members Ethics Act. The first complainant requested an investigation into the veracity of allegations published in the Mail and Guardian newspaper on 11 November 2011 under the heading Banker Time, Zuma's Lavish Kanda Upgrade. According to this media report,
on a point of order, Chair.
The president's private residence was being improved
Point of order, Chair.
and upgraded at enormous expense.
Honorable member,
Point of order.
Honorable Chivambo, just hold on. Honorable Pando.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Pando.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we've got a motion on the floor put by you. The EFF wishes to put a counter motion. Could they put it and can we vote? They indicated that they were not afraid of this report. We are getting a very different impression. Can you put the matter so that it's decided?
Yes.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
I'm allowing Honorable Chivambo to wrap up. Honorable Chivambo, wrap up. Okay. Wrap up, Honorable Chivambo. Wrap up.
Deputy Speaker, there's no way I'm going to wrap up before I give you context of what we're doing. Can I give you the context first?
No, Honorable Member.
Motion.
Honorable Chivambo, please, man, appreciate that we gave you an opportunity to move an amendment. The House is saying to you, the context is in the reports before the House. The amendment is needed from you. Do the amendment. So that
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
You know, you're not going to conduct the business of this House if every time there's an intervention you change your mind and everything else. That is not wisdom. You must know what you stand for. You must be strong. You must not be like when people speak, you are just shifting up and down. You're confusing. I'm in the process of reading a report that will give you a proper background on a decision that are going to take. Parliament can't take raw decisions on partisan basis. These are individual members of Parliament. You do not know. Maybe after I have read this thing, the vote will be a different one. So can I be allowed to read through this process because we know in
Deputy
terms of what
Speaker,
we're dealing with.
I've learned from the EFF. What is the amendment? What is the amendment? We haven't heard it.
Can I not be disrupted by a chanting
Honorable member.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Let Honorable Chivambo wrap up.
I think he is going to wrap up, but this point of order is very important.
What is the point of order now? Honorable Chivambo, take your seat.
We cannot have a member
Honorable
of
Chivambo,
the executive
take your
who
seat.
is singing, read the motion, wrap up the motion. You did not even recognize him when he was speaking on the microphone, and now you will be also reprimanding us for speaking on the microphone without being recognized by. He must be reprimanded, Deputy Speaker. Reprimand him so that the honourable member continue reading the motion. The motion is very, very long. That is a fact.
I sincerely
the
apologize.
The motion is long.
I sincerely apologize.
Must be allowed to read the long motion.
I withdraw. I sincerely apologize, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
On behalf of the House, I want to accept that apology and continue reading. The first complainant requested an investigation into the veracity of allegations published by the Mail and Guardian newspaper on 11 November 2011, under the heading Banker Time, Zuma's lavish Nkandla upgrade. According to this media report, the president's private residence was being improved and upgraded at enormous expense to the state, estimated at about 65
Honorable
million.
Shivambo.
The
Honorable Shivambo.
improvements allegedly...
Take your seat, Honorable Schengen.
Just as the Honourable Minister of Science and Technology has put it to you, we have put a certain motion before the House, and the Chief Whip of the majority party has actually been very explicit about the fact that, there are many reports that we've adopted here, but I don't recall that any report was ever amended. And in any case, if one is proposing an amendment, that is done in writing, not like that. Not verbal, okay. You write it down. I think, sir, you must assert your authority. You must assert your authority.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of clarity here.
What's the point of clarity, Honorable
If
Member?
you want to agree with Prince Buthelezi, we have got no problem. We can write it. It means that we must call the House again to receive the one that must be written. There can't be any vote until the long motion has either been orally presented viva voce or in writing, in read. So there's no problem. We can go and write it and bring it. The House can be suspended. We go and write it. After we're finished, we'll come back with it. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we really respect the leader of the IFP, but it's not in the rules that an amended motion should be written. It's written. That is why I'm reading. I'm quoting now.
Honorable
You
Member.
can only read things that are written. So.
Honorable Member, be sensitive
be
sensitive to what the members of the House are communicating to you.
Yes.
And that is that wrap up so that we must consider your amendments.
On a point of order, Chair.
You can't do that.
On a point of order.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are elected, we are working here. Now, we are doing our job. This is our job. This thing of being impatient and wanting to rush for airports and planes and closing down motions is wrong. You are creating a wrong precedent. Let's allow the party to put an amendment on the table. Let us stop being impatient with each other. Let us listen to each other. We listen to you here. You speak for a very long time. We have no problems. Please allow us. There is no rule that you will quote from the book here that says this is the time limit on an amended motion. So for as long as there is no such a rule, we are allowed to express ourselves. Please give us time.
Honorable members.
Thank you very much, Deputy
Hold
Speaker.
on, Honorable Member. Let me please remember that an amendment to a draft resolution in terms of Rule 9C can only be moved if allowed by the presiding officer. Now, I wish to repeat that if Honorable Shivambo is not prepared to wrap up so that we consider the amendment you are making, let's proceed with the consideration of the motion before us.
On a point of order.
On a point of order, Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable
You are
Member.
completely out of order. You are completely out of order to Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
I say you are completely out of order.
Oh, okay.
You must be consistent with the application of the rules.
All right.
You must be called.
Honorable Ndlazi, yes?
Thanks, Chair. No, Honorable Chairperson, I'm really pleading with your indulgence that, by the way, you have already allowed. But it can't be consistent with the rules that you allow and then you bargain with time. If you have allowed us to make an amendment, may we be given an opportunity, because you've already done that. And then on the basis, Honorable Chairperson, of our substantial motion, not substantial motion, on the basis of the amendments that we're proposing to the report, no one has managed to convince you through the rules, no one has managed to argue consistently through the rules that if a motion includes a report, it can be amended. It can be true. And the fact that it hasn't been done doesn't make it illegal. So we are pleading, Honorable Chairperson, you have made the ruling, you have allowed us to make an amendment. Can we proceed to make an amendment as you have already ruled? Please listen to us. We are reading it.
Honorable Member, please take your seat. Honorable Members, I have allowed you, and I explained why I allowed you, Honorable Shivambo, and I gave reasons why I allowed you, which included that be brief, be succinct, and get to the recommendation of the findings. That's what I allowed you to do. Now, instead of doing that, you are not. And I've asked you twice to wrap up, and I wish you do so now for the last time.
Deputy Speaker,
I remind you
I'm still on the floor.
Yes.
You can't.
Now you're debating with me now.
There are rules.
You are debating with me now.
No, I want to give you context so that we are together.
Point of order, Chairperson.
You are now debating with me, Honorable Member. Can you hold on?
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chauhan. Yes, Honorable Member.
I'd like to address you on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable please take your seat. Sit down, Honorable Members.
Deputy Speaker, there have been complaints that the EFF have not had an opportunity to move a motion. Now, I've been sitting here and I've counted at least 6 occasions where you've given them that opportunity, and it's quite clear to me that they are not prepared to move an amendment to the motion before us.
Point of order, Chair.
Instead, I'm on the floor.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Member, let the member finish.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll give you a chance.
No, point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mbata,
yes. Yeah, point of order, Chair.
Let the member finish. Proceed, Honorable Member.
I've learned how to deal with bullies when I was 12 years old already.
Chair, we are not here for this thing. We are not here for this thing.
Point of order, and I have.
We are not here for this thing, Chair.
Can you stop?
No, we are not here for that thing.
Honorable Member, take your seat. Take your seat.
I said point of order.
I will recognize you. Take your seat. The member is completing his point of order.
Deputy Speaker.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that. Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, they've had more than one occasion. In fact, to my count, at least 5 occasions to move an amendment, which they failed to do. Motivations happen during the debate preceding the motion. Each party has had its allocated time to present its motivation. The time for motivations are therefore over. And you have now requested them to move an amendment. Sir, I ask you to rule in this matter because there is no amendment forthcoming and you have given ample, reasonable opportunity for that to happen.
Deputy Speaker, point of order. We are going to be patient.
Honorable Mbata.
Okay.
Point of order.
Okay. Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mbata.
Chair, with due respect to the last honorable member, you have ruled and you said you are giving Honorable Shivam another opportunity to continue, and there's been interferences. Now, can you just allow him to finish? Please. Can you just allow him to finish?
Honorable members, can you
as
take
far
your
as
seat?
I know, an amendment must be in writing.
Honorable members,
Honorable, it must be in writing.
Right. Honorable Mutwana, Honorable Shenge, thank you very much.
Can we go for dinner maybe somewhere?
Honorable Ramakatsa, please take your seat. There's a member behind you talking.
Honorable.
On a point of order, Chair, a quick order.
Honorable members.
Respectfully, Chairperson.
No, can I ask Honorable Shivambo for the last time to wrap up?
On a point of order, Chair.
I'm asking Honorable Shivambo to wrap up.
Please recognize me, Chair, in terms of the rules around the point of order.
Yes, what are your point of order?
Yeah, the Honorable Deputy Minister says that she can see bullies when she sees them. I think she's casting aspersions either on you or on honorable members. I think it must be withdrawn unconditionally, Chairperson. Please rule on that. Because I think we are all working in a good spirit that then we are called bullies and all our own chairperson is called bully. It can't be good. It's a casting of aspersions, Honorable Jeremy Cronin.
Deputy Chair,
Honorable
on a point of order.
Kutam. Yes, what's
This
your
is
point
the
of
point
order?
of order before the other point of orders. The point of order, I think it's a good time to raise it now, and it was raised before. And it's a point of order on you, Deputy Chair. You see, we are very patient because we are committed to this process. But what you have done by saying that it is a privilege, you're giving the opposition or EFF a privilege, is being misrepresented and misunderstood by the majority party. It will help this House a lot if you yourself make it clear that it is not a privilege. You misrepresented the rights of the opposition party to do what we're doing now, and so that everybody can relax and wait for the process and the reports to be read and all the necessary. And I mean, there are some intellectuals and academics on that side. For authority, you know, you must go to the source. So what is the problem? Why are you afraid of the source? Let us go to the source. We are going to wait here to get that authority from the sources and then to be able to provide the conclusions, which I hope will be able to persuade you, because you need that so that we can move. But Chair, you start by assuring the House that there's no issue of privileges here. I thank you.
Honorable Pando.
Deputy Speaker, you are now confronted by the consequences of not allowing the procedures of the House to be pursued as they should be in terms of the rules. A matter has been put for decision. You asked whether there were objections. It was indicated they were. You put the question. There was then a request for an amendment. The amendment can only relate to what was put, which is that the report be adopted. The amendment would be that it not be adopted. No other can be put. And so, Deputy Speaker, with humility, we know the honorable members want to take more time than they could in the debate because, of course, there were no strong arguments they could put. They said that they were not worried about money being lost, etc. We admire
On a point of order,
that
Chairperson.
strength. We ask you now that you rule and follow through on the process, which is that the decision which has been objected to be put to the House.
Yes. On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Pando will sound like she's correct because she's not.
Point of
she's
order.
Not,
Honorable Member, can you allow the member
Point
to
of
finish?
order.
Yes, Honorable Member. Can you allow him to finish?
I'm rising on a point of order.
Let him finish. I'll give you a chance.
I'm also rising on a point of order. Please.
Proceed. Finish your point of order, Honorable Malema.
The motion for the adoption of the report is motivated by the report itself because there's
No,
the report,
Honorable Malema, talk to the chair.
Okay, the report has been circulated, Chair. The chief whip of the majority party didn't just stand up and say, let's adopt. I move that we adopt. We adopt what? We adopt the report which has been circulated. Now, Honorable Shibambo now stand up to say we shouldn't adopt. We must make an amendment. And he is making that amendment. The other side cannot be allowed to distribute reasons of adoption, and the other side denied to give reasons of amendment. It is incorrect. So give us that opportunity like you did. Don't be shaken. Allow us to give you now executive summary.
Take your seat. Honorable member.
Deputy Chair, rising on a point of order, we are now pleading with you to do what you need to do in terms of the rules. We are all being played for fools here, and Parliament is being brought into disrepute. Make a ruling and follow through.
Yes.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Yes, honorable member.
I think, Deputy Speaker, the honorable member is actually pushing you to the extent to take a decision to call riot police here, because he says you must do what you are supposed to do. What you are supposed to do is to allow the member to read the long motion. The motion is long, make no mistake, and it must be read. And if members feel that the long motion should not be read, let them call the police to eject us out, because that is what the member is calling for. We are reading a very long motion here, Deputy Speaker. So let us read the motion. In fact, they are wasting time the more they object to the reading of the motion. We've got a long motion to read here. We are amending this motion. Thank you.
Honorable member. Honorable Shivambo.
Yes.
Just hold on. I just want to point out the following from our guidelines. Amendments, members, must be relevant to the motion and may not introduce a new subject or extend the scope of the original motion. An amendment may be proposed to an amendment. An amendment is subject to approval of the Speaker, presumably and any other presiding officer, who will not allow an amendment that is out of order or frivolous. Honorable members, I cite this matter to suggest that the debate that we've just gone through earlier on, as one of the honorable members pointed out, was an opportunity for members to engage with the matter before them. I've given honorable member the opportunity to wrap up. And honorable member, it is becoming clear that it is not forthcoming and that we have to move to consider the motion because your amendments are not forthcoming as we expected that they would. So that's the position that I want to move. Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I have an amendment to make. May I move it, please?
Before, sorry,
it's in
Deputy Chibu.
Honorable member.
Can you please put it on record that you are disallowing us to put an amended motion?
No.
Are you not?
No,
you're not, because you're not allowing us an opportunity to do so.
No, honorable member, just take your seat. Honorable Shivambo, I'm requesting you to take your seat. I'll come back to you. I'll tell you what I'm doing. After this, I'll give you an opportunity. Honorable member.
But honorable.
No, on a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
Order,
you can't allow the introduction.
The three of you are speaking at the same time.
Yeah, Chair.
Just hold on. I will give an opportunity to two members who are before the table,
Chair.
and I'll respond to them. I'm
can't.
going to respond to all of you.
No problem.
Hold.
You can do that.
Honorable Malema, please take your seat.
No, I'm calling point of order. MMP, man. What's Bali, Namar? Wait, man. Chair, I'm standing on a point of order here.
Speaker.
No.
Deputy
The
Speaker.
point of order here, Chair, is that
honorable member.
Floyd is very simple and is helping you. The problem is that you have already developed an irritation and attitude. He says he wants to put it on record that you are refusing us to make an amendment. And if the answer is yes, we sit down, we move, you take the next amendment. You are refusing us, and you must never say you have given us an opportunity because we were reading an amendment, you are stopping us. Please put it on record that you are refusing us so that we attend to you properly.
Yeah, honorable member, take your seat. I'll come back to you. Honorable member, I'll come back to you, honorable members. Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
In terms of normal practice, you cannot have two amendments at the same time on the
Yes.
table. The Honorable Shivambu, when he started off, in the first sentence he said, I move an amendment that the report as motivated by the Honorable Chief Whip not be adopted, and then he continues. I would
Yes.
suggest that we do have an amendment from the EFF on the table, that we first have to deal with that amendment. After we voted on that amendment, you can entertain further amendments.
Honorable member, Honorable Milder, I did point this out to Honorable Chivambo, that he indeed moved an amendment. And so the question of my refusing them to make an amendment is not on. It is because they say they want to motivate it. So this is the point I'm making here.
I'm still in the middle of the amendment.
No.
Okay, middle maybe it's an over-exaggeration. I'm
We
starting the amendment so that there's proper context
Honorable
of
Shivambo,
what we're going to vote for if we have to vote.
Let's deal with your amendment. Let's deal with your amendment.
Can I continue?
As introduced. No, take it as introduced. You introduced it.
No,
and that report you have in your hands, you can present it once
the purpose of
more.
this house is that we must persuade each other. We know that other people are not here for persuasion. They are here to drum up what they've been told elsewhere. But can we be allowed an opportunity to read our motion and say that this is the background upon which we say the report cannot be adopted?
No,
and only after that is when we can then be subjected to voting or no voting.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. And if you don't allow us to give a motion,
Yes.
you must say so that you're not allowing us to give a motion that is alternate to what is being presented
All right.
here.
Honorable member, that's your interpretation. I'm afraid I have to agree with you that you think I'm stopping you, but that's your opinion. And I suggest that we move with the amendment as you originally stated it. But otherwise, we are proceeding.
Let me continue with the...
No, we are not. Honorable member?
Apart from the release...
No, honorable member, don't continue. Summarize if you want to, but don't continue
On a
reading.
point of order.
Don't continue reading.
Deputy
On a point
Speaker,
of
You
order,
can't
Chair.
continue to
Deputy
read.
Speaker, on a point of
You
order.
can't read, honorable member.
No. Deputy
Honorable
Speaker,
Deputy Speaker, on a point
Deputy
of order.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable members,
On a point of order.
Honorable
Speaker.
Shivambo, you have an option
On
to
a point
stop
of order,
reading
Chairperson.
so that
On a point
you-
of order.
There's a member before you that I'm addressing.
On a
honorable
point of
member.
order, Chairperson.
What's your point of order, honorable member?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My point of order, Honorable Chairperson, is that you must rule, please.
Yeah.
Are you refusing us to make an amendment in that the Honorable Chief Whip of the government in waiting started with the amendment? You stopped him in what he calls a middle. So the amendment is not complete. Please rule, Chairperson, that if
Yes.
you are stopping him in the
Yes.
middle,
Yes.
seeing that the amendment is not complete, means
Yes.
that you are denying us to make an amendment.
Honorable member, I'm suggesting that we proceed, if that is your understanding.
No. On a point of order, Floyd.
Speaker, advising on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy
Deputy
Speaker,
Speaker has been, I've been
we
saying up
are
for a
the
point of
only
order.
ones who can say this is our amendment. And we're
Yes.
saying to you,
Yes.
we have not presented our amendment.
Okay.
And therefore, they cannot be voting based on the introduction of Floyd's presentation because that is not our amendment.
Okay,
So
take your
it
seat.
should be, make a decision, we have no problem with that.
Yes.
But we want you to make a decision that we are denied
Okay.
an opportunity to present our full amendment before this House.
All right, honorable member. That's fine. Yes, honorable member. Please let
Deputy
us. I want
Speaker.
us to proceed now, honorable members.
Deputy Speaker, we've been rising several times on point of orders. One is that even the amendment, I'm not so sure why you are allowing this because in terms of the rule, that thing is irrelevant to the report that we are dealing with. It has no relevance to it. The rules are very clear, Deputy Speaker, in terms of what needs to be amended. You've got to amend what we have in front of us. It's the report.
On a point of order.
No, a point of order
On a
can't
point
be
of
called
order.
on top of a point of order.
Yeah. On a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, I'm saying the rules are very clear. A report, you amend what is before us. We have a report with recommendations and all that. Yes. What is coming there? It's a public protector's report. It's not an amendment of this report that we have. It's an SIU report that is not an amendment to this. We have a report. They must tell us what are they removing in this report. It's not what they are doing. You've been giving them an opportunity several times, Deputy Speaker, and several members here have been rising.
Okay.
And I don't want to have a thinking that we are being denied from this side to be able to raise a point of order and be heard. Okay. Because we have been rising on a point of order, and we are requesting you to take a decision and assist us in this House to be able to conclude our business. We can't be held at ransom.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members.
Deputy Speaker.
The question before the House.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections to the
Deputy
report
Speaker,
being adopted?
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, I'm still on the floor.
Are you starting again?
Wait. Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Who's talking?
Okay, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
members, please take your seats. You can't all be on your feet.
Yeah.
Take your seats. Take your seats, honorable members.
Yeah,
yes, honorable members. Yes, okay. The table is drawing my attention to the other honorable member here for the amendment. What was the amendment about?
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
But we have
Deputy Speaker, you know,
Point of
you
order.
can't move
Point
a
of
second
procedure.
amendment on top of another one. Can you please settle the issue that is on the table now? If you want to take a different amendment, we can listen to that. But can you give us an indication that we can continue with our amendment, or you tell us that we can't continue?
Yes, honorable members,
I will continue.
I have given you an opportunity to continue. I've given you that opportunity before, and you have not taken it up, honorable member. You have not come with an amendment.
I was busy
so
there
it's
until
done.
there.
Honorable member?
It's not done. You
No,
can't
it's
tell me I'm
done.
done before
As far as I'm
done.
concerned, honorable member, you've been given ample opportunity to do that.
I'm not
I suggest,
done.
I suggest that we move to the next amendment.
Deputy
We
Speaker.
can put that together.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah.
You need to indicate to me that I am not allowed to continue. if
Yes,
this is what you're
honorable
saying.
member, I'm saying to you.
Because I'm not. No, when I was speaking here, you're the one who told me to sit down because Kensani there was speaking and another person there was speaking. The gentleman who's wearing spectacles there, he was speaking in the middle of me talking.
Honorable member.
Because I did not stop voluntarily. I was stopped by you. You are the one who told me to sit down. And then now when I have to continue with my motion, you said that I stopped. I never stopped. Allow me to continue.
Honorable member, Honorable Waters, please take your seat. Honorable Shivambu, I've given you an opportunity to wrap up on several occasions. I also asked you to wrap up finally, honorable member. Instead, you replied to me that you are continuing to read. Okay? In other words, in defiance of my request to you to wrap up. Now, I'm suggesting to you that we are moving to the next amendment for consideration, so that we must be able to see how we handle that one, and then we proceed. Honorable Waters.
On a point of order, Chair. Deputy Speaker, this is very simple. No, you cannot insist on moving to Honorable Waters before we resolve our matter.
I have resolved it, Honorable Malema.
What is the decision? You are refusing us.
The decision is that you've been given ample opportunities to raise an amendment. Even when we thought you did, you refused to accept it as your amendment. And so we are taking that you are not coming up with an amendment.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you have on a number of occasions
I have
asked Floyd to sit down to allow other people to call point of order. You should have allowed him, after all the point of orders, allow him to conclude his motion, and then we move.
Honorable Member, you and your members have been doing exactly what you are suggesting. The Honorable Shivambo would have long finished if you and your members and other members in the House did not do that. So it is correct, it is legitimate for members to raise point of orders. Now that is done. Can we move to the next amendment?
What happened to this motion?
Order, Deputy Speaker.
You want to take a motion on top of a motion?
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. Our member, you recognized our member, and now we expect our member to be able to put his motion.
I'm doing
and we
that.
do not wish to be interrupted
I'm doing that,
anymore.
Honourable
Yes,
Member.
Thank you very much.
I'm doing that.
Deputy Speaker, I'm still
Honourable
on
Member.
the floor with the motion. Am I continuing or not?
No, Honourable Member.
Wait. Relax, guys.
You are not allowed to continue.
So I'm not allowed to continue the
Yes,
motion.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. I've noted that.
Yes,
It's
Honourable
on
Member.
record, yeah, sure.
Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move to amend the report in front of us, and that this House deletes everything from page 17, following point 28 in the report, to be replaced with the minority report, which is here, and I won't read it out, with the following recommendations, and the 4 recommendations. A, the composition of the committee is problematic. It has to be considered whether the current composition based on proportional representation ensures a fair and unbiased process. B, the Act has to be amended to be more specific in terms of the procedures and or requirements to ensure a procedurally fair inquiry process. C, both the rules and the Act do not provide for an appeal. Although an administrative action can be taken to court on review, it is a time-consuming and costly procedure. This should be amended in the rules and the Act by making provision for an appeal process. And D, that the process is restarted with due consideration to the requirements in the Power and Privileges Act, in which is stipulated it must be a reasonably and procedurally fair process. The composition of the Power and Privileges Committee is reconsidered to give effect to the principles of natural justice. I so move.
Honourable members, may I, hold on, Honourable Member, please take your seat. Let me make a ruling here. Honourable members, you are fully aware that in terms of the rules, specifically Rule 1374, there's no provision for minority reports. While proposing an amendment to the recommendations contained in the report would be in order, the submission of a wholly new report as an amendment is not supported by our rules and practice. In terms of Rule 96, an amendment to a draft resolution may only be moved that is allowed by the presiding officer. I rule that your amendment, sir, is in contravention of Rule 1374 and is therefore out of order, is not allowed in terms
Honourable
of Rule
Deputy Speaker.
9C. Yes.
May I address you on that point?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I think there's a difference between a minority report and what the Honourable Member just now proposed. The Honourable Member clearly said that he proposes an amendment to the report, not a minority report. He proposed that...
Order, Honourable Members.
He proposed that the current report be amended, that certain pages after page 17 be deleted and replaced with a different wording. I would suggest that you put that motion and that amendment to the House, that the House decide on that, instead of ruling it out of order.
Honourable Member, the member himself mentioned the minority report.
Order, Deputy Speaker. The Chief Whip is advising the table, so we're being ruled by the ANC here.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member has a choice to put an amendment without reference to the report, in which case it would be in order. Otherwise, it is out of order.
Well, Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
Yes.
Now, I withdraw the words minority report, and then it will be in order. And may I just say, Deputy Speaker, that there is precedence in the House for amendments to take place to reports. And if you look at the ATC on the 12th of November this year, you'll see a full amendment to a report pertaining to the Nkandla report. So I just want to, there has been precedence. So I withdraw the words minority report, but we do have our amendments here.
No, Honourable Member.
If you'd like me to read them, I will, but I don't think it's going to help the House.
In what I read to you, I told you that what is out of order is not the words minority report. You referred to a minority report that you are submitting, and we are pointing out that is disallowed. What we can put before the House is the amendment that you have made from that to what you are saying there as recorded here. That's what we will put before the House. Members, there's an amendment to the motion. Those in favor of the motion say aye. No, honorable members, honorable members.
Order, Deputy Speaker. They know we have it. It's closed. We can no longer vote again.
Honorable members.
Yeah, we have it now.
The motion before the House is that the amendment to the motion of the Chief Whip
Order, Honorable Chairperson.
be amended.
Order, Honorable Chairperson. On a point of order.
What's your point of order, honorable member?
No, Honorable Chairperson, it looks like you are repeating what you've already done.
Yes.
You asked for the yeses, they are there.
Yes, I'm
so
repeating
we must proceed because that is on record.
Yes, I'm repeating. Honorable members, let me put
These are the consequences of choir.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable,
if
yes.
I may address you. We've talked about the rules being implemented fairly and consistently.
Yes.
You put the questions. Everyone on both sides of the House said aye.
Chair, I said no. No.
You did. Just.
Oh.
If,
we didn't all say
if. Right.
Honorable member, let me read you what the rules say, please.
Yeah.
Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
No, honorable members, can you take your seats first, please? Honorable members. Rule 79, question put again. If the presiding officer has put a question and it is not heard or understood, he or she shall put it again.
Order, Honorable Chairperson.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Chair.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order,
Order,
Chair.
Deputy
What's
Speaker.
your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, it cannot be that when they have voted correctly with the opposition, and then you have the discretion to think that they did not understand it. They've understood it very well.
The voting has not occurred, honorable member.
They understood it very well, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
member, take
you
your
are
seat.
very unfair.
Yes, take your seat, honorable member. Take your seat, honorable member. Honorable members.
Deputy Speaker.
The question before the House.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, I'm in the middle of a
Point
process
of order,
here.
Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is opposition have won this, and you can go and account at the Lutulu House. What
Yeah.
happened here is opposition have won, and you cannot redo that again. Thank you.
There has been no voting, honorable member. You don't realize that yet. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. You really think?
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, let me proceed. There's
Deputy
a rule
Speaker.
here that I read to
Deputy
you.
Speaker.
I've read a rule to you, and I'm assuming that you agree with us that we must use the rules. Okay? Consistently, an honorable member says here, Honorable Waters himself. And I'm doing that now. I think members are getting tired. Honorable members, the question before us is the amendment of
With all
the...
due respect, point of order. Deputy Speaker, with all due respect, you are manipulating the rule to suit your cause. You put the question, you got a reply, and now you are invoking 79 based on the fact that you either didn't hear it or understand it. Will you make the point clear first? Which is it that you are applying? Did you not hear the ayes or did you not understand it?
This is very easy for me. Honorable, I'll put this... honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
Yeah, Deputy Speaker, just for the record, the question that you put to the House was that the motion be adopted. And that is what members said aye to. So it's, if we follow that logic, then it's the Chief Whip's motion that has been adopted. What I think you intended to do was to put the amendment to the motion. So just for the record.
Honorable members,
Speaker.
This simply confirms the point I'm making.
No.
This confirms the point that.
Deputy,
Anyway, let's go ahead with it. Let me ask the question.
May I please address you?
Yes, Honourable Member.
I think the Honourable Deputy Minister is deliberately confusing the House. The question was clear, and the same thing happened for the Nkandla report, if you remember. It was the ANC voted aye for the amendment, and if the ANC want to call for a division afterwards, it's up to them. But the fact of the matter is the majority of the House said aye, and the report has been adopted.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Miller.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes,
there's no crisis or train smash. Nothing serious.
Absolutely.
The point is you've called for the House to respond to the amendment you put.
Yes.
A number of members said aye. That is not the end of the voting process.
Yes.
So if some members are unhappy with that, they can call for a division. And then if we proceed through the division, we'll have a result. So you don't need to apply Rule 79. You can just conclude the process that you've started.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, even if there was confusion about the ayes, but there was no second question that asked for the noes. So the whole matter is not concluded at all. I think I agree with Honourable Mulder. Put the question, Honourable Deputy Speaker, please.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes, sorry, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We are
Yes.
in the middle of the process. You've
Yes.
asked for the ayes. We've had ayes. Now I would suggest you ask those who say no must say no. And then after that we proceed. Somebody may ask for a division.
Honourable Members, those against say no. No. The noes have it. Honourable Members.
Deputy Speaker, I think some people did vote twice, but the DA calls for a division.
Right. Honourable Members, the House will be adjourned for 5 minutes. The bells will be rung after that.
Honourable Speaker, before we take the break, Honourable Speaker,
bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
We need a secret ballot. We need a secret ballot. Please.
Ja, ik heb een paar bezig. Hoe kom?